We banged plenty of them.
That just seems like taking advantage of special needs people.
Well, there's movies about that. I don't know whether it's taking advantage or just giving them a full life. Here's Dale. You're on the Run of Fez show.
Hey, what's up, guys? What do you guys think about the twins? Like, there's the Milton twins. There's been a couple others, identical twins in the pornography industry. I think
the Milton twins always look dead-eyed to me.
Yeah, they don't look like they're having much fun. But
no, they almost look like captives.
Bad performers.
And I think I saw one of them pregnant.
Yeah, one of them was pregnant and, doing it with the twin.
Oh, no. They never touch each other. They just do it next to each other.
Wait, they're double teaming a dude with the twin while pregnant.
Yeah.
Ugh.
But they are, like the other people, they don't touch. But they are right there,
They were big. They were big because they were like around when broadband internet really blew up. That's what their time was, those few years. And everyone was like, oh man, the Milton twins, sexy. And here she is pregnant, having sex.
Run Fez. This has been Ron and Fez, the Flashback Show. Hear the show live every weekday at 11 a.m. Eastern, immediately following Opie and Anthony on the Opie and Anthony channel on Sirius XM.
The NBA Conference Finals are on Sirius XM.
LeBron layup, he got it right at the buzzer. Stick down in your face.
Every team's broadcast.
Found an open man underneath. That's George for a layup.
Home and away.
Wait to the rim. Aaron rocket right hand jab. Nice Wade.
Happens here.
George on top, sends it into the lane. Hibbert right to the hoop, dunked it.
And it's all for the ring.
Miami wins the NBA title.
To hear every game of the NBA Conference Finals, go to SiriusXM.com/NBA schedule or listen on the SiriusXM app.
The worst of this week.
Courtney Love. I married a tranny in Las Vegas. He was really into pantyhose.
Yeah, of course.
Maria Menounos.
And I was like on a power walk, and this guy's coming at us on his bicycle, and he literally reaches out, grabs my boobs, and keeps biking.
Plus author Ben Mezrich and a whole lot more.
Throughout the weekend, starting today at 8 a.m. Eastern, 5 Pacific. The worst of the week countdown on the Opie and Anthony channel. Available on Sirius XM on demand.
One Little Joint Supplement. You know this powerful little pill is great for your joints. It even has powerful benefits to help increase your mobility and flexibility. But the joint supplements of today are sadly incomplete because they don't give you the joint relief you're looking for. Until now. Introducing the complimentary 2-week sample of Instaflex, our most powerful joint formula ever. It's the #1 selling joint supplement at GNC. The only thing our complimentary sample of Instaflex is missing is the price. Because right now, we're offering adults a complimentary 2-week sample as part of a nationwide giveaway. Call and claim your sample today. 1-800-941-9362. Instaflex provides powerful, effective joint relief for your knees, hands, even your hips. Prove it to yourself by calling now for your complimentary sample. Instaflex is available at GNC, Vitamin Shop, and Vitamin World, but you can only get your complimentary 2-week sample by calling 1-800-941-9362. Call now for your 2-week Instaflex sample. 1-800-941-9362.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Hey Paula, it's me, your drop cam, with today's event alerts. 10:50 a.m. Stella ate her carrots at lunch, although one did make a brief appearance in her nose. Noon. Your shoe delivery arrived on time. The mailman hid it behind the porch railing. 2:33 p.m. One of the twins left some handprints on the wall. Talk to Jason, not Jeff. And in breaking news, Terry's pet tarantula just summited his terrarium. Heads up, he's in the couch cushions. That's it for now.
Dropcam Wi-Fi camera lets you drop in when you're away from home. Plus, with the optional cloud DVR service, you can access up to 30 days of past footage, so you never miss out. Adding a little peace of mind has never been so easy. Just plug it in, select your Wi-Fi, and stream HD video straight to your phone or tablet. Check us out at dropcam.com and get one for just $149. Order today and get 2 months of DVR service free. Use promo code XMRadio at checkout. That's dropcam.com to order your camera today.
Love Dropcam.
Everyone suffers pain at some point in their lives, and some of us suffer every day. The problem is that all of the available painkillers are too slow. That is, until now. What if I told you there's a painkiller that works in less than 60 seconds? And what if I told you that the relief lasts for up to 8 hours? And what if I told you that this miracle painkiller had none of the side effects of other drugs? And what if I told you that it was all natural and made in the USA? And finally, what if I told you that this painkiller is so good that you can use it for 2 weeks free? That painkiller is Warrior Mist. Warrior Mist is the best painkiller in the world, period. Prove it to yourself. Call now for your 14-day risk-free trial. You'll pay only $5.95 processing to receive Warrior Mist to use for 14 days. If you're not totally convinced it's the best painkiller on the market, just contact us to cancel within 14 days and you'll not be billed.
Try Warrior Mist 14 days risk-free. Just call 1-800-394-5761. That's 1-800-394-5761. Call 1-800-394-5761.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Usually, owning a pair of Maui Jim sunglasses or sun readers is reward enough. They have that chill, kickback Hawaii vibe, and everything looks beautiful. But if you buy a pair of Maui Jims at readingglasses.com by July 1st, you could get that Maui Jim experience and a free trip to Hawaii for two. Yep, just buy any pair of Maui Jims at readingglasses.com by July 1st, and you could be on your way.
No purchase needed. See rules at readingglasses.com. U.S. residents 18 or older. N 7113.
The Ron and Fez Show. Ron and Fez.
SiriusXM announces something very special. Comedy Central Radio.
I think boxers are the greatest athletes in all of sports for the simple fact that they don't cry. They have to go back to a corner where some little man yells at us. Shut up! I just got punched in the face!
Comedy Central Radio. Hours and hours of stand-up comedy from Comedy Central's massive library.
Like a dog will bring you a newspaper. Cat will be like, oh, you wanted a newspaper? Oh, I thought you wanted this decapitated rat carcass.
Comedy Central Radio. Exclusively on SiriusXM 95 and on the SiriusXM app.
One little joint supplement. You know this powerful little pill is great for your joints. It even has powerful benefits to help increase your mobility and flexibility. But the joint supplements of today are sadly incomplete because they don't give you the joint relief you're looking for. Until now. Introducing the complimentary 2-week sample of Instaflex, our most powerful joint formula ever. It's the #1 selling joint supplement at GNC. The only thing our complimentary sample of Instaflex is missing is the price. Because right now, we're offering adults a complimentary 2-week sample as part of a nationwide giveaway. Call and claim your sample today. 1-800-941-9362. Instaflex provides powerful, effective joint relief for your knees, hands, even your hips. Prove it to yourself by calling now for your complimentary sample. Instaflex is available at GNC, Vitamin Shop, and Vitamin World. But you can only get your complimentary 2-week sample by calling 1-800-941-9362. Call now for your 2-week Instaflex sample. 1-800-941-9362.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Adam and Eve is determined to help you spice things up in the bedroom, and they're backing up that promise. So check this out. Go to adamandeve.com, and you'll get 50% off almost any item when you enter offer code DOLL at checkout. Okay, that's a good deal in itself. But if you do it now, you'll also get a free Big O kit. Who doesn't love the Big O? Adam and Eve's Big O kit includes their exclusive Climax gel and a mini vibe. You'll also get your entire order sent to you for free. So hurry. Take advantage of this deal while it lasts. You can choose a new adult toy, a naughty movie, or almost anything else for 50% off. Then you'll also get free shipping, plus the Big O kit, including the Climax gel and mini vibe. Just use offer code DOLL at checkout. That's DOLL, DOLL, at adamandeve.com.
Hey, Claire, it's me, your drop cam. Heads up, I've got a motion alert for you. Remember how you and the mister were wondering if it was time for a puppy? Well, it looks like the kids chose for you. Meet Mr. Fluffytail, the new squirrel they just brought home. Check that. New flying squirrel. Just wondering, are everyone's rabies vaccinations up to date? Well, see you tonight after work.
Dropcam Wi-Fi camera lets you drop in when you're away from home with live streaming HD video straight to your phone or tablet. Adding a little peace of mind has never been so easy. Dropcam is only $149 and you can set it up in just 60 seconds. Visit us now at dropcam.com to learn more. Order today and get 2 months of DVR service free. Use promo code XMRadio at checkout. That's dropcam.com to order your camera today.
Love Dropcam.
LJ has a great arm, but is too inconsistent to start at quarterback.
Ashley is usually a great basketball player, but chokes up when the game is on the line.
These players are great physically, but fall short with their mental game. Now they can do what elite athletes in Europe have learned. Go to iaimtowin.com. Take the Reese Motivation Profile for sports and discover your bad mental habits and what to do about them.
That's iaimtowin.com.
This is the Worst of the Week Countdown, where we take the best of this week's Opie and Anthony show, call it the worst, rate it, and then count it down for your listening pleasure. Here's your host. What's his name? Face.
Welcome again. It's the Worst of the Week Countdown here on the Opie and Anthony channel. My name is Sam Roberts from the Opie and Anthony show, and after Opie and Anthony Live, and you know what we do on the countdown, we count down all the wonderful moments that happened this week on the Opie and Anthony show. A lot to get to this week, as a matter of fact. Maria Menounos from Extra was in studio. So was Courtney Love. Great interview with Courtney Love coming up. Bill Burr stopped by. Jim Florentine. Before we get to any of that, it was a short week this week. We had a long weekend. Opie spent a long weekend with his brothers up in the Poconos. There were no champagne glasses. There was no Mount Airy Lodge, but there was hijinks and outdoor activity. This is how we start the countdown. Opie's weekend in the Poconos.
Number 8. 8. Number 8.
I went up to the old Poconos, the
Yeah.
Pocono region.
Yeah, huh?
Got a lot of
champagne glass. Did you do the champagne glass with the bubbles?
Well, you just beat me to what I was saying,
damn it.
because I said I got a lot of tweets from people saying, "Hey, you in the champagne glass with your brothers?" I wasn't near Mount Airy Lodge. Or maybe I was. I don't know. I went up to a place called Shawnee Inn. My lovely wife set up a nice little weekend for me and my two brothers.
A little getaway from it all?
It was awesome, man. Shawnee Inn was a place we used to go as kids. My dad got one of those timeshares up there. When Penn Jillette was talking about the timeshares the other day and how they're a huge scam, I felt a little awkward because my dad got one of those timeshares. I think back in the day it wasn't as bad. And then at the end, all we had to pay for was the maintenance fees to stay up there for a week.
That's pretty nice.
It was pretty nice.
Yeah.
It was real nice. It was nice going back there.
Was it, what kind of recreational activities?
I played a little golf.
Little golf?
How
was the course? Nice?
Yeah, they have 3 9-hole courses that they mix and match.
Oh.
But this is probably too inside. They have 3 par 5s per side.
3 par 5s.
So 3 par 5s in the front 9, 3 par 5s in the back 9.
Wow.
There's 6 par 5s.
That's a lot.
I like my traditional golf where it's maybe 4 par 5s for a round.
Yeah, but I also like a par 5 because I'm like, ooh, maybe I'll be able to do this one.
Oh, really? You like par 5s?
Well,
I
sure,
hate par 5s.
Are those easy? Those are kind of like...
No, but...
They're long.
Yeah. But
That's the problem. They're just long. They're like 500 plus yards.
Maybe I'll be able to par this one.
And then they had par 3s where you're taking out your driver. This is too inside. This is golf shit. But besides that, it was great. More importantly, we were talking over the weekend how every once in a while you come across a course that decides to be different, and they got a par 6.
Oh, the par 6.
You've never played a par 6?
I've never played a par 6.
It's their gimmick. They have a name for the hole, like the Monster, and it's a par 6, and it's
everyone talks about it at the bar. How'd you do on the Monster?
But it's stupid. It's illegal, I think.
Illegal?
Yes, as far as like the PGA and the official rules of golf.
There's one in Idaho. I'm just looking right now.
There you go.
It's 777 yards.
So stupid. That's just stupid. There's nothing fun about that.
Gotta let it all hang out.
Right.
Grip it and rip it.
Grip it and rip it.
That's right.
They have a great picture of Jackie Gleason. I guess Jackie Gleason back in the day, back in 1953, was up there playing golf with Arnold Palmer.
Ah, the great one.
And they're holding on to that moment ever since. I bet you Jackie Gleason was there for one afternoon.
Once.
Maybe he was playing a gig in the area. Maybe playing a gig at the Shawnee Inn complex. Because, back in the day. Those places were huge up there.
Hell yeah.
And they got a picture of him on the first tee with Arnold Palmer. It's a great picture.
Oh.
But that picture is duplicated all over the fucking place. You can't walk around without seeing the Jackie Gleason
Look,
picture.
he was here.
He was here, see?
Any, newer celebrity pictures?
Not really.
That's it?
Not really.
Fucking 1953.
They have one of Bob Hope. Bob Hope was up there performing.
I gotta tell you, I was performing up here.
And I think Eisenhower was up there for something.
No one really of...
the Catskills and the Poconos used to have those monster fucking resorts, and all the big stars went up there.
That was where everybody went.
And the rich and famous used to go up there.
We watched Dirty Dancing.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like the same fucking shit.
My brother was telling me yesterday, I guess most of them, especially in the Catskills, have shut down the big resorts, the big hotels and stuff, and they're just sitting there just rotting away. I guess there used to be something like 12 major ones, and now they're down to 1 or 2.
Really?
And the rest of them, they just left, and they're just rotting away.
Wow, and they just boogied out of there, huh?
And those urban explorers, they get in, and supposedly the pictures are amazing.
That'd be kind of cool to see.
They're online somewhere. I didn't search it out yet, but I got
Grossingers? Was that one of the places?
Grossingers,
I think, right?
I'll tell you what hurt them too is the casinos. Those fucking casinos in Connecticut going up.
Right.
It's like they
Learn
just
casino business.
Yeah, there's no reason to go to the poker if you can just go up here and gamble in Connecticut. Why would you go there?
And the Hamptons.
Yeah, the Hamptons.
The Hamptons started developing and becoming
There's
a thing.
Grossingers. Are they still opened?
That
doesn't look open. Look at that.
Wow, that's cool, though.
The pool is empty, and there's like green shit growing at the bottom, weeds and stuff.
It's like that's what it used to look like.
Oh, man.
Wow.
What year did it close? What year did Grossin? I never heard of it.
Oh, God.
I remember hearing of that place. There were some people that used to go there.
These things must have closed.
1986.
86.
When was it popular?
Okay.
Probably in the fucking
In the 50s?
No, I bet even the 60s and 70s. It was probably.
Yeah, they probably made it to the
started
70s
dying
easily,
out.
right?
The ass end of the 70s. Disco killed it.
Yeah, basically.
Did disco kill it?
No, I'm just saying disco. Anytime something dies in the 70s, I say disco killed it.
Late 70s,
Rock
early
Hudson.
80s.
Oh, wait.
Resorts like Grossingers or the Concord could no longer attract younger guests.
That's what it was.
I don't know about the Concord.
Right, the older people start dying off. It's like once you're...
Well, Swayze wants to dirty dance, and they are offended by it. No one puts baby in a corner.
Of course not.
Right.
But, man, those fucking mountains are relaxing. I keep thinking I want a beach house. I think I might want a lake house.
Really?
There's so much more to do.
The lake house.
You could kayak. You could
going back in time. Whoa.
You could kayak. You could shoot shit. You could play golf.
Yeah, all at the same time.
Do some hiking. Yeah, of course.
Oh, that doesn't look very good.
I would love to stay here.
Where is this? Abandoned NYC. Where is this?
This is the Paul G. Hotel.
The Paul G. Hotel needs a good vacuuming.
Yeah, that's
needs
I
a
think
paint job.
They got a moisture problem there. They got to look into.
I think so. I love that shit. Urban exploring, man.
It really is cool. It's like modern artifacts,
Right.
Wow. What the fuck?
Well, that's some old room, and now there's just plants growing in it.
Yeah, well, it's been.
What is that?
Down
like
since 86?
It's like the pool room.
It's almost 30
The pool
years.
room, yeah,
it looks
because
like
it's
the
indoors
pool.
and there's all
The
sorts
pool
of
looks like
plants
it's right here.
Yeah.
growing where plants shouldn't be growing.
That's pretty fucking wild.
I love that shit.
Oh, just relax.
Yeah.
Oh, where's that? That looks nice.
The salon.
The salon. Oh, there's
Oh
an
my
old
God.
hair
There's all
dryer
those,
there. Shit, just think of what went on in there. All the kibitzing. A lot of kibitzing, I bet.
That's the entrance.
That's cool. I gotta check that out.
The highlight. I don't have many stories from my weekend, but the one thing we went to Camelback Mountain, which is
Camel Toe Mountain.
Great. You see the picture? We made Camel Toe Mountain.
I saw you.
We're fucking idiots. Because I guess at the top of the mountain they call it Camel Top.
Oh.
So we noticed you just fucking put an E where that P is, and boy, the fun ensued.
And the laughs start rolling.
See, now it's welcome to Camel Toe, huh?
Get that picture.
We're hilarious. And I was wondering what these ski resorts were doing to stay in business, because we haven't had, winter in a long fucking time around here.
Yeah.
So the skiing has been in trouble for many, many years now. Man, Camelback Mountain turned it into a fucking water park down below.
Really?
It looks like it's a permanent water park, too. They cover that shit up during ski season, and then you could ski.
They do. People do love their water parks.
And they had the zip line, which we did.
Fucking racist. Come on now. Anyone could use it.
You go to the top of Camelback, and it's a 4,000-foot zip line all the way to the bottom.
4,000 feet.
4,000 feet.
And
you're going over, we figured it all out. You're going over 30 miles an hour for over a minute.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. I really liked it. It wasn't, I didn't find it scary, but I found it pretty damn cool to be just sitting in a seat with nothing around you and just flying down the zip line.
Yeah, it is pretty cool.
It was awesome, man. So.
Nice getaway.
Yeah, it was a good getaway. No real stories, just relaxing. Sleeping with a window open and not hearing traffic, that was pretty fucking cool. I have become a fucking city boy.
The country.
God, I forgot that you could actually open a window and sleep with that fresh air without hearing anything.
It is amazing what you can get used to in New York, you know?
I haven't got used to it.
There are people that would just, like, bolt up awake from hearing that fucking fire engine. The and you're just like...
The worst of the week countdown.
Worst of the week countdown on the Opie and Anthony channel, counting down the great moments that happened this week on the Opie and Anthony show. My name is Sam Roberts. I'm on the Opie and Anthony show. And after Opie and Anthony Live, a lot happened this week. Ben Mezrich was in studio, the author. So was Courtney Love, Maria Menounos, Bill Burr stopped by, Jim Florentine. Oh my God, so much to get to. The Liberace movie premiered last weekend. Jim and Ant both got a chance to watch this Liberace movie. It really was a great movie, and Liberace made quite the talking point this week on the Opie and Anthony show.
Love Soda Kenny.
Speaking of movies, the show got off on a bad start.
Why?
You're not talking about the Liberace movie.
Oh, well, I did see that.
So did I.
That's all you should be talking about.
We all got screeners. I did not see the movie.
I watched it.
Our pal Tom Papa's in the movie.
He's very good.
He's very good.
He didn't get fucked in the ass.
Whoa.
Well, talk about the movie, Kenny. What do you like about the movie?
Yeah, tell us a little about it.
All the ass fucking.
There's a lot of ass fucking?
There was some ass fucking going on. There was some cock sucking.
There was fucking pounding. All hot and sweaty and glistening. They're using poppers.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Tom?
No.
They were using poppers. I saw that. Yeah. A lot of kissing going on.
Oh, yeah. Deep tongue kissing, open mouth.
And then the first night Matt Damon stayed over, he didn't want to do anything because he wanted to give it like one night.
Yeah, he was a little apprehensive. That didn't last too long.
No. Because when he woke up, he saw Michael Douglas just smiling at him.
Oh, he was hovering over him.
Yeah, creepy smile. And then Michael Douglas sees like Matt Damon's tent and he goes, "Ooh, look who's awake. Let me suck it to sleep."
That's not what he said. And he sucked his dick with morning breath.
Yeah.
That's all I could think of is he's sucking his dick with morning breath.
Liberace morning breath.
Lee,
yes.
Yeah.
Lee.
How cute was Lee without his toupee?
That was fucking funny, man.
At the end, he looked like E.T. laying in the fucking bathroom. All gray.
That was a toupee, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Liberace had the big toupee.
Oh, you seeing me without my hair.
He has to win something for that, Michael Douglas. He was fucking amazing.
He was great.
Yeah.
He was great.
He won fucking anal warts.
Rob Lowe was fucking great.
Oh, that was Rob Lowe.
So funny.
Oh.
There's the face he's making.
Oh, my God.
I didn't recognize him.
He plays the plastic surgeon?
Yeah, the plastic surgeon.
It was great watching him drink.
Yeah.
He couldn't open his mouth.
He couldn't really open his mouth or his eyes. He's just like...
Oh, I didn't get that. You're right.
And he kept just turning his head, but he was fucking great.
Is that what that was?
Hilarious.
Oh, okay. I didn't catch that.
And then
he's all fucked up.
He couldn't shut his eyes after the facelift.
Yeah.
And Matt Damon was just watching him sleep with his eyes open.
Sweetie, you're snoring. Sweetie. He's calling him Sweetie.
Sweetie.
Hot tub together.
Oh, a lot of hot tubbing.
And Matt Damon, who plays Scott Thorson, he fucked him in the ass, but he didn't like getting fucked in the ass. And Liberace was annoyed at that.
Yes.
But turns out that's probably what saved this guy's life. Because Liberace was taking dick.
Well, right now, Scott is a victim of anal cancer.
Yeah, he has
advanced
cancer, yeah.
anal cancer.
He's not in good shape. He's in jail, I think, right?
Is he?
Well, yeah.
How old is he?
He's got to be 50-something now. Man. He was born in, he was 17, he was born in 1960.
I think he's 57 or something like that, right? Maybe? No?
No, I'm going to guess 63.
Oh, no,
He's
not that old.
54.
Oh, 50.
Oh.
54.
Oh, he was just a young nubile.
A young Adonis.
But more importantly, I think Kenny really enjoyed the movie.
You liked it, huh?
How can't you?
Well,
holy mackerel!
A lot of sex scenes.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
There was one where Lee was just being pounded in the ass.
Yeah.
And then he goes to grab a popper, and he's just, banging against the headboard.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. They
He's
didn't.
telling Matt Damon, here, take some, and he won't take any, so
Yeah.
he just keeps fucking his ass.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. He gave it to him like he did.
And then he asked Lee, he's like, how do you stay hard so long and so many times? He's like, well, I had some implants.
Did he really, though?
Yeah.
Had a procedure. Had a procedure.
Oh, my God. Was all this is all real shit, according to this guy?
Yeah, I guess so. No.
I had a procedure.
Yeah. He was so creepy.
Yeah.
Talking with the young boys in the fucking dressing rooms and shit.
Yeah.
And then Matt Damon would get all jealous.
And he had Matt Damon surgery to make him look like a young Lee.
Oh, yeah.
He had Scott get operated on to look like him.
And it's so great when Scott first gets brought on the scene and his former protege is just walking around the house looking around like, oh, fuck this guy. Yeah. Oh, you're the new guy? Wait till you see what happens.
Yeah, Matt Damon got rid of the houseboy.
Yes.
Well, the houseboy wasn't nice to him, in fact.
No, he wasn't.
Who was great, and that was Dan Aykroyd as the attorney.
Oh, yeah.
He was fucking great.
Don't fuck with my shit. What do you say? Don't fuck with my...
Don't fuck with my shit. Now put Lee back on.
Put Lee back on.
Why didn't Aykroyd talk about this movie when he was in here?
Hey, he was selling his vodka.
Yeah, you gotta have the crystal head.
Hey, he's
vodka.
selling his vodka.
Aykroyd borrowed Dice's glasses for the movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, the big glasses.
Is it a good movie?
It's great.
Yeah, it was really good.
It really is a good movie.
Michael Douglas has to win a Golden Globe for this. He was fucking amazing as Liberace. And Matt Damon was great, too. The acting was tremendous.
Yeah, Matt Damon was great. It was well acted. I think if this was a theatrical release or something, Michael Douglas might be up for something
Oscar,
right there. Yeah,
but he can't win an Oscar for this, can he? Because it wasn't theatrical.
No, it wasn't.
Wait, where are
theatrical.
they showing this movie?
HBO.
Oh, it's an HBO movie.
E-Rock comment?
They were saying they were trying to shop it to all the movie studios, but they wouldn't touch it because it was too gay. They didn't know how to sell it. So HBO was the only one who put the money up to.
Wait, did someone actually say this movie's too gay?
The guy who directed it.
That's funny.
Soderbergh said it's too gay?
No, he didn't say it. He said they were shopping it. All the studios passed on it. They're saying, we don't know how to sell this. This is too gay.
And they had Michael Douglas and Matt Dillon?
Yeah.
What dummies.
Matt Dillon?
Yeah,
I'm sorry, Matt Damon.
Matt
yeah.
Damon.
Yeah.
And I tell you, that's where Tom Papa met Matt Damon. And when I'm doing a live Come to Papa tonight down at the Village Underground. And when I did one a few times ago, I told you this handsome guy was up there. I'm like, who is that handsome fucker? And it turned out it was Matt Damon. He came to the show.
You didn't recognize him?
No, because he was up there and the girls were looking at him like he was sitting where we sit, but he was like, 5 seats away. And I just looked like he had a hat on. I'm like, that's a handsome fuck. It kind of annoyed me. No, I didn't have a heart on.
Oh. Did he do Tom Papa's show, or he was just checking it out?
He was watching it.
He was watching
I'm glad I didn't know it was him, though, because I gave a great performance, and I would have sucked if I knew it was him.
Papa has A-listers as
It makes
friends.
me sick, dude. It makes me nauseous.
Oh, that was Scott Bakula in there.
And he brought fucking him over to the cellar and hung out with everybody. I wasn't there, of course, so I'm home.
Papa knows how to fucking wheel and deal, man.
Bisexual.
Yeah, I think they sensed that Tom might like a little bit of fucking something in his mouth.
Mama and Papa.
Oh, boy.
They only needed $5 million to make the movie, and no studio would give it to him.
But, I mean, how much did Michael Douglas make? He doesn't make more than $5 million.
Got back end. Get it?
Get it?
That son of a bitch was great as I never saw him playing Liberace. I was like, there's no way he's going to pull this off.
You got to see the movie now.
And he totally pulled it off, yeah.
Yeah, you forget that it's him. Yeah, he's had that, and Matt Damon didn't even play that gay. Like, you know, he just played the guy.
Yeah.
And Liberace felt like, all right, he's gay, but he was still playing a real dude. It was really fucking good.
All the rings they were wearing to fist each other.
I don't know if they were fisting each other.
Yeah,
they
with
just
the
had
rings
rings.
on.
That got edited for time.
Oh, I see.
And Matt Damon's character just kept pawning off his rings on the drug dealers and shit. Just gave away everything.
Yeah, it didn't end well. Didn't end well.
No.
But, you know, it's like Lee did what you should do if you're that guy. You fuck him young for a while, give him some jewels, and then boot him. What's he supposed to do? Marry someone? He's Liberace.
He's Lee.
What was Liberace's life like at the end there? Was it shitty, or did he go out on, you know, top? Career-wise?
I think he was very comfortable.
Yeah.
At that point.
Was 115 million, I think he was worth. He was, I don't know how old he was. He might close to 65. I think he was 65.
What did he die of?
AIDS.
It was AIDS.
Yeah.
Except just people tried to lie about it.
Right.
Yeah,
I remember there was like
they tried saying it was heart failure and stuff, and then they went, no, we're going to do an autopsy. And then they're like, well, we already embalmed him. And they're like, well, we got some tissue samples. So, oh yeah, it's complication from AIDS.
Wow.
I don't have HIV. I'm positive.
Easy one.
Oh boy. I do keep forgetting about that button.
It's a wonderful button.
It's a wonderful button.
Yeah, no, they showed him with, they said he did like he did the Oscars, which was a goal of his and a dream, and he performed, how many sold out shows at Radio City before he died, like 30 or 50?
I think it was 50-something.
50-something consecutive sold out shows at radio. He just did a fucking run. And I'm telling you, when they show him with fucking AIDS.
Oh, yeah, they really did a
and
good
he
job.
calls this. I mean, I don't want to blow the movie, but it doesn't matter. It's fucking true. It happened.
Yeah.
And he's like, you know, Scott. He's just, and you look at him. He looks so fucked up.
Yeah.
It's all just makeup. But
Yeah, without the wig. And
wow.
They put that real gaunt makeup on him.
Did I make you happy?
The worst of the week countdown on the Opie and Anthony channel.
SiriusXM has the world broadcast premiere of Pearl Jam's most recent concert in South America.
We probably wouldn't have been able to make it, but the fact that it was South American and it started here, we're very grateful.
Hear the official bootleg before it's released to the public. Pearl Jam, recorded at Lollapalooza, Santiago, Chile, exclusively on SiriusXM Pearl Jam Radio, Channel 22, and on the SiriusXM app. Encores all week long. For the complete schedule, go to SiriusXM.com/Pearl Jam Radio.
Unmasked. Extended, in-depth conversation with the greatest minds in comedy. Unmasked with Ron Bennington.
This is Ron Bennington. Join me on the next Unmasked with Jeffrey Tambor.
I just did the commencement speech at Penn State at Lehigh Valley. At the end of the commencement speech, I had them screaming, "There's always money in the banana stand." It's a great motto.
Unmasked with Ron Bennington. Tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 Pacific. On the Opie and Anthony channel. Sirius XM.
SiriusXM presents the launch of the brand new Comedy Central Radio, Channel 95. Comedy Central Radio will be an all-access pass to content from the top brand and leading name in comedy from some of today's best comedians, including Nick Kroll, Anthony Jeselnik, Aziz Ansari, Amy Schumer, and so many more. Comedy Central Radio, Channel 95. Sure to deliver some serious laughs. Brought to you by Dollar Shave Club. Shave time, shave money. DollarShaveClub.com.
Hi, I'm Mike, founder of DollarShaveClub.com. You know what sucks? Buying razors. First you have to drive to the store. Then you have to park your car. Then you have to find that plastic razor fortress, and you gotta find the guy with the key. He's always texting his girlfriend or doing something else. Then you get to the register and it's $20? Stop the madness. DollarShaveClub.com sends great razors to your door for a couple bucks a month. No more forgetting to buy your blades. No more dealing with the fear cage. I don't know how to say it any simpler than that. Our razors are great, and that's guaranteed. DollarShaveClub.com.
One little joint supplement. You know this powerful little pill is great for your joints. It even has powerful benefits to help increase your mobility and flexibility. But the joint supplements of today are sadly incomplete because they don't give you the joint relief you're looking for. Until now. Introducing the complimentary 2-week sample of Instaflex, our most powerful joint formula ever. It's the #1 selling joint supplement at GNC. The only thing our complimentary sample of Instaflex is missing is the price. Because right now, we're offering adults a complimentary 2-week sample as part of a nationwide giveaway. Call and claim your sample today. 1-800-941-9362. Instaflex provides powerful, effective joint relief for your knees, hands, even your hips. Prove it to yourself by calling now for your complimentary sample. Instaflex is available at GNC, Vitamin Shop, and Vitamin World. But you can only get your complimentary 2-week sample by calling 1-800-941-9362. Call now for your 2-week Instaflex sample. 1-800-941-9362.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Hey Paula, it's me, your drop cam, with today's event alerts. 10:50 a.m. Stella ate her carrots at lunch, although one did make a brief appearance in her nose. Noon. Your shoe delivery arrived on time. The mailman hid it behind the porch railing. 2:33 p.m. One of the twins left some handprints on the wall. Talk to Jason, not Jeff. And in breaking news, Terry's pet tarantula just summited his terrarium. Heads up, he's in the couch cushions. That's it for now.
Dropcam Wi-Fi camera lets you drop in when you're away from home. Plus, with the optional cloud DVR service, you can access up to 30 days of past footage, so you never miss out. Adding a little peace of mind has never been so easy. Just plug it in, select your Wi-Fi, and stream HD video straight to your phone or tablet. Check us out at dropcam.com and get one for just $149. Order today and get 2 months of DVR service free. Use promo code XMRadio at checkout. That's dropcam.com to order your camera today.
Love Dropcam.
Hi, Joe. This is Bob, your banker. I'm sorry, but your business loan has been declined.
That's okay, Bob. Anchor Funding Services already funded my business.
But you have no capital in your business, and you're growing very quickly.
Exactly. Anchor Funding Services gave me immediate cash for my accounts receivable.
Oh, I can send Anchor Funding Services a lot of business. What's their number?
877-70-ANCHOR. That's 877-70-ANCHOR. 877-70-ANCHOR. Or you can go to 70anchor.com. That's 70anchor.com. The worst of the week countdown continues.
Counting down all the great moments that happened this week on the Opie and Anthony Show. It's the worst of the week countdown with me, Sam Roberts from Opie and Anthony, and after Opie and Anthony Live. You can also hear my show, The Sam Roberts Show, Sunday at 4 p.m. Eastern, here on the Opie and Anthony channel. Still to come on this here countdown, Courtney Love in studio, Maria Menounos in studio, Bill Burr stopped by, but Ben Mezrich, he wrote the book that The Social Network was based on. He wrote Bringing Down the House, which turned into the movie 21. He's been a friend of the show for many years now. He tells these fascinating stories, most of which are true. He was on the show this week. Unfortunately, he was late. And Opie and Anthony don't like staying extra minutes. No extra time. So he only got a few minutes to pitch his book. Here is the abridged Ben Mezrich interview.
Number 6.
Ben,
pictures from his iPhone.
You got 6.5 minutes.
6.5 minutes to
I'm not even kidding. I'm not even kidding.
We don't have the ability to stay any later today.
Oh no!
Yeah, we have to.
Yeah,
be
the show after us
at
has to start right at 10 o'clock.
So you've made you have 6 minutes
and 7 seconds
starting right now. There it is. 6-minute interview.
Okay, sounds good.
So, what's the book about?
Straight flush. It's about a group of frat brothers from University of Montana who were like poor kids. One of them was so poor he sold a cow to buy his first car. And they used to play poker in a bar, a local bar in the basement. And they decided to put it online, and it became one of the largest online poker companies in the world. They moved their frat to Costa Rica. You know, lots of girls, hookers, and drugs and stuff, and they were making $1 million a day. It became this huge business.
Can you say the name of it?
It was called AbsolutePoker.com.
Okay, yeah, this is a real.
Absolute Poker and Ultimate Bet. They bought Ultimate Bet.
I've heard of those.
And then the U.S. government decided to try and make poker illegal.
Yes.
And now they're all fugitives. One's in Antigua in hiding. One's in Panama.
That's disgusting.
They're all on the run. And now online poker is becoming legal again.
Yeah,
but these guys still face 80-year indictments.
Well,
and stuff like that.
if something becomes illegal, legal.
Right, doesn't
but if you
matter.
did it and it was illegal and
Right.
you're a fugitive,
Sure.
then you're still
Then again,
a
if
fugitive.
it's legal when you start doing it, they can kind of grandfather you in.
That's
if they
right.
make it illegal,
Maybe.
too.
Wait, but they were offshore. So
They were offshore.
So why are they in trouble?
80% of their players were American.
I see. That's
so
how they got 'em.
in 2006, two moralizing senators tried to make online gambling illegal.
Who? Yeah.
Bill Frist, remember he was running for president?
Yeah, I met him.
Tennessee.
Sure, 4 minutes and 30 seconds
Conservative.
and so these guys, one of them turned himself in, is now doing 12 months, 14 months in a federal prison.
That's easy, though.
But what's crazy is
That's easy considering the money he made.
Well, who
Is he
knows?
keeping the money?
He had to pay $1 million fine.
That's easy. If
I
you're
don't-
making $1 million a day, you take the hit, you give the government $1 million, you do 14 months in jail, and
Standing
you're
on your head, right?
standing on your head. If you know you're coming out and you got millions.
He might. We don't know what anybody has left because it was unregulated. There were no.
That's
taxes or
true. Let me tell you
regulations.
what some of the things that I realized happened. I was playing online poker on one of the sites and stuff, and I was using, I guess, one of my credit cards. I think it was from, the credit card.
Right.
And I got an email from them months later that said, well, your credit card company, and I had already played with the money, lost it, whatever. Your credit card company is denying payment on this,
Right.
so if you could just send us the money. And I'm
Yeah,
just
you're
like,
right.
yeah, all right.
Yeah.
And all I'm thinking is that must have happened to a lot of people.
Oh,
'Cause
yeah.
When the law came down on everything,
Right.
the credit card companies were like,
Well, hundreds of millions of people, players lost everything. I mean, in
Yeah,
one
the
day,
ones that were ahead
the
couldn't-
Department of Justice raided, and everybody's money just disappeared.
Fucking disgusting.
$100 million
Wow,
went
3
away.
minutes and 20 seconds ago.
Yeah.
oh, Jesus. So if,
Wait, back to you, though. How much was it that you were off the hook for?
probably
About. I know you don't talk
1200.
numbers. Well,
It's about 1,200.
That's
It's not
nice.
that much, really, considering how much I was playing on some of those rooms. You know, I was doing $500 games.
a lot of money.
You know, you make it sound like nothing because you're rich, but you know, for a working
100 is a
Got
lot
it.
of money for most
Got
of
it.
us.
So now what's happening with these guys?
So one of them, I said, turned himself in, went to jail. One is in Antigua. He can't set foot off the island of Antigua, or he'll be picked up.
Like even swimming?
He believes that if he goes offshore a certain
Offshore,
amount,
a
there'll be
fucking
like
submarine's gonna come in.
FBI agents in a boat waiting for him.
When you make that sound like that's horrible, it's Antigua.
Well, it's not.
How cool is
That's
that?
funny because when I interview him, he's always like in an infinity pool and he's got like
Right.
dune buggies and stuff. But the thing is, it sucks in that he's been there. He'll be there for the rest of his life.
Whoa.
I mean, that
Yeah.
when you look at that,
The bird in the gilded cage.
it's a gilded cage.
Yes.
Is Antigua really nice? Or I mean,
Yeah, it's nice.
It's beautiful, but it's small. I mean, it's the
Yeah,
size
yeah.
of tiny little
gotta get the
village.
fuck out of there at
and,
some point.
And he can't get another job. I mean, he can't work.
Well, what would he get if he left Antigua?
Well, he would. Well, his family.
Would
I
he
mean,
get?
wants
No,
to-
I mean, would he
Oh.
get the same deal,
Oh,
like
no.
a
He
year or
would-
so in jail
because
and
he
$1
didn't-
million
no,
fine? No,
because he didn't hand himself over. I have a feeling they'd make an example out of him. That's what he's
Yeah.
afraid of, and he's afraid they'd put him in like a real prison.
Oh, shit.
And,
You don't want
Bernie I'm sorry.
Where they
Bernie
fuck
Madoff is not even in that type of jail.
Right.
Bernie Madoff stole $1 billion, and that hunk of shit is in a minimum security
Right.
jail.
I mean, talk about absurd. We were all lining up for Powerball tickets a few weeks ago, right? And these guys are in jail for a poker.
Yeah,
Why-
I
what is
know.
the-
What's
where's
the
what's the
difference?
sense of that?
You're
Same shit.
absolutely.
Yeah.
And it's just because they're not getting their cut.
because they're not
Because the
getting their
government wasn't
taste.
getting their cut.
Yeah, yeah.
Government needs their
Well,
taste.
the state of New York went after Poker Stars, which was in the same indictment, and the Poker Stars guy paid a $750 million fine to the DOJ in the state of New York, and now he's off. And, you know, it's like
So
it's a money
that makes
thing.
it right.
That makes it
all of a
okay.
sudden that the right and wrong aspect of it is only money.
It's big money.
It really is.
So why
crazy.
can't this guy fly somewhere else? Why does he have to?
Oh,
because
no extradition.
there's no anywhere he goes. If there's an extradition, he'll probably get grabbed. He's just afraid of getting picked
But
up.
can't he go somewhere where?
You always worry if there's an emergency and the plane has to land
Right, in the
somewhere,
US.
and it's not, you know. A lot of people that are thinking about going to a place that doesn't have extradition, you got to consider the fact that maybe there might be a mechanical problem.
Right.
We're diverting the plane to fuck you, Bill.
Right. And the other thing is, it all depends on how badly they want him. I mean,
Yeah.
if they feel like they could get $500 million off of him, they might work hard to get him.
But can't
get him, yeah.
they just drag him in and make up a story?
Not- well,
we
Antigua-
found him on a raft, a couple hundred yards offshore.
Antigua protects him.
They do?
Antigua believes that online poker should be legal.
They're right.
And I believe he's
Yeah.
probably put some money into Antigua, and Antigua So on that island, he feels safe, but he
Yeah.
wouldn't feel safe in Costa Rica.
Right.
In Costa Rica, they raided his house and were just dragging everything out of his house. And a couple of the other guys I would meet in Toronto because they were willing to go to Canada because Canada has pretty liberal laws.
How about France? Obviously, Roman Polanski's doing pretty well there.
Well, it's okay if you do that. It's not okay if you play poker.
Don't play poker, but a little statutory rape.
Right. That's a different rule, right? But it's crazy, man. It's
Jeez.
nuts. It's all very strange laws.
And horse racing, you could bet the horses
racing.
online.
You can bet horse racing. You can bet all sorts of things. You can play casinos. There's a casino 10 minutes from every city in the country, basically.
Right. Mm-hmm.
But lottery, everything. But I'm not trying to make these guys out to be saints. I mean, there was a lot of cocaine and hookers pretty much continuously through the book. But in terms of what they did with online poker, they shouldn't be facing prison.
Yeah, no way.
Sounds like another great book by you, man.
Thank you.
Yeah.
This is
How many movies you got?
Well, I mean, the 2 were made, and then we're working on this one. My last book, Sex on the Moon, is at Sony, and I just sold something to 20th Century Fox with Brett Ratner, the director, who's awesome. So,
you know what I
got
heard?
a few things going.
You know what I heard about Sony today? It just blew my fucking mind. They're actually thinking about getting rid of the electronics. That was the entertainment they were considering, like spinning off, and completely getting rid of their electronic sector. TVs, the games, everything electronic, because when they look at the books, it doesn't do anything for their bottom line.
Oh, really?
The electronics. Do you know what they make most of their fucking money? Like all their fucking money. Sony. Selling insurance in Japan. Sony sells insurance in Japan. That's where their whole fucking shit comes from. All that electronics, fucking PlayStation, fucking TVs with Sony on it, all your headphones, your this, that, nothing.
Good. You know why? Because they're so obsessed with their what is nothing they have works with anything else.
Oh yeah.
You're like,
Proprietary
shit Sony is terrible with.
Yeah. Fucking insurance salesman. It kind of makes sense, though. Pricks. Good for them.
This annoyed me. I actually want to read this because that story annoys me that the government got involved with that shit. It really
shut it all down. And
creeps. Like, whose business is it?
Who cares? I mean, why? And now it's legal in Nevada and New Jersey now.
And why have they decided to make it legal? Because they finally figure out how to make money off it?
Because as long as they're going to get tax money out of it, the states are always looking for money. So the first legal online poker company just opened in Nevada, but you have to be in Nevada. They triangulate your cell phone. So you have to have a computer open to play and a cell phone next to it, and then you can play, and they just ping your cell phone to make sure you're in Nevada.
Christ.
Someone will figure out a workaround on
Of course
that.
you would think. I mean, someone would be anywhere. But slowly it'll go state by state, and then it'll eventually be back.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
We're trying, instantly, I'm like, how can we get past that cell phone thing?
I'll tell you how. You give somebody a phone when they're in Nevada and tell them just to turn. How do they know if it's right by your computer?
They know where your phone is. So the
how do they know where your
location of
computer
phone.
is?
I think
it's probably
IP address.
IP address. Yeah, the IP address.
I'm sure there's a way around it, but I mean, if you're really trying that hard, I mean,
then
just get a ticket and go to Nevada.
Go to the casino.
Yeah, really, just go to Nevada.
Yeah.
It's good that they can track you to play online poker, but we can't figure out a way to track missing children.
Right.
Priorities really stink.
Sounded very adult of you. You know, we could put a man on the moon.
Yeah, but it's just the priorities are just for them to get their greedy dick beaters on more of your money.
Yes,
These
true.
fucking pigs.
It's a constant search
They
for
can't
your shit.
keep their fucking hands off your money.
I hate that. Oh, man. Well, you know what? What a great book. What a great interview this has
6
been.
minutes. The 6 minutes.
We gave you a couple extra.
We actually went a little over.
We go way back with you.
Good.
So we gave you an extra 3.
Thank you, guys.
And if you want to, hang out, I'm sure Sam Roberts would love to have you.
Of course. Yeah.
No, he's good.
Really?
Yeah, he's really good.
Sam does the
he looks
After
funny,
O&A
but
show.
he does a good interview.
I don't look funny. I'm handsome.
Looks stupid. What? He looks stupid.
All of you look stupid.
You look like fucking, you look like Bozo the Clown in the dressing room before fucking showtime.
All of you are stupid.
Creepy denim shirt.
Good one.
That is very nicely
Good one. Good
pressed.
comeback.
Exactly.
Is that Garanimals?
No, you're stupid.
You're all stupid.
No, you're
and
stupid.
Bozo never wore denim, so that makes you even double
I don't like your
stupid.
fucking 2 different denim pants and shirt.
I don't like your Black Sabbath t-shirt.
Doesn't like you either.
Black Sabbath is a t-shirt. Doesn't like or dislike anyone.
Told you.
Stupid.
Been doing a lot of TV, I see.
I'm doing Today Show tomorrow. And
That's
doing,
awesome.
What? A lot of
weird
stuff.
I saw you on TV this morning.
I was
Show tomorrow. Who were you doing? Imus?
Squawk Box. I guess.
Oh, that's
Squawk
what
Box.
Were you talking some stocks?
Every girl I've dated.
Squawk Box. I gotta remember that one for next time I'm on the show.
Your book has a very long title.
Just say that, yeah.
Ben Mezrich, Straight Flush, obviously. The true story of 6 college friends who dealt their way to $1 billion online poker empire and how it all came crashing down. Out today in all the places you get books these days. Cool, man.
Little of that collusion going online, too. It's pretty easy to go in with 2 or 3 people.
Oh, there were some cheating scandals. There's cheating in the book too.
Yeah,
the companies themselves, there was some cheating.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it was kind of cool. You'd get like 3 guys at a table, and you're either playing from the same room,
right.
or you got like you're texting each other, or have a FaceTime opened up, and you're like, "What do you got?" So now you all know what each other has.
Yeah.
You know who should be the guy that goes for it. And the other guys just pump up and try to get the other guys out. It winds up you have a much better chance of getting the whole pot.
Together.
Yeah, working together. But they frowned upon that, I guess.
Well, how do you know that the game isn't cheating you? It's a
That's
fucking
just it.
computer.
Well, there were a couple times when that did happen.
Hey, he's got 2 kings. Should we give him a third? No, we shouldn't.
No, we shouldn't.
3 of clubs and tell him to eat ass and fucking beat it.
The thing is, the company was making the money off of the rake, so
yeah, they don't
didn't
really
care
need
what
to cheat.
was.
It's like a casino doesn't need to cheat because they're all going to make all your money anyway.
As long as you're betting against somebody else and the pot gets in there, they take a little percentage of the pot. It doesn't matter who's winning or losing at the table.
No,
unless they got some of their players in there.
They
now winning
want,
hands on top of that.
They want the guy to get that 3rd king, and they want a guy to get the 3rd ace,
right?
And they want them to bet against each other, get the pot really high, so they wind up making money. But yeah, I would assume that if they are playing in the games and they can control the fucking outcome.
There was a couple incidents, right?
Yeah, huh?
but they paid back the players once the players found out.
Ain't that nice?
Yeah.
Who found out? How'd they figure it out?
Players figured it out. They got a hold of, like, these guys are pretty serious, the players. They would get 10,000 hand histories and look at every hand and say, this guy was always betting at the right time. How did he know to bet? And then they analyzed it with mathematical models and figured out someone was cheating.
Oh, wow.
I would just go, I lost a bunch of money.
Yeah.
Yes, I did.
I'm going to nap.
I'm going to nap.
Wow. All right, kids. It's been fun.
Hey, really fun.
Love having you in. Sorry about the traffic and shit.
No, it's not my fault.
Not you, Jimmy. Yeah, it's New York, as they say in New York. What are you going to do?
What are you going to do?
What are you going to do?
That's right.
Good luck with the book.
Thank you, guys.
The worst of the week countdown on the Opie and Anthony channel.
Studio 54 Radio is now easier to find on Channel 54. Hear classic dance, disco, DJ mixes from the original Studio 54 DJs Jellybean Benitez, Robbie Leslie, and Tony Smith. Plus exclusive interviews with the artists, celebrities, and personalities that helped define one of the most famous periods in music history.
The first club that you could really look upon as defining a particular decade.
Studio 54 Radio is now on Channel 54 and on the Sirius XM app.
One little joint supplement. You know this powerful little pill is great for your joints. It even has powerful benefits to help increase your mobility and flexibility. But the joint supplements of today are sadly incomplete because they don't give you the joint relief you're looking for. Until now. Introducing the complimentary 2-week sample of Instaflex, our most powerful joint formula ever. It's the #1 selling joint supplement at GNC. The only thing our complimentary sample of Instaflex is missing is the price. Because right now, we're offering adults a complimentary 2-week sample as part of a nationwide giveaway. Call and claim your sample today. 1-800-941-9362. Instaflex provides powerful, effective joint relief for your knees, hands, even your hips. Prove it to yourself by calling now for your complimentary sample. Instaflex is available at GNC, Vitamin Shop, and Vitamin World, but you can only get your complimentary 2-week sample by calling 1-800-941-9362. Call now for your 2-week Instaflex sample. 1-800-941-9362.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Hey, Claire, it's me, your drop cam. Heads up, I've got a motion alert for you. Remember how you and the mister were wondering if it was time for a puppy? Well, it looks like the kids chose for you. Meet Mr. Fluffytail, the new squirrel they just brought home. Check that. new flying squirrel. Just wondering, are everyone's rabies vaccinations up to date? Well, see you tonight after work.
Dropcam Wi-Fi camera lets you drop in when you're away from home with live streaming HD video straight to your phone or tablet. Adding a little peace of mind has never been so easy. Dropcam is only $149 and you can set it up in just 60 seconds. Visit us now at dropcam.com to learn more. Order today and get 2 months of DVR service free. Use promo code XMRadio at checkout. That's dropcam.com to order your camera today.
Love Dropcam.
Everyone suffers pain at some point in their lives, and some of us suffer every day. The problem is that all of the available painkillers are too slow. That is, until now. What if I told you there's a painkiller that works in less than 60 seconds? And what if I told you that the relief lasts for up to 8 hours? And what if I told you that this miracle painkiller had none of the side effects of other drugs? And what if I told you that it was all natural and made in the USA? And finally, what if I told you that this painkiller is so good that you can use it for 2 weeks free? That painkiller is Warrior Mist. Warrior Mist is the best painkiller in the world, period. Prove it to yourself. Call now for your 14-day risk-free trial. You'll pay only $5.95 processing to receive Warrior Mist to use for 14 days. If you're not totally convinced it's the best painkiller on the market, just contact us to cancel within 14 days and you'll not be billed.
Try Warrior Mist 14 days risk-free. Just call 1-800-394-5761. That's 1-800-394-5761. Call 1-800-394-5761.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
You work out your body, but you might be ignoring your most important muscle, your brain. Give your brain the workout it needs with a training program designed by the neuroscientists at Lumosity.com and used by researchers at Harvard, Berkeley, and Columbia Universities. Lumosity.com's quick daily workouts can improve your memory and attention, meaning you'll feel sharper, think faster, and be more confident. Achieve a brighter brain and a better life today with Lumosity.com.
The worst of the week countdown continues.
Yes, indeed. Worst of the week countdown here on the Opie and Anthony channel, counting down all of the great moments on this week's Opie and Anthony show. I'm Sam Roberts from the Opie and Anthony show, and after Opie and Anthony Live, we're still going to get to Courtney Love and Maria Menounos and Jim Florentine and all that, Bill Burr as well. But before we get to any of that, there's a new craze in exercise. It's called Prancercise. It took over the internet towards the end of this week. We got the woman on the phone. The woman who created Prancercise, this form of exercise where you just walk around prancing with pants that are so tight you can see the outline of your vagina. We got the woman on the phone. We explained Prancercise to everybody. And a classic character from the Opie and Anthony show made his return. It's Prancercise here on the countdown.
Number 5.
What's the Prancercise video about? Can we take a look at that?
This is, yesterday.
Jimmy thinks it's fake. I don't think so.
Everyone
I don't
was
think the old
tweeting.
broads faked the videos.
She's got
Everyone's
a whole
tweeting.
website.
You got to see this, Andrew. You got to see this. And I usually steer clear of those things because they're never good. But I clicked on this, and I had to watch the whole thing.
You watched the whole thing?
I watched the whole
like
thing.
30 seconds.
She's batshit crazy.
Yeah, I watched some too. If it's real, it's entertaining. But enough with her camel toe. She's old and her dumb fat cunt.
She really, and she just looks bizarre.
She saw what, horses prancing?
She must have seen horses prancing. She must have. You know, the little fucking thing they do, and thought, oh, horses are in shape. Look at the muscular definition on that horse. What do they do all day? Oh, maybe there's a way humans can do that. So she prances around, and it just looks like she's a crazy person walking down the sidewalk.
My mother prancercises. She swears by it.
Yes?
Strengthens your ankles, Chipper.
Can we see the video?
Hello, I'm Joanna Aurogi.
Let me see it, Sam, please.
Look at that wig.
And I'm here today to show you
It's like a big chemo wig.
Exercise. I've got my ankle weights
Look at her
in place,
fucking pussy
and
lips.
my music's ready. So let's stop talking and do some walking.
Oh, boy. And then the music starts. And she's just kind of doing a Ministry of Silly Walks walk down.
I fucking love lunatics. I fucking love them. The world needs lunatics.
I don't even know what this is. Like, how would you even describe what she's doing?
It's like a light side step forward.
Yeah.
And her arms are going, though. It's... And she always starts from the same position on the little pathway.
It's a shitty park she found.
Yeah.
What song is this?
It's Sweet Home Alabama.
No, I think it's a generic version of
Sweet Home Alabama.
Like, you know when we used to get those production pieces that sounded like a sideways version?
No, E-Rock nailed it. It's like a sideways version of...
Now
Oh, here she's back.
Step up the pace a little bit with the Prancercise trot. It's really hot.
It's really hot. What's wrong with her mouth? Her teeth are fucking Alfred E. Newman.
Would you?
Oh, God.
You would.
I'd squeeze her big pussy.
Would you?
Are we done?
What you got to bring a big pussy?
Big pussy. Or big fat pussy.
I went from really enjoying this to let's move on.
Yeah, well, that's her trot.
He was eating cronuts 2 at a time. Players couldn't get a drink at the table.
John Cronuts for the room.
See, I already tapped out of this video at this point.
No, I couldn't.
How
I
much
had to
longer?
see what else she was going to do.
Yeah.
She gallops, I think.
Oh, okay.
Mike, you don't come to Las Vegas and talk to a bunch of flaky treats like that.
Going to Las Vegas, going to learn the cronut business.
We're going to really cut the noose and let it loose with the Prancercise gallop.
Oh, my God.
I'm back in. The gallop is terrific.
And this is a fake song, too.
Tom Petty?
Yeah,
You know what I'm
maybe.
saying?
Look at this lunatic.
Oh my God!
This is how she...
But who would buy her tapes?
Yeah.
It's fun to watch as a goof for a minute.
And you can't watch them while you do it.
Right.
Her arms go out to the side. There's no rhyme or reason to what she's doing.
She's very good.
Yeah, oh, you like her, Chipper?
Very good, yeah. Prancercise is good for your cankles. My mother has ankle swelling.
I was watching the beginning of Dusk Till Dawn yesterday.
Oh, God.
And the hostage woman that they take, that fat...
Now we're going to take her
She's got such cankles.
on our wrist.
Oh, they're terrible.
She had ankle
She had
weights the
ankle
whole
weights
time,
on.
and now she's put them on her wrist.
Show you the Prancercise box or shadow box prance. Better to be punching into space than in your face.
Joanna, line 10.
Joanna.
Hello?
Hi, Joanna. Welcome to the Opie and Anthony Show. How are you?
I'm doing just dandy. I'm over here at the Today Show waiting to go on the air.
Oh, the Today Show's doing a little piece on you. Boy, you sure are getting popular with this Prancercise.
Isn't it amazing? I knew it was the best thing going for so many years, and now the public's getting their teeth into it, which is so exciting to me because I always knew it was there.
Uh-huh.
I like her.
Funny to research.
I like
It's really good because it's good and good for you.
Right.
Oh yeah, they just see this video and that's what got them all aroused. But there's so much more to the program, and that's what's so exciting.
Oh,
about
it is. It is exciting. I want to ask you, how were you inspired by this?
I just really got into a very heavy exercise routine back in '89. And I was out on the Hollywood Broadwalk down in Florida.
Oh.
And I was I started to power walk with ankle weights on. And one day I had a really good song on my Walkman, and I started to stretch my legs from side to side.
House next door to me.
Back and forth rhythmically. And it just kind of evolved from there. And,
Yeah.
and the rest is history.
I got to tell you really know how to move those hips of yours.
Oh, yeah.
Wow, we were noticing.
That's a little... now, you've been doing this, since 1989? You've been doing this all the time?
No. You see, there is some misconceptions out there.
Oh.
I did it for many years, but then I had a lot of setbacks and a disability for about 9 years, and I just started up with it again in July.
In July.
Yeah, so, and then I didn't start to market it, my book and my website and my video didn't come out till December.
Well, you got a lot of fans calling our show.
Yeah.
They can't believe we're talking to you right now. You're about to go on the Today Show, and we're all going to watch that, certainly, Joanna.
All right.
Do you have time to take...
We're going to be Prancercising on it, so it's going to be fun.
Do you have time to take one phone call?
Sure, why not?
Big fan coming in, a guy named Steve. He's calling all the way from Yellowstone.
Wow.
Steve.
Hello.
Hi, Steve.
Hello.
Hi, may I speak to the Prancercise gal?
She's right on there.
Oh my God! I've been attempting to Prancercise. I didn't think I could because I passed away. But I wanted to know, how did you start Prancercising?
I found some really good music many years ago, and when I was power walking, I started to be more rhythmic with my walk, and the rest is history.
So is Prancercising something that anybody can do? Because I had a stomach stapling due to my obesity.
You can do it as low impact as you want. You just do it to your own gait, your own rhythm, and it's all yours.
Put in Juice Wilson's
Well, you sound really elated, and that's what it's all about.
If you're mechanical Prancercising, basically shoot you by the side of the road.
We'll have to do it together one day, okay?
My cousin Jerry Prancercises.
You're liberating yourself. Totally liberating yourself.
But it's just not something I'm sure if I could do or not.
Yeah. Yeah, it's. I mean, it's for anybody that even if you have some kind of a physical disability, right?
Sure, absolutely. It's just you know what your limitations are, your own gait is, your own rhythm, Oh my God!
Are you a married woman?
No.
Oh, what?
In my book, it tells you more why my philosophy on that. I am very single, very want to be single, and all my gratification really comes from my exercise and enjoying life. Yeah. I'm having a little trouble hearing.
Yeah, your phone's breaking up a little there, Steve.
Yeah, Steve, you might want to move your mouth away from the phone a little bit. It's breaking up.
Yeah.
It's difficult when you haven't done a character in quite a while.
Yes. Yes. Now, do you have some kind of obviously, are you against the institution of marriage itself, or does male companionship not interest you at all?
A gender thing doesn't matter to me. I seek companionship from good people that enjoy the same things as me.
Right.
And it's just, I'm non-committal. I'm very non-committal.
Non-committal.
Yeah.
Now, did you notice
she likes bumping donuts.
in the video that's getting massive amounts of views now? People are loving it all over. Did you notice maybe that your pants are a little tight?
You know something? I notice now because everyone's really brought it to my attention.
Oh.
But I am so not self-conscious that those things, really don't draw my attention like they do.
Well, they're drawing other people's attention. Let me tell you something. That full engorged vagina that you have showing in that, your labia majora, let me tell you, is pumped up like a tractor trailer tube.
Well, let me tell you something. As much as the spoof that's going on,
yeah,
it's doing me wonders. So
oh no, believe me, it's not a spoof. It's not a spoof. We adore you. We were just watching your video, as a matter of fact, and everything from the prancing, from the wonderful big '80s hairdo, from the wonderful vaginal lips. We love it. We love you.
Good. I love to hear that. It's getting me more and more outrageous.
I do something similar called chipicizing.
Chipicizing? What is that?
What's it's like prancercising if you chip.
That's terrible. You're ripping her off.
Oh, no.
Ooh, she's wonderful. Were you inspired by watching horses and seeing that they are in very good shape?
Well, in my book, I, illustrate all that, how they're vegetarians, how they're symbols of beauty, they're majestic, they're They're everything that anyone could aspire to as far as beauty and strength.
Your
So,
vagina almost
certainly don't need.
Your vagina almost reminded me of when I used to feed my horse a sugar cube. I'd have to keep my hand very flat, and his lips would go, and they'd pick it up. It's wonderful. Very attractive.
That I'm giving you so much amusement and entertainment.
Oh,
It's
absolutely.
wonderful.
We
And
love
that's-
Joanna.
That's what the world should be all about, is having fun, staying in shape, and laughing with each other.
Let me ask you this, Joanna. After the Today Show, where are you going?
I have another interview. I think it's with OMG, and then I go back to Florida.
No. How about
She's going on River Monsters, where they'll be noodling for her vagina.
how about you stop by the Opie and Anthony show and have a cronut with us?
I wish I could, but we've got to catch a plane. I had fun, guys.
Oh,
and I'm glad you did too.
Thank you so much, and
Yes.
continued success.
With the Prancercise.
Prancercise. Thank you.
All right, there she goes, Joanna.
She's wonderful.
The star of the Prancercise.
She's wonderful.
Video.
What a zest for life she has. Boy, something tells me that book's probably got a real downer part in it. Holy fucking big casino.
Oh, you think so? Yeah, you think there's a chapter called Life Without Them?
More of the Opie and Anthony Worst of the Week countdown. Next.
Hi, I'm former Yankee Mike Stanton, and on August 18th, you can help strike out cancer at Yankee Stadium. Register today for the Runyon 5K, a unique run-walk that uses the stadium as its course. Explore the concourses, the ramps, and the stairs, and take your victory lap around the warning track that circles the field. All proceeds support innovative research funded by Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation. To find out more, visit damonrunyon.org/Yankee Stadium or call 212-455-0501.
If you like telling someone to fuck off, call the Opie and Anthony FU line. 866-FU line 1. That's 866-FU line 1. Yeah, it's the Opie and Anthony FU line. And if your call doesn't suck, it just might make it on the air.
Go fuck yourself.
One little joint supplement. You know this powerful little pill is great for your joints. It even has powerful benefits to help increase your mobility and flexibility. But the joint supplements of today are sadly incomplete because they don't give you the joint relief you're looking for. Until now. Introducing the complimentary 2-week sample of Instaflex, our most powerful joint formula ever. It's the #1 selling joint supplement at GNC. The only thing our complimentary sample of Instaflex is missing is the price. Because right now, we're offering adults a complimentary 2-week sample as part of a nationwide giveaway. Call and claim your sample today. 1-800-941-9362. Instaflex provides powerful, effective joint relief for your knees, hands, even your hips. Prove it to yourself by calling now for your complimentary sample. Instaflex is available at GNC, Vitamin Shop, and Vitamin World. But you can only get your complimentary 2-week sample by calling 1-800-941-9362. Call now for your 2-week Instaflex sample. 1-800-941-9362.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Hey Paula, it's me, your drop cam, with today's event alerts. 10:50 a.m. Stella ate her carrots at lunch, although one did make a brief appearance in her nose. Noon. Your shoe delivery arrived on time. The mailman hid it behind the porch railing. 2:33 p.m. One of the twins left some handprints on the wall. Talk to Jason, not Jeff. And in breaking news, Terry's pet tarantula just summited his terrarium. Heads up, he's in the couch cushions. That's it for now.
Dropcam Wi-Fi camera lets you drop in when you're away from home. Plus, with the optional cloud DVR service, you can access up to 30 days of past footage, so you never miss out. Adding a little peace of mind has never been so easy. Just plug it in, select your Wi-Fi, and stream HD video straight to your phone or tablet. Check us out at dropcam.com and get one for just $149. Order today and get 2 months of DVR service free. Use promo code XMRadio at checkout. That's dropcam.com to order your camera today.
Love Dropcam.
Adam and Eve is determined to help you spice things up in the bedroom, and they're backing up that promise. So check this out. Go to adamandeve.com, and you'll get 50% off almost any item when you enter offer code DOLL at checkout. Okay, that's a good deal in itself. But if you do it now, you'll also get a free Big O kit. Who doesn't love the Big O? Adam and Eve's Big O kit includes their exclusive Climax gel and a mini vibe. You'll also get your entire order sent to you for free. So hurry. Take advantage of this deal while it lasts. You can choose a new adult toy, a naughty movie, or almost anything else for 50% off. Then you'll also get free shipping, plus the Big O Kit, including the Climax Gel and Mini Vibe. Just use offer code DOLL at checkout. That's DOLL, DOLL, at adamandeve.com.
Hey, Dad, listen to this. Now that we have the Hopper from Dish, we have commercial-free TV.
Commercial-free TV? How much extra do they charge for that?
Nothing. It's free with the Hopper.
Commercial-free TV? For free? Do we still get paid for doing these commercials?
Yep.
Hot dog!
Only the Hopper lets you watch commercial-free TV. Call Dish at 1-800-WATCH-TV today. AutoHop only available for playback of select HD primetime shows and must be enabled by customer. Monthly DVR and receiver fees and other restrictions apply. Call for details.
The worst of the week countdown continues.
You are tuned in. It's the Worst of the Week countdown, highlighting the great things that all happened this week on the Opie and Anthony Show. I'm Sam Roberts from the Opie and Anthony Show. Lots of people were in studio this week. Courtney Love, Maria Menounos, but one of the most important ones was saying hello to our old friend Bill Burr, a guy who used to be on the show all the time. He's since moved out to L.A., so we don't get to see him quite as often, but his career is taken off to the moon. He's in movies, he's on TV shows. He's back on the Opie and Anthony Show. It's Bill Burr.
BillBurr.com for all his tour dates.
For all your comedy needs.
Yeah, you're pretty much away all summer, huh, Bill?
Yeah, I got to pay off my death note.
Holy shit.
No, I am, dude. I'm trying. Like, that's my retirement. I'm going to just pay that thing off. And then someday, when this business is done with me, I'll just sell it. And I don't know what. Just go live
off the land.
Well, live on one of those silver trailers. Yeah, at this point, if I'm not, we're not in a police state and I'm required to live in a mega city.
I love it. I can't stand the fact that you're never done. You're never done with this shit. Like when you say, "Oh, I'm retiring" or "I'm doing this," you're still filling out your paperwork and fucking taxes and things. You're still accountable to the government for your property tax. Right. Oh, I paid my house off. Oh, you did? How about if you don't pay your property tax? They'll just take your fucking house that you paid off, that you bought, that is your house.
No, there's
really?
No, and the reason why it's so fucking long, too, is it's so brilliant. Because by the time you get it finished, you're so fucking old. It's just like the kids are out of the house and it's just, I can't go up the stairs anymore. And then you sell it for some, whatever, and you get
shitty
out.
Price.
Your liver fails or whatever, and you're out. And then they get another 35-year-old. And they fucking put that death note on him. Dude, if it just freaks you out. Like you drive, everything you look at, they own.
Yeah.
And even if they don't own it, they're getting it back when whoever owns it dies. However much it costs, it took so fucking long to pay it off.
Yeah.
Dude, and what kills me is it's what fucking kills. It'd be one thing if they were like these fucking gangsters.
Yeah,
and they look like, those UFC guys with the shaved head. It's just like, that guy's going to snap my neck. I'm not going to say shit. But to just walk into a bank and look at these cunts on the other side of the desk.
A little pencil
Now, I'm not
neck.
saying some of them don't go down to a dojo. I'm not saying, but I'm just saying to have this level of power is just, it kills you.
But I don't think the level of power is on the people that you or me see on a daily basis. They're just slobs like we are trying to eke a living by. It's the unnamed people. It's the people that it's the person that was written on that check of yours. Who is that? What? A consortium of fucking buildings.
But this is the thing. I always came in and talked about that shit, and you guys were always saying that I was going down the fucking rabbit hole, and I was nuts. And I'm not telling you, I remember when I tweeted you. Rolling Stone actually did. I mean, they're fucking so left, it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
But they were saying, like, apology to conspiracy, as far as that went.
Right.
Not the lunar landing and all that shit. Because they were kind of breaking down how all of this stuff works. And, like, I actually, at one point, I was sitting talking to a banker at my bank, and we started talking about that shit, and he was, like, lowering his voice. He's just going, like, he's literally going, like, yeah, man, it's insane. Have you ever seen like that Zeitgeist thing? Like, no, that was the 9/11 one. I don't know what the fuck it was, but he started talking about it too. And it's like this guy, and it's like, how can you be in this?
He's in the machine, but
that you don't even.
He's just a fucking he's a wingnut on the back panel
the reason
of the machine.
why he stays in it is his money is stuck in it too.
Yes.
He has a death note.
It's all
and he's literally sitting there like shining Darth Vader's shoes every day because that's how he fucking makes his money. And he's sitting there like, I almost got nervous, like, somebody's going to step out of a wall and both of us, chloroform rag and we're going to disappear. It's like, dude, not here, not here. Are we supposed to be doing the Joe Pesci with a hand over our mouth? Sit in a garage with the radio on?
I am with you. We used to fucking sit here and go, oh, Bill. Oh, Bill.
I think everyone's all in now.
It's so obvious and out there now.
I'll tell you one of the greatest things you'll ever do, too, is have Joe Rogan talk to you for maybe 43 seconds about why the lunar landing didn't happen, and you're just 100% convinced. It's the greatest thing. He goes, Bill, all the technology we had 3-stage rockets to get us out of this. He goes, so how the fuck did that thing get back off of the moon? What's the top part that's just left? How the fuck did it?
Well, you have barely the gravity that we have of Earth, and no atmosphere to speak of for friction with the air.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's the Bill I love.
Oh yeah.
All right, I agree with the banks, but now you're back to talking crazy.
Well, who filmed it? When it takes off from the fucking moon and that camera pans up?
Yeah, they set a camera there with
Is
a
that
remote.
what they did?
Yeah.
Is that what they did? What did that camera look like? Because I remember what that fucking camera looked like in 1988. What exactly did that fucking camera look like?
It was a big boxy looking
giant
camera.
typewriter looking thing that you could control
silver Mylar.
remotely.
Yeah, it was.
From what?
From the lunar module. It was able to track the lunar module as it took off.
Oh, Jesus, with this Star Trek horseshit. You know what should be going on right now as you tell this story? That sound effect of when the doors opened on the Stars trip.
No, I completely believe it.
And I don't even know what I'm talking about. He starts talking about solar flares.
Yeah.
And this shit where it's just like, I don't know, these blasts of fire just go through space.
Can we find this?
Next time Joe comes in, I don't want to put him on the spot, but I sat there. And,
he really believes it didn't happen.
It's standard.
But unlike me, he's probably wanting to punch me in the face because he's actually read up on it.
We had Buzz Aldrin in just last week?
Buzz Aldrin
2 weeks
punched
ago.
the guy in the face for saying that it didn't happen.
Yeah.
No. He punched him in the face because he called him a coward. And he's from that generation where them's fighting words.
Them's fighting words.
I got to tell you this right now. I got to commend that doughy jackass because if I took that punch, I would have gone down. He fucking nailed that dude. You know what? That's what I love. You see, like, that dude's back fat, like, ripples.
Yeah.
He just took, I was right. I almost think because he caught him so flush in the face, it's almost like taking a bump in wrestling where you have it go all across your back somehow, went all across his face.
Yes, Sam.
No, that would have been it from
I think Joe Rogan, it's the same shit I've heard for years. It's nothing new. It's the same we didn't land on the moon stuff. And it's all been refuted by not just NASA, by other scientists that have absolutely viable solutions as to why we were on the moon and why every one of these reasons that we weren't has been.
No, but I don't want to hear it from them. That's like somebody's accused of murder and he'll tell you why he didn't do it. I want to hear somebody outside of that. I'm so full of shit. I don't even know what I'm talking about. I'm just tapping out.
What do you got on this, Sam?
Yeah, I don't.
Sam's got something.
I don't believe. I think everything's bullshit.
I think everything is.
Rogan's saying now that moon landing was probably real.
Oh, Rogan?
Yeah, he went back.
They got to him.
Yeah,
they got to him.
Well, you listen to somebody give an argument as to why it didn't happen. It makes you like, wow, that's fucking right. It never happened.
Yeah.
And then you hear somebody who knows what they're talking about refute it. You go, oh, I guess it did. Yeah. That's how I felt when I first. Cause I watched one about why it didn't happen. I'm like, fuck, that's very compelling.
Well, Jimmy's a JFK. One guy did it.
Oswald guy, yeah, but I wasn't for many years.
One guy.
The current
you changed your complete opinion
in
on the whole
favor
thing.
of conspiracy for many years. Hard
forever.
Yeah.
Now you're convinced it was just Oswald.
Yes.
This is coming from Dr. Steve, by the way, amateur astronomer, space buff,
amateur physician, pederast, creep.
The current Mars orbiter took pictures of the Sirius, SIRIUS, Apollo landing sites. I suppose those are fake too, though.
No, I'm asking.
Sorry, not the Mars orbiter. Of course, the Moon orbiter. Yes.
Did they have the car? Did they take a picture of the car? Just
They took a picture of the lunar landing site. They have pictures of the car. They do. They were able to actually take pictures of those things, and the lunar orbiter did take pictures. There were pictures online.
Okay, but the banks.
Yeah, the banks now.
Let's see the pictures online.
Fucking banks. Find pictures of lunar landing sites. Yeah, find lunar landing site. Oh, come on. Now it looks silly because there's nothing there.
Sam, I can't.
Astronaut footprints, scientific instruments.
What?
LEM shadow.
You can't see it.
Lunar module.
That's the back of a Nestle
That's
Crunch
the
bar.
shadow.
They just shot it in black and white.
I can see the lunar platform right there, the lunar module platform. And
No,
the
you
shadow.
can't. Why? Because there's a thing that says lunar module and there's an arrow pointing to it.
That is true. It's hard to tell.
That is very hard to tell. It's the Apollo 14 site.
There's the scientific instruments. I like
we
how
need better pictures.
Yeah,
a little clearer.
Yeah.
Hey, Dr. Steve, stand down.
That's an old picture. That couldn't be a new picture. That has to be an old
looks like
photo.
an older
Oh, that's
photo.
in the Apollo 14. All right, no. Sorry,
No,
Dr. Steve.
that's the Apollo 14 site as taken by something else.
Oh,
I don't know what though.
Yeah, that's
perhaps
a horrible picture.
Or perhaps it was from the command module.
I think that was from
Apollo 14.
Charlie Chaplin's flip phone.
Right, the old flip phone that the guys walking around with in the old days. They have a few of those now online.
They found more?
They have video of like a film taken back in the 20s and 30s and stuff, and it's like, look at this person's on their cell phone. Like,
They're not. They wouldn't be walking around in front of everybody else.
Yeah, I tell you not to call me in this fucking era.
I'm in the 1920s.
Yeah, what are you doing?
Dude, can I call you back? Can I call you back? I'm dealing with prohibition.
Yeah.
We got a guy that has a little more on the Rogan thing. Robert, go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson or Neil Tyson deGrasse, whatever that astrophysicist was on Rogan's show, and he's the one that convinced Rogan. Rogan was talking about the film and how he believed that the different film clips were faked up on the moon. And the physicist pointed out that to fake the video, to make everything in that environment react the way it would in a weightless environment, actually took more science to do that than it would have actually taken to have gotten to the moon and back.
I just, a conspiracy of that magnitude, and then
that's how it always falls apart with me when it gets to the point of how many people would have to be involved, and everybody keeps their mouth shut.
One person talks.
Again, why do it
I'm an idiot.
times also?
All right, I'm an idiot.
Like, if you got away with it once with Apollo 11, wouldn't you be like, all right, that's it for the lunar program? You don't do it again 6 more fucking times and fake it, and no one talks all of those times. It's so ludicrous to think.
I know, but the banks.
I agree with the banks. Yeah, that
what was the soda can they said? A lot of the moon people say there was a soda can in the original clip. You could see it in the foreground.
Oh, my God.
Oh, they have the most nonsensical shit.
Yeah.
Did you see that kid from Philly? I retweeted the video when he was talking about how he found the real bombers in Boston. And he just took he just had a picture of a guy with a backpack, and he ends it like talking shit. What did he say? He said something like, boom, nailed it, or I can't remember what he said. Like,
was it one of those like the amateur investigators that were all over the fucking internet during the bombing? It was like they took crowd shots and were like this guy.
No,
this
that's
guy.
what I love. Like, because I'm an idiot, but I'm not a complete idiot. Like, I'm not going to sit there and listen to somebody who's compiling news footage versus experts who are actually at the site.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, yeah, but if you look at this clip from fucking CNN.
Yeah, look at this guy here. His backpack looks very heavy.
His mannerisms are not indicative of somebody,
Yeah, look, now he doesn't have the backpack on. Well, you can't see it. He's behind somebody. Yeah, but if you could see he didn't.
The worst is yet to come. More of the Opie and Anthony Worst of the Week countdown. Next.
The NBA Conference Finals are on Sirius XM.
LeBron layup. He got it right at the buzzer. Stick that in your face.
Every team's broadcast.
Found an open man underneath. It's Torres for a layup.
Home and away.
Wait to the rim. To the rim. Rocket right hand jab. Ice Wade.
Happens begins here.
George on top, sends it into the lane. Hibbert right to the hoop, dunked it.
And it's all for the ring.
Miami wins the NBA title.
To hear every game of the NBA Conference Finals, go to SiriusXM.com/NBA schedule or listen on the SiriusXM app.
Everyone suffers pain at some point in their lives, and some of us suffer every day. The problem is that all of the available painkillers are too slow. That is, until now. What if I told you there's a painkiller that works in less than 60 seconds? And what if I told you that the relief lasts for up to 8 hours? And what if I told you that this miracle painkiller had none of the side effects of other drugs? And what if I told you that it was all natural and made in the USA? And finally, what if I told you that this painkiller is so good that you can use it for 2 weeks free? That painkiller is Warrior Mist. Warrior Mist is the best painkiller in the world, period. Prove it to yourself. Call now for your 14-day risk-free trial. You'll pay only $5.95 processing to receive Warrior Mist to use for 14 days. If you're not totally convinced it's the best painkiller on the market, just contact us to cancel within 14 days and you'll not be billed.
Try Warrior Mist 14 days risk-free. Just call 1-800-394-5761. That's 1-800-394-5761. Call 1-800-394-5761.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Over the past few months, Fresh Balls has been everywhere. We're in the movies, on TV, all over Sirius Radio, and on tens of thousands of balls all over the world. Now, it's time for your balls to be Fresh Balls. Fresh Balls is the hottest man's grooming product on the market. It's an amazing lotion that keeps your balls dry. You know what the heat and the humidity of summer can do to your balls? No longer. When you use Fresh Balls as part of your daily grooming routine, you will be fresh and dry all day. It's a natural lotion, so it's good for you, and it works 24/7. Now, how easy is it to get Fresh Balls? Real easy. Visit our website, freshballs.com, or the London drugs nearest you in the deodorant aisle. It's the most talked about product in years. From LA to New York, Orlando to Vegas, Vancouver to Sydney, guys have fresh balls with Fresh Balls. Order yours right now at freshballs.com or the London drugs nearest you in the deodorant aisle.
Go to freshballs.com right now. Enter promo code SIRIUS and get free shipping on your next order of Fresh Balls. Having Fresh Balls has never been easier or more affordable. Go to freshballs.com.
Guys, listen up. If you're ready to finally start dating gorgeous, exciting women, then get ready to write this website down. I know what you're thinking. Dating sites are a total waste of time with thousands of guys looking to get that one hot girl like me. I've got no chance. Well, welcome to paradise, boys. It's called whatsyourprice.com. At What's Your Price, you're guaranteed dates with great-looking women. As many as you want. It's the most innovative way to date. Whatsyourprice.com is like one of those dating auctions at a charity event, but you're the big winner. And whatsyourprice.com is free to join. Could we make it any easier? Now go to whatsyourprice.com, click on the microphone button, and enter code RADIO. Do it today and receive twice the amount of dates. Just go to whatsyourprice.com. That's whatsyourprice.com. Start dating beautiful women now at whatsyourprice.com.
Do you have a Series 7 license? Fidelity Investments, a financial services leader, has career opportunities nationwide for wealth management professionals to provide customized solutions and comprehensive planning for their clients. If you have financial planning expertise, a Series 7, and thrive on spending your time building long-term relationships with your customers, it's time to redefine your career with Fidelity. Learn more and apply at branchradio.fidelitycareers.com. That's branchradio.fidelitycareers.com.
The worst of the week countdown continues.
Worst of the Week countdown with myself, Sam Roberts from the Opie and Anthony Show and After Opie and Anthony Live, highlighting all of the great moments that happened this week on the Opie and Anthony Show. We still have to highlight Courtney Love and Maria Menounos, but first, we had Jim Florentine in studio. Bob Levy called in. Who doesn't like a good road story? Bob Levy and Jim Florentine were on the road together for a long time. At one point, I'm not even going to tell you what they were known as. I was about to tell you what they were known as, but why blow that punchline in the intro? That's stupid. Jim Florentine, Bob Levy, telling road stories. I really want to say the name. I'm not going to tell you. They called themselves a tag team. It's funny. And here it is.
Bob Levy's on the line.
What?
Bob, are you allowed to even call our show? I'm scared.
I don't know. It's halfway. I don't know. I talked to Howard Stern. He said you guys were good guys. So.
Oh, good. Very good.
Yeah, but I want to talk now, Anthony. You would definitely bang her on the road. There's no doubt about it because we've all been on the road. I've been on the road with Florentine, and he is probably one of the creepiest motherfuckers I've ever been on.
Wow, what a compliment! That's nice.
That is a compliment.
Yeah,
absolutely
right.
Listen to the greatness he would do. Every time we got to a hotel, we would start moving out tables and chairs. And so the women couldn't sit there. They'd have to sit on the bed.
You would set up the room ahead of time?
Yeah. We take all the furniture out of the room because you get a girl back. They'd go all the way in the corner and sit in that little chair that they had.
So where'd you put the furniture?
We throw it in the MC's room, whoever was opening. Like, you chuck everything in there.
So
you bring them back, they got to go right to the bed. That eliminates that step.
Brilliant.
From them sitting in the chair like, hi.
It's a time saver.
Huh?
And what we do is it was a half hour that was out of the game that we didn't have time for them to sober up. We always had liquor. The bathtub was full. We smelled like dog shit after the first day, but we didn't give a shit. And fucking, we would bring furniture in the hallway, and people would go, like, are you going to do that to our room? We're like, no, we don't work here.
Yeah, we'd have couches. There was couches lined up in the hallway. We'd be taken out like movers. Get this one out of here, too. And if the MC, we didn't have an MC, we'd just leave it in the hallway. Because chicks would always go to that couch or that chair. And you can't get them to the bed. It's a creepy move.
So you're getting rid of 2 hours easy right there.
They sit right on the bed.
That's brilliant, Jim.
Wow. What Jim would do was, I'd have one, with my arm around her, and Jim would tell a horrible joke, and I would laugh out of control, and I would choke her backwards onto the bed.
What a move.
We lied to women out in Canada. We told them we were in bands from England. We would do shitty English accents and that shit. And I'm telling them I'm in a band. I'm just playing here.
It's great.
And then we're going back.
Yeah.
We're fucking pulling out strippers out of the club. Jim would call up and goes, what time is the last girls go on? 11 o'clock. Let's get ready. We got to be there at 10-2 because we got to get them fresh when they're off the stage. We're fresh meat. Next thing you know, we're dragging out 2 at a fucking time. It was unbelievable.
Wow, yeah.
Well, Levy's move with girls after a show was he would give them his hotel room key. And go, hey, come back to my room at 3:24. I got to make a phone call. I got to call my son or something like that. He'd make up something because he didn't want to go to the other bar with them, the local bar where they always wanted to go party. Because you don't want to go to, you're going to get in a fight.
Yeah.
Because all those guys in that bar have been trying to fuck her since high school, and all of a sudden the comedian comes in and she comes in trying to show him off. It's trouble. So Levy go, look, I got to go back, call my son. He's been sick or whatever. So why don't you come back to my room later? I'm in 324. Here's my room key. He would get like 5 room keys when we check in. How many do you need? I need 5. Yeah, I lose a lot of them. And he would just hand them out to chicks. Here, 324. And Levy's like, I'm not doing the work. If they show up, they show up. If not, so Levy's like, I waited to jerk off till like 3 in the morning when I knew they weren't going to show up.
That was your out time, 3 o'clock.
You gotta have a time set. One time I went down to get another key because I actually did lose it, and they go, "Sir, we don't have any more."
Yeah, we don't have any more.
Wow. That's great.
It was a good move, and at like a 1:30 or so, a girl would show up, and he's like,
Quantity.
I didn't have to go buy her more drinks, none of that stuff.
Yeah, why fucking just bank on one?
Anything. And the best thing was, one show we did in Baltimore, I get off stage, I'm making out with this hot blonde within 3 seconds, Jimmy. Remember that?
He didn't. He just walked off the stage. In 2 feet, he starts making out with this girl in front of the whole crowd.
Jesus.
So she goes, look, I got to go out with my friends. We're having a bachelorette party. So meet me at my hotel room. I'm in 324 in like an hour. So I drive Levy. It's like 20 minutes away. I drop him off. He goes, all right, I'll see you in the morning. The chick was really hot. He gets there, and I pulled away. I'm like, all right, he's good. I pull. He knocks on the door.
Trying to be before phone, like cell phones, basically.
Yeah, so he has no idea. So he knocks on the door. A guy answers the door in the hotel room. He's like, who are you? And the guy's like, who are you? He's like, who are you? Who are you? He's like, is Amanda here? He's like, yeah, she's sleeping. He goes, well, who are you? He goes, I just met her a little while ago. She brought another guy back.
Oh, man.
So Levy shows up, and the guy's like, well, he goes, well, I'm not leaving. And Levy's like, well, I'm not leaving. So the guy's like, I don't know what
I couldn't get a ride.
He couldn't get a ride. I dropped him off, so I didn't have it wasn't before cell phones. So Levy's like, fuck it, I'm not leaving. So he goes in the chair in the corner of the room and just sits there as that guy goes back in bed with her. And then he's like, fuck this, I'm not doing it. So then he crawled in bed and he slept with the couple. I swear to God. And they woke up in the morning, the girl's like, Levy's still sleeping. She's like, who is that guy? And the guy's like, I don't know. He said he knows you. She goes, I never saw him before. And Levy wakes up, I was the comedian last night. It was beautiful. What a fucking creep to go into bed with the couple.
That is pretty fucking creepy, dude.
Sleep in a fucking chair. The bitch invited me over there.
Like he's yelling.
It's not my fault she's a fucking filthy whore. One time Jim's in Canada, this girl comes up to him. She uses a guy's name that was probably the stupidest, weirdest name. I don't know if you remember it, Jim, but she goes...
It was Curtis.
You? Curtis, that's it.
Curtis.
You, Curtis? And Jim goes... yeah. And tell him that story, what you did. We're going to somebody's wedding. We're on their way to the wedding.
She thought I was this guy Curtis from some band in Canada.
Right. Yeah.
I think I told the story on the air before.
That's fine. Tell it again, though. It's great.
Yeah, so she thought I was Curtis. She's like, are you Curtis? I'm like, yeah. And she's like, you remember me? I'm like, I think so. Your hair's a little different. That's what you always say to chicks.
Because their hair,
even the day before, it's different.
Your hair's a little bit. Oh yeah.
It is. I just got to. Yeah, you notice. Yeah.
I noticed you got the blood stain out of your
You're a magic maker. Goddamn, Florentine is great.
So, long story short, next thing I know, I'm like making out with her, and she's like, she says to Levy, "Can you believe what he did to me? Can I tell him?" I go, "Yeah, I don't know what I did to her."
Oh shit!
She's like, "I met him. He was in a band. I met him one night. We went back to his apartment. We had sex, and it was a blizzard. It was up in Canada." She goes, and then he told me I had to leave, and he made me walk home in a blizzard, like 3 miles. And you never called me again. I'm like, I'm sorry. It sounds like something I would do.
It is definitely something you would do.
Curtis is just as big a scumbag.
I know.
I thought I was working with Curtis, the real Curtis. It's so easy to lie. I'm telling you, you go out of town and just go into a bar and tell them you're a doctor, you're anything. You know what I mean? Why waste time? You know what I mean? I wanted to get laid on stage so bad one night, right? A while back, and I go, they go, how do you want me to bring you up? I go, say I'm going to be Joey's cousin, Joey's brother on Friends next year. They bring me up like on that. I got fucking 10 women all over me. I pick one and get out of there. It is so simple. So money hungry fucking whores. It is the greatest fucking thing.
Holy shit.
Just to think of this shit is brilliant.
Huh?
When Norton would get upset when he goes, I gotta come, we're gonna get laid and that shit. And fucking, he comes on the gig, he's fucking kicking and screaming because just nothing happened that night. And Jim actually got a girl, and that's the night that you came up with a great idea to jerk off on the TV. That'll teach Jim when he comes home to watch Sports Center. So we both jerked off on the TV, and Jim walks in and looks at it and goes, nice, and just goes to bed.
Yeah, because we were all sharing a room. There was 2 beds and 2 double beds. And I wound up going out with this girl, and they stayed there. So they get to get even at me. They say, we're going to jerk off on the TV screen in the hotel. And I come back and I go, what is that on the screen? I go, we jerked off, and I'm like, nice. And I just went to bed like it's going to bother me. Even if it was my own TV, it wouldn't bother me.
I think it bothered me more watching Norton do it than when you seen it.
Jerking off.
I know. What did the TV have to do?
Who comes up with that? Holy fuck.
It happens. That's what makes our life so great. When we were on the road, we were called the Load Warriors.
Who called you the Load Warriors?
Bob made that up.
Okay. Yeah.
Great.
I don't think people walk around going, uh-oh, here's the Load Warriors.
That's a good
one. One time, Bob, one time we're doing this gig like in upstate New York, and this girl was talking to Bob after the show, and he was sure she was going to come back to the hotel room, and I knew she was, and I could see the vibe. It wasn't happening. He's like, no, she's definitely coming back, and I was in the room next to him, and he's like, I'm telling you, she's going to come back. I go, Bob, she's not. So I was like, you know what? I have to do this. I went to the friggin' phone book. I called the friggin' escort service up, and I ordered a hooker to Levy's room. So like 45 minutes later, I hear I'm almost out sleeping. I hear this screaming in the hallway. Who are you? I'm not fucking paying. She's like, yes, you are. You made it. I drove 45 minutes. Somebody's paying. I didn't order yet. And screaming going on. And I'm in my bed friggin' fucking giggle at him.
You didn't have to leave a credit card, and I got Shirley Hempel at my fucking door.
Some big fat black chick showed up. He's like, I'm going to go get my pimp and you don't pay me. I know your hotel room. He's like, I didn't order you.
Wow.
Bucket of chicken and a fucking condom, and I got to pay this fucking bitch because of Jim.
Oh, fuck, that's great.
We did all the fucking time to each other, and that's what made it. That's what made it so much fun to be on the road.
No
going
shit.
on there, being creepy fucks and picking up women was such an easy thing. People make it seem like it's so fucking hard. All you got to do is bullshit them, and it was so simple.
Sound like you were trading quality in though for a little bit of quantity, but you know it's the road.
Yeah,
Who cares?
some fucking hot chicks, man.
Oh, yeah?
I'm telling you, really fucking. We were pulling strippers out of Canada. We went to a strip club. I don't know how we found the hotel next to it. There was only 7 people in the whole place, and they were all Canadian and had like flannel shirts on and this and teeth. We walk in there, we're like fucking Brad Pitt. We would get like fucking 3 of them. How many back in the room?
Oh, yeah.
Night? You remember? Until you got the fat one the last night, embarrassed us.
Wait, what happened?
Wait, Voss has the creepiest story. My favorite story of all time. He's doing like a Tuesday night at Rascals down at Jersey Shore. Picks this girl up in his little motel, $60 or whatever, right? So he pulls and she goes, yeah, let's get a room. He's like, okay. So they get in the parking lot. And they fool around in the parking lot. So she must have blew him in the parking lot or whatever. So now she's like, okay, well, you're going to go get the room. He's like, yeah. So he's walking to the front desk. He's like, well, I just blew a load. I don't need to get a room now.
Yeah.
So he's trying to figure out how to get out of it. So he comes back to the car. Meanwhile, there's no cars in the parking lot. It's
one
a Tuesday.
of those motels where you pull the car right up to the doors.
Yeah.
In the parking
lot. There's nobody there because it's a Tuesday. Nobody's staying at that shitty motel.
Yeah.
It's in the winter in the Jersey Shore, so nobody's there. So then he comes back to the car. He's like, they're sold out. She's like, what are you talking about? There's no cars. He goes, there's a bunch of buses in the back for some tours, so there's no rooms.
Now walk home in the snow.
Oh, God.
What a creep.
We had strippers like every night, 7 nights. We got them, boom, boom, boom. The 8th night, we're ready to leave the next day, right? Nothing. We can't do nothing. I look up. I'm looking for Jim, and I see Jim, what looks like he's standing next to a cigarette machine. It was actually a woman. And he gives me this creepy smile and wave.
Oh.
And we drag her to the room. You know, we said we had food or whatever. We got her into the room, and Jim starts making the train noise, like we're going to pull a train, like I'm going to be part of this
God.
train. We've pulled many trains. There's no way I'm going on that fucking train.
Yeah.
You know? But like in the morning, the guy thought we were idols, the guy that worked at our front desk. So Jim tells her in the car, he goes, I need you to duck because we're not allowed to have guests. He had her duck for 7 miles, and so she wouldn't be seen. He had what a scumbag!
Oh God!
I mean, that's like, you know what I mean. That's fun. I mean, to me, that's fun. I don't.
Well, of course, yeah. No,
it's a long time ago. You grow up.
Yeah, there you go. That's always the excuse. Well, that was long ago.
I mean, of course, it's like your college years. You do that stuff.
Yeah,
like,
sure.
I didn't go to college, so.
You get your college in on the road.
Yeah.
Fucking leave.
That's great.
Hey, isn't it going to be great stories for our kids when they grow up?
Yeah, I don't know how to explain that one.
Yeah, how do you tell those?
I'm like, son, look, get a fatty every once in a while. You want to bust out of a slump.
You want to bust out of a slump.
I'll tell you what, those Canadian women love bourbon, didn't they?
Yeah.
They love bourbon. We brought one MC. We wouldn't even we wouldn't get him in another room because he just wanted to come to see his family. We made him sleep in the bathtub, and he started screaming because the girl wouldn't fuck him. So he's cursing her out from the bathroom. I mean, it was just a total fucking wreck. But he just didn't care. I mean, Jim, first time we pulled the train together, he's like with the girl, and he's like, take your dick out. And I'm like, what? He's like, take your dick out. And I'm like, what are you saying? He goes, take your dick out. And then I took my dick out, and he looks at it, and he goes, I can't follow that.
Yeah, Levy's packing like 8 and a half.
Oh, shit.
It might have shrunk over the years, but
you got a hammer, huh, Levy?
It got bigger. It got fucking bigger, man. After every marriage, I make sure it gets fucking bigger.
Is this another ploy? You go on the radio and tell people you got a big dick. And, you guys work like...
he's now using us.
You're the fucking perverted Martin Lewis.
He's fucking using us now, man.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. How many times
you used to go on a radio show and I'd talk about my dick and he'd go, no, it's huge. No, yes, it's bigger now. It's bigger.
Yeah, it doesn't grow.
No.
Everybody shrinks eventually.
How many times you been married, Levy?
I don't want to brag, but
how many times
I
are you up
killed
to?
a dinosaur with my dick.
3.
Right?
Yeah, I got it in my yard.
You're up to your 3rd marriage?
Yeah. Guess what the good thing is? She told me, it was like, she told me bad news. Like, she just got, she works with the elderly. I guess that's why she likes me. But she got a raise where she's taking over buildings in Cleveland. And she goes, I'm going to have to move there. And I'll be away for 6 months. And I'm like, oh, my God, that's horrible. And actually, I'm just like fucking jumping up and down, fucking giggling.
So the marriage is going well?
It's going well. I think it's going to be better. I can see, if you live next door to each other, that's cool. But fucking another state, how fucking great is that?
Jesus.
Nothing tops this story. All the stuff that I did, Voss, whatever. Levy, one of his marriages, the first day he gets back from his honeymoon, we have to drive to South Carolina in the car. So I'm in the car with him for 14 hours saying how he's a changed man. He's never going to do it again. He finally found the love of his life. I'm so happy. I don't have to screw girls on the road anymore. I'm going to focus on my career.
Great.
I'm going to go right back to the hotel room after the show and write new jokes and get some sleep and get up early and start exercising. I can't, but Jim, you don't understand the feeling of meeting your matchmaker, your whatever, fucking soulmate or whatever. He's going, I'm like, all right, enough. Enough. He's like, no, you don't understand. I am just the happiest. I am so happy. I don't have to do that stuff anymore. I don't have to flirt with girls, talk to them.
True freedom. Look at that.
That night.
It was the greatest feeling.
That night, after the show, he gets blown by a stripper.
What happened?
The day he's back from his honeymoon.
What happened?
The 16-hour ride, I had to listen to that shit, and that night he caved in.
Oh, my God. That quick. That night.
Hey, look, guys, it was a long ride.
Well, true. Yeah. You can't expect the guy to stay faithful with his soulmate. It's a long ride.
Not even one day. You're just back from your honeymoon. That's supposed to be the happiest time of your life.
Oh, you just know it's fucking doomed.
I guess the girl liked my tan from Jamaica. I don't know, but
my tan from Jamaica. Jesus.
Why would you get married 3 times?
Because I'm one of those people that can't do anything for themselves. Like, I don't want to like get up and do something. Like if I tell her, honey, I need cream for coffee, can you go to the store? Like, I'm one of those guys.
He doesn't. Yeah, he needs to be taken care of.
Oh.
He has to be in a relationship, and he needs to be taken care of. He doesn't like. He likes them
That's
to do
what
everything.
Personal assistance.
Yeah, pack his suitcase and do all of that stuff. Buy his clothes. He doesn't like to do any of that stuff.
But the sacrifice.
Yeah, I know.
Amazing.
It's always
the
a
downside
mess.
is you're married. The upside, yeah, you're getting some stuff done, but fuck that.
No, I mean, I like it because she's more normal. This one's, I believe you both, Jim and Jim can say that you guys met her too. She's very nice. She's from Cleveland.
No, she's cool.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
She understands. I can tell her these stories and she laughs. You know what I mean?
We have a comic friend that did the biggest scumbag move. This friend, Artie Fletcher, Jim knows him.
Sure.
After his first...
Wait a minute, you called him a comic?
Oh, shit. Wow. I love when they bash each other.
After his first marriage, he's on his honeymoon in Jamaica. They start drinking at noon, him and his wife. She gets so drunk she passes out. He brings her up to the friggin' hotel suite, meets another girl back at the little tiki bar at the pool, and fucks her on the beach.
Wow.
On his honeymoon.
On his honeymoon.
Cheated on his honeymoon.
How did that marriage go?
She didn't know. She was passed out. Yeah, it lasted 3 years.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Jesus.
That's bad. I mean,
why would you get married at that point? You can just do that. You can just do that.
What's that?
He didn't even have a dick. He used to take it out all the time, and we were like, "That's not even a dick."
Yeah,
he's not funny. He doesn't have a dick.
Yeah, he really doesn't.
Right?
This guy sounds like a blast, huh? Yeah.
Yeah, it was like you're not. It's not even cheating with a dick. That's
unbelievable.
It's really not. Well, it's been an honor to talk to you.
Yes, Bob Levy.
Great, man. Love the stories.
Where can we find you? I know your podcast, and I know you're doing the Twitter thing. What do we got today?
Yeah, I'm at the Rev Bob Levy, and I do my little podcast, Yell for a Little Owl, and I talk very highly of you fellas. That everyone's coming over to you guys, and I'm
Thank you,
very
sir.
happy.
Well,
I like your style there. That's amazing.
We catch a few strays.
I'll tell
from
you,
the
man.
Howard camp. A few strays here and there.
Yeah. Without a
Come
doubt.
over here.
What probably
You can catch a lot more if you do it the way me and Jim do it. Not many fucking
top 5 best nightclub comics in the country. Levy, still to this day. I don't even know who's ahead of him, but kills every time.
I don't know who.
So let's give him top 3.
You know what I mean? Sure.
I'll give him even top 3. I don't know.
If you don't know any other guys, let's at least give
in
him
a
top 3.
nightclub, nobody can touch this guy.
Damn it.
Nobody. Phenomenal. The way he work a crowd and just fucking filthy, and old people love him. Says the grossest things on stage, but they love him.
I call him Jim. I'm a charming rapist.
Yeah.
That's what I am.
Is that on the poster?
Yeah, is that on the bill? Is that the slug
I mean,
line?
he opens his show. He's like, how many guys here like coming on girls' faces? And he put, like, who's not going to raise their hand?
But that's like a tough line to follow.
Yeah, but that's his
You still gotta
opening
do
joke.
45 after that.
Yeah, that's something I go, all right, if I'm doing 45 minutes, I'm going to put that at minute 42 to make sure I got everybody on my side, especially the girls. He opens up with how many guys like coming on girls' face? Girls, let them come on your face. Sir, do you come on your wife's face? How come? What are you, a prude? You put all the shit on your face? Why can't a little cum? Goes that's his opening bit, and they love him.
It's not degrading them. They get a Coach bag out of it. Jesus fucking Christ. My wife's got 50 of them. They're all stuck together in one room.
What a slob.
Guys, I love you, and hope to see you soon. I'll be coming more to the city more.
All right, Bob Levy.
Cool, Bob. Take it easy, man.
See you, Bob.
You got to come in and see us. All right, man. Bob Levy.
I will try.
I don't even know what that's about. Is he banned from the building or something?
I don't know what the fuck is going on.
Really?
Yeah, it's craziness. I love those stories. Fucking just
road
stories. You guys just debaucherous on the road.
Yeah, I mean, that was early 90s when we started. But, it's like, and you look back, we wasted a lot of time and not focusing on our careers by doing that shit.
You got to live, too.
I know, but you know what? We always like would yell at the guy. I'm going back to the hotel, right? We're like, well, for what?
Right.
For what? For what? What the fuck's wrong with you? Come on, we're gonna go out. They're like, nah, I gotta write some jokes. I'm gonna go listen to my set. I tape recorded.
What? We're the Load Warriors, damn it!
I know. Don't you want to be a part of Load Warriors?
Load Warriors.
That's a great name.
The worst of the week countdown on the Opie and Anthony channel.
SiriusXM announces something very special. Comedy Central Radio.
I think boxers are the greatest athletes in all sports for the simple fact that they don't cry. They have to go back to a corner where some little man yells at us. Shut up! I just got punched in the face!
Comedy Central Radio. Hours and hours of stand-up comedy from Comedy Central's massive library.
Like a dog will bring you a newspaper. Cat will be like, oh, you wanted a newspaper? Oh, I thought you wanted this decapitated rat carcass.
Comedy Central Radio. Exclusively on SiriusXM 95 and on the SiriusXM app.
Unmasked. Extended, in-depth conversation with the greatest minds in comedy. Unmasked with Ron Bennington.
This is Ron Bennington. Join me on the next Unmasked with Jeffrey Tambor.
I just did the commencement speech at Penn State at Lehigh Valley. At the end of the commencement speech, I had them screaming, "There's always money in the banana stand." It's a great motto.
Unmasked with Ron Bennington. Tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 Pacific. On the Opie and Anthony channel. Sirius XM.
One Little Joint Supplement. You know this powerful little pill is great for your joints. It even has powerful benefits to help increase your mobility and flexibility. But the joint supplements of today are sadly incomplete because they don't give you the joint relief you're looking for. Until now. Introducing the complimentary 2-week sample of Instaflex, our most powerful joint formula ever. It's the #1 selling joint supplement at GNC. The only thing our complimentary sample of Instaflex is missing is the price. Because right now, we're offering adults a complimentary 2-week sample as part of a nationwide giveaway. Call and claim your sample today. 1-800-941-9362. Instaflex provides powerful, effective joint relief for your knees, hands, even your hips. Prove it to yourself by calling now for your complimentary sample. Instaflex is available at GNC, Vitamin Shop, and Vitamin World. But you can only get your complimentary 2-week sample by calling 1-800-941-9362. Call now for your 2-week Instaflex sample. 1-800-941-9362.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Adam and Eve is determined to help you spice things up in the bedroom, and they're backing up that promise. So check this out. Go to adamandeve.com, and you'll get 50% off almost any item when you enter offer code DOLL at checkout. Okay, that's a good deal in itself. But if you do it now, you'll also get a free Big O kit. Who doesn't love the Big O? Adam and Eve's Big O kit includes their exclusive Climax gel and a mini vibe. You'll also get your entire order sent to you for free. So hurry. Take advantage of this deal while it lasts. You can choose a new adult toy, a naughty movie, or almost anything else for 50% off. Then you'll also get free shipping, plus the Big O kit, including the Climax gel and mini vibe. Just use offer code DOLL at checkout. That's DOLL, DOLL, at adamandeve.com.
Hey, Claire, it's me, your drop cam. Heads up, I've got a motion alert for you. Remember how you and the mister were wondering if it was time for a puppy? Well, it looks like the kids chose for you. Meet Mr. Fluffytail, the new squirrel they just brought home. Check that, new flying squirrel. Just wondering, are everyone's rabies vaccinations up to date? Well, see you tonight after work.
Dropcam Wi-Fi camera lets you drop in when you're away from home with live streaming HD video straight to your phone or tablet. Adding a little peace of mind has never been so easy. Dropcam is only $149 and you can set it up in just 60 seconds. Visit us now at dropcam.com to learn more. Order today and get 2 months of DVR service free. Use promo code XMRadio at checkout. That's dropcam.com to order your camera today.
Love Dropcam.
Hi, everyone. I'm Chuck Woolery. After putting a few thousand couples together on Love Connection, you know that nothing kills romance faster than bad breath. Smart Mouth gets at the cause of bad breath without the burn, and you get clean breath for about 12 hours. Other mouthwashes only prevent bad breath for about an hour. Gum and mints, well, they just cover it up. Use Smart Mouth in the morning for great breath all day. Rinse in the evening for clean, kissable breath all night. You can even wake up without morning breath. Smart Mouth, for 12 hours of real clean breath, look for the green box at your favorite store.
The worst of the week countdown continues.
We highlight the best moments from this week's Opie and Anthony shows here on the Worst of the Week countdown with me, Sam Roberts, from Opie and Anthony and After Opie and Anthony Live, as well as the Sam Roberts Show, which airs on this channel, the Opie and Anthony channel, 4 p.m. Eastern on Sunday. Still to come on this countdown, Opie and Anthony's big interview with Courtney Love. Maria Menounos, however, was also in studio. She's on Extra. I guess she's a producer or something on a new movie that's out now. It's on iTunes. You can download it and everything. It's always interesting when we get people in studio who are on these entertainment shows like Extra, because we never know if they're going to be a cool person that you can talk to or just the shell of a human being that presents no opinion about anything. Maria Menounos turned out to be an actual human being. Always a treat. Plus, she's super hot. Maria Menounos on the countdown.
Number two.
Maria!
Wow.
God damn.
Hi there. How
are
you
you?
doing?
How you doing?
Wonderful.
You want to grab a seat?
Wow.
Right over there.
Look
Zowie
at this
sing
dick.
song.
This is like the party room.
Does it smell like farts in here? We need to know.
Terrible.
Because we hate when
No, it
pretty
doesn't.
girls come in here and it
No.
smells like farts.
Yeah.
It
No.
smells all right, huh?
Yeah, I told you.
No, it doesn't.
Jimmy's been sneaking some out. He's not admitting it
So you
officially
just put a
yet.
little dryer sheet in your underwear, and then it would smell pretty.
Yeah.
Nice. There you go.
And you can let loose and not be afraid.
Yeah, all right.
Dryer sheet in your underwear?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
That's a
My
little
brother
trick.
used to do that, and I realized, I go, wow, I should like create underwear for men with like a little sleeves. You can put a dryer sheet in there.
Pocket.
They have them with charcoal. You can put charcoal
No
in them.
way.
Yeah, for people who have issues. They have underwear with like a charcoal thing
Really?
that filters it through. Yeah.
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 Are you serious?
Absolutely. I have a hat made of it.
Oh, you saw the Saragusa commercial, right?
So
You seen the Saragusa commercial, Tony Saragusa?
Oh, that's so embarrassing, the poor guy.
I'm Tony Saragusa. Some guys,
Leak.
So,
yeah,
So it's talking about how manly.
Isn't he on TV?
Yeah.
It's a national commercial.
How much money do you need to make? Where would you draw? Have you ever done a commercial?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, do you draw the line?
Yes.
At any point, what's the most?
Yes, I got something recently for some
Massengill.
like something like that. I can't remember what it was right now.
Adult diapers, right?
And I was like, no, I can't do that. Sorry.
The adult diaper commercial where they say, "Oh, she doesn't really need them,"
Lisa
but
Rinna.
yeah, well, they're doing it with a few
her with diapers.
No way.
Yeah.
She does like Depends commercials.
Yes, but
You're on TV and you don't know this stuff.
Like,
No,
look
I don't
how
get to watch TV.
Look how
too busy doing it.
She's wearing one right now, and they go, she doesn't need to, but and because they want to show how
How you
people
can do
that
it
aren't
inconspicuously?
ancient, kind of look, just in case you have a problem. So they show people, that kind of look good with a dress on, the new ones with clingy dress, wearing a diaper.
The new ones with the Dance with the Stars. There, yeah.
No way. Who?
I don't know. I don't watch that show, Maria. Jesus.
Cheryl Burke's wearing a diaper?
Cheryl Burke with
it's
a
her?
diaper. Yeah.
I know her.
She's wearing a diaper.
Yeah. But they say she doesn't need it. But look how she can move with this thing on.
But if you don't need it, why would you? Like, what would make you go, I'd love to have that, just in case?
Because if someone's watching and they're
That is
only
so funny.
seeing
They're
old
saying
people.
she doesn't have the problem.
Yeah.
But if she did, she could dance like this,
Right.
and there wouldn't be an issue.
Well, you guys don't understand. When they started that campaign, they didn't use that tagline.
No.
So everyone's like, "What the fuck does who was
Lisa
the first one?
Rinna, yeah.
Lisa Rinna really need this?" And then they finally had to put the little disclosure in there that she actually doesn't need it.
What's his name? Her husband, Lisa Rinna's.
Oh, Harry Hamlin, yeah.
Harry Hamlin. They had Harry Hamlin there going, doesn't she look great?
Ugh, no.
And like they're zooming in on where the diaper would be under her dress. It was just
That's still
freakish.
a nice ass, you know?
Yeah.
It's still shapely.
You know, though,
It's a little more
if I had
padded,
kids,
but-
I might have to compromise. If the number was big enough, and I
That's
had
right.
Yeah.
support, so you
You'd
never
go with
know.
it?
No,
Yeah,
that's
Well,
what
think
happens.
about it. Like,
Yeah.
at some point, you can sit here and say all you want that I would never do that, blah, 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 but when you
You realize how
Fuck
smart
it.
that is that you just did that, so they can never pull the audio.
Yeah.
It'd be like you saying,
Well,
"I
She's
not
never said
sincere
that."
about the
that's not
product.
why I
Very
did
nice.
it, but yeah.
No,
I'm sure
I'm
you
not
can,
saying that's
yeah.
why
She's gotta
it's
worry
very
about that
smart.
stuff.
Very
Yeah.
smart.
It's true, though. When you have kids to support, things change in your mind a little bit. So,
I guess.
hey.
No, I always said that. Like, I would never. There's a few things I was just like, I'll never do. Now I'm getting older. I'm getting tired.
Yeah.
I'm just like, fuck it.
Yeah.
Nothing is worse than hearing fucking Joe Theismann crying about his prostate and having to piss at every event he's at.
Yeah, why would he do
That's
that?
terrible.
I know.
Hey, my prostate's giving me a world of hurt.
I used to have to make sure the bathroom was real close.
I know. It's
Oh
like,
my
Joe,
God,
just go
Joe, shut up.
sign a couple more footballs.
Right.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Joe Theismann signed football? Come on.
Why would you do that? So sorry.
He loves it.
Yeah, we went off on a tangent.
Off
I apologize.
topic. Off
That's okay.
topic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is your movie about?
Oh.
Adventures of Serial
Different
Buddies.
tangent. It's called The Adventures of Serial Buddies.
See, I know.
And it's about these two nitwits on a road trip who are killing people for different reasons. They find out they're not on the same page by the end of the trip.
Oh.
And it was best described as Dumb and Dumber meets Dexter.
Ooh.
I think I like
meats.
this. But they don't do that thing where they only kill the bad people. Like on Dexter. That's why I had to leave, because it was like the serial killer with the heart of gold.
That's what Jimmy said, too. about
One of
Dexter.
them kills people because he feels like he's giving them safe passage, that they are evildoers. And then the other one is killing them because they precipitate. Well, the other one kills because he's a trophy maker and he doesn't have enough shelf space. So he's kind of targeting athletes, multi-sport athletes. It's a little messed up.
All right. I kind of got lost. I got lost in the. He makes trophies.
Yeah, he's a trophy. He works in a trophy shop. Yeah, we
literally.
actually used a location. I used to work at a trophy shop.
So he's killing athletes, so he doesn't have to make as many trophies.
Yeah, because he doesn't have enough shelf space.
Oh,
he's a little messed up.
Wow.
I see now.
It's twisted.
I like that.
Yeah,
I'd
it's a
go
little
see that.
twisted.
Yeah, it sounds twisted.
Why doesn't
Yeah.
he just get a bigger place?
It's pretty big already.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, when you hear the story, his partner, killed himself before because he had too much going on, and so he doesn't want to end up like him. And
And who do you play?
I play one of the sorority girls
Ooh.
alongside Beth Bears from Two Broke Girls, and we happen to encounter them along the way. So, and Kathy Lee Gifford's our den mother.
Are you in danger?
No.
Oh.
No. I'm annoyed by them because they are doing, you guys obviously saw Animal House, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay, you know the Animal House plan when they come in and they find the dead sorority sister and they pretend to, what is it? I can't even remember the scene.
Yeah, they make believe.
Yeah, they
the one
pretend-
dude was the boyfriend.
Yeah,
That
exactly.
scene.
So they do this in
Remember?
the movie.
They go to sorority
us,
house.
and I don't buy it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Dead.
What?
Dead sorority.
I don't
A
remember
dead
that part.
sorority sister in Animal House?
I don't remember that part either.
No,
I'm sorry, what
they
idiots?
looked it up in the paper and they found out the sorority girl was dead. So they went there and made believe it was the boyfriend and he didn't know. So
they
got
come
the
in and they
sympathy
do that
fuck.
to us, and I'm like,
Leibowitz.
yeah, I'm like, Fawn Leibowitz, really?
Kiln accident.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. See, yeah.
So Beth plays like the dopey sorority sister, and I'm the smart one that kind of has like their number. And Christopher Lloyd's in it, Chris McDonald, Henry Winkler does the narration. It's a pretty fun
Did you
movie.
get to meet
The
him?
Fonz.
Yeah, he's amazing. We went to Emerson together, so
I went to
been-
Emerson.
You did?
Yeah.
Hey.
I was on the computer. There you go.
I know.
Little fist bump there. What years?
little fist bump.
I should have graduated in 2000, but I never finished.
Oh, yeah, youngster. I was, 93?
Oh, Jesus.
93.
Oh,
and
boy.
I was 25 by then. I transferred there. I was a 22-year-old freshman.
Oh.
Flailing, convicted drunk driver. My whole life was just was over.
But you got to Emerson.
No, Emerson turned it all around.
That's a great
Then I
school.
started, but yeah, that's
And
how.
look at you now.
Yeah, look
It
at
all
me.
worked
Jesus.
Jesus.
Oh yeah, she's like becoming like my life coach now. There you go, another Emerson
Wow.
grad. Good
That's
deal.
pretty cool.
I just went up there for the Evie Awards. You know, the things that they have up there. It was good. Good
Yeah.
time. Good time.
Did you feel kind of like out of place
When-
being
what?
a freshman as a...
Yeah, no. When I took like the core requirement classes,
Yeah.
there's such a big difference between an 18-year-old and a
Yeah.
22-year-old. I felt like I was with children. I was literally embarrassed. It's like
Wow.
when I got there in like January of '91, and I did 3 years of college by December of '92, and then I walked in '93. I went straight through.
Yeah. Plowed
Summer,
right through.
all of
Wow.
that. I started doing. My college career was ridiculous. I didn't go to any parties, nothing. I was unloading trucks. I was a loser.
Sounds like you had fun before.
And, yeah, no, I did. I hung
You
out.
had all
yeah.
your fun before,
Yeah,
which is
yeah,
good.
yeah.
Then you go to Emerson, you pay a shitload of money, and you get it all done fast.
That's right.
Nice.
That's basically
Right?
what it is. I don't know anybody. Like I would never go to a reunion. I don't know anybody's name. Oh God,
We never knew this about Bill.
What was your degree in?
Communications, probably.
Yeah, mass communication, and then I did radio because I was so introverted and I wanted to be a comedian, but I was afraid to go on the
Afraid of
mic.
real people.
So I just remember WECB.
Yeah,
did they have
of
that?
course.
So I was basically broadcasting only to these dorms, and I had the 3 a.m. to 6 a.m. shift, and I would that was Dinosaur Jr. with blah blah blah, right? And I would actually ask for requests at
And
like
the phones
4 in the
would
morning.
ring?
No, so at one point I just was like, oh
So
God,
many people called
somebody.
in.
Yeah.
Somebody call up, just tell me you hate me, something, and the phone lit up, and I picked it up, and some guy goes, I hate you,
No.
and hung up on me, dude, and I was sitting there like, then I just catastrophized in my head that everyone in the dorms was listening, and they all thought that I sucked.
Holy shit.
And no, it turned out it was the boyfriend of the girl who was coming in for like the next shift, and he was just fucking around.
No one else was
And he
listening.
called me back. She said to say, I'm sorry. It was the worst.
Wow.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I'm running my mouth.
no,
here. We're supposed to be promoting a
fantastic.
movie here.
What was your degree in?
I studied broadcast journalism and film.
How'd
I
that
got my
work out
job
for you?
before I
Worked out for you?
graduated, so
You
say?
did?
I said, how did it work out for you?
it worked out.
Yeah, I think so.
Did you get your job through contacts you made there, or was it had nothing to do with school?
It actually, you know what? When I went to school, I felt like I was kind of missing out on the whole networking thing because I never did. And then, there were all these, people that were like, oh my God, I totally have a job when we graduate. My friend's dad works here and works there. And I'm going to be at E. And I'm like, oh my God. I would look at my boyfriend, Kevin. I'm like, did I fuck up?
Right.
Can I say that?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Good
Please
point.
do.
You're on radio. Duh.
Please do.
I'm like, I think I screwed up. I think that I didn't spend my time like networking. I was so busy like studying and working and doing all that stuff and being involved in things. And he's like, you'll be fine. Well, the film that I worked in while I was in college, one of the guys was a PA at Channel 1, and he called me, and he was friends with my boyfriend. He's like, they're looking for TV anchors.
That's how it works.
And so I got the call, but he was a PA. It's not like he had any power. He just told me about it. So luckily I worked on the right project, met a person that had, the right knowledge, and it kind of happened from there.
I don't think anyone actually goes through all the schooling, goes through like sending out the resumes or going on auditions, whatever it is, and gets a job. It's always like some freak meeting or some weird networking thing or nepotism.
But
it's never just.
But if I didn't go to Emerson, it would have never happened, because if I didn't go to Emerson, say I'd gone to BU, for example, like I wanted to originally for broadcast journalism, I got in, but Emerson gave me more money, so I had to go where the money was.
BU's way more expensive, isn't it?
Yeah. And so I wouldn't have had the option to do film. Well, I ended up meeting Kevin, who came back to Boston to make his movie, and I started volunteering that summer, and I was like, oh, I like this film thing. And I was able to now add that to my major and add those classes in. Well, had I not worked on that, I would have never gone into those classes and learned what I learned. And, it's just, there's a series of things. Yeah, exactly.
See?
But it's actually true. You never know.
You never know.
And so because I was prepared, I met the opportunity,
Why that freaks me out sometimes. The only reason why I ended up doing stand-up was because the guy I worked with wanted to do it too.
Shit.
And it stopped being on TV because, back in the day, remember, it's just like Hollywood was a zillion miles away. It wasn't like you could make YouTube. It seemed videos and shit.
Right.
It seemed impossible.
Impossible.
So he was just like, he goes, these guys aren't funny. One of these nights I'm going to take a shot at Jack Daniels and I'm going on stage. Then all of a sudden I was just like, this guy?
You're like, I can do better than him.
You can just do it?
Do it.
Yeah.
Where is that guy?
What's he do? Yeah.
I don't know. I lost touch with him.
Oh, no.
I was really hoping you guys would avoid it. They always go with the thing. Why couldn't just be positive and uplifting? It just had to be like, whatever happened to that guy?
We know what happened to that guy.
What's he selling for?
Sometimes it doesn't work
We
out.
already know what happened to that guy.
Yeah, he probably met the love of his life, and he's got a great job, and he's not in this horrific business.
He probably
Very
came
happy.
Yeah, didn't have to do stand-up on a boat during a prom.
Got a
get booed.
Got a nice big death note.
It's funny.
On his house.
We started shooting our reality show the last 2 weeks, and I said to them, I go, I have all this crazy footage of me when I was younger, saying all this crazy stuff. Like, someday I'm going to go to Hollywood. Someday I'm going to do this. Someday I'm going to do that. I go, I think there's something you can do with this. I mean, I'm definitely not a writer, but I feel like having someone kind of predict the future on camera when they're 18 or whatever is kind of interesting. And so there's one interview I was being interviewed for like Miss Massachusetts, Teen USA or something. And they said,
I got interviewed for that too.
Yeah. They said, they asked me something, and I was like, I always thought, and this is my deep Boston accent, Hollywood was like so far away and unattainable, but I'm here to say that, dreams do come true, and I know someday that I'm going to make it if I work hard, and like all this stuff I'm saying, and I'm like, and my hair's in a bun, I'm 40 pounds heavier, I'm this like little kid, and I'm saying all this stuff, and I'm like, that's freaking crazy. Like, it happened. Right. Everything I said.
What's crazy is you're from Massachusetts. How did you get rid of
how did you get rid of that accent?
It went away the first day I went on camera.
Come on.
Yeah.
Crazy. And then it would fall back. So I would go on camera and I'd feel like I have to be professional. And then the second the camera would be off, I would be like partying and talking like this again. And, and then my producers would get nervous when I got to LA and, because that was on camera at Emerson on like our school news. But then when I went to Channel 1, every so often I would slip back.
Boy.
And they're like, you're not going to do it, are you? And I'm like, no, I'm fine. Don't worry. And then it just stays.
What was that horrific class you had to take? There was like
voice and articulation.
Oh my God, it was the worst.
What was this?
Voice and articulation, and you go up. They try to teach you. Was it career speech?
Yeah.
Oh my God, it's just what the hell is this in my brain? Career speech, like basically, on the news when, like her, like you can't tell where she's from.
Not at all.
Yeah, that's the goal.
So she obviously passed the class. I never did. No, I did, but I just remember the first day they just have you read from a book.
Wow.
Really? And listen.
And then they try to get you.
Hey, you have to read out loud in front of everybody.
Yeah, and I remember there was this kid drove me nuts. He had vocal fry, was what it's called. It's when you don't push enough air through your voice box, and he would talk like this. And blah, blah, blah. And then they would just be like, you got to push more air out, and he would just continue to talk like that, but louder. Four score and 7 years ago. Was, like, every time he went up there, like I wanted to murder this kid. I still remember him.
I
He's
remember
this pudgy kid.
Right.
You're not scarred by any kids in class?
No, man. None that I could think of right
Dally
now.
Dooley with the big head.
Oh, yeah. We all had those.
For me. They were doing something called, was it mainstreaming? Or something. It was some experimental thing where they put mentally and physically challenged kids in the same classes as the normal kids.
Yeah, who are at the meanest point in their life.
Exactly.
You
They're
know,
not going to understand.
Smart enough to come up with the insult, but not mature enough to be like,
best
I
nickname
shouldn't do
ever.
that.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Right.
good.
Right.
That's a good program.
Right.
But I wasn't a mean kid or anything, but I was just like traumatized by some of these kids. Because, I mean, I'm talking, you know, it was a while back, so this, like, thalidomide babies were in my class with little flipper arms and a giant head and fucking...
What is it?
It's like thalidomide. They used to give it to women that were kind of apt to miscarriage. And they would give them this drug, thalidomide, and...
I thought I was crazy for not knowing. I was, like, trying to figure it out. I'm like, did I hear it wrong?
Oh, no, he's got it.
It fucked kids up. It gave them birth defects, where they had the little flipper arms, where they'd have big, giant water on the brain heads. And one kid had this eye. It was like a goat's eye. The pupil was, like, straight across, and I'm like eating
Did you have
lunch.
multiple kids in your class with this?
Yes, it was crazy. It was like I grew up in Chernobyl. Yeah. They were just fucking...
We're older than you. They've cured a lot of this shit.
Oh, yeah.
By the time you went to school, we did.
The prenatal screening process these days is amazing. They could tell people very early on genetically what's going to happen to the kids, and then they do, you know, amnio tests and could tell this, that. Back then it was just, you know, Pop would be there with a cigar ready to light it, rolling a die, going, hey!
Hoping for the best.
Oh, you crapped out, Dad. Look at that peg leg and a fucking spina bifida.
You do know what show you're on, right? Okay.
Oh, my God.
Oh, it was terrible.
Yeah.
I know.
And then as kids,
and you asked, by the way.
There were a lot of
Maria asked.
weird handicaps back then.
You asked.
I asked.
Well,
of
you
course.
asked about the weird kids in class.
But it traumatized me.
Pizza off. He scraped the cheese off his pizza, and he hated when you'd blow air in his face. Like we would all go up to him and go, and he would go, "Stop bothering me!" and scratch his face.
God.
Yeah, he was great.
And so you kept doing it.
That's all we did.
There was this kid named Patrick Fullen, and Patrick Fullen was like a chubby kid.
Yeah, because she's a good person. You can tell she should be horrified.
He made faces when he punched him
Why
in the
you would
stomach.
want to go blow in the kid's face after he's like freaking out?
The sad part, we think this is hilarious.
Terrible.
Yeah, we were young. I mean, it was
we're young
blow
and
in your face
stupid.
when you pass me a water. Thank you.
It was awful. We used to punch a kid in the stomach because he made a funny face when you did it. He was this Patrick Fullen, this little pudgy kid. And a little gang would get him against the wall.
No!
And he'd sit there, and then he'd punch him in the stomach, and he'd go like, oh, like he made a funny face. So every day, all day long, they would punch
Just to
Patrick
see the
Fullen
face.
in the stomach just to see the face. It's terrible, of course it is.
But this was before they invented the word bullying.
But it wasn't bullying. It was, you know.
What that word
Oh,
was.
please.
Oh, yeah.
They used to take me. I was
okay.
one of two
Ooh.
Greeks in the school.
Good night.
And
Hold
me and
on.
this kid Dino, and they used to smush us together in the schoolyard. And they're like, "You're Greeks. You need to stick together and get married and kiss." And I'm like,
Whoa.
I'm like 10. Like, what are you doing? Or 9, whatever. And they would like smush us, and they would like
I
not
bet
talk to us and
Dino
be so mean.
put them up to it.
No.
Could you smush us together?
Next to the hot one over there.
Bully. Here's my lunch
So
money.
mean.
Smush me into her.
They'd call me the Greek geek.
We tied this kid to a tree, and we were throwing fireworks at him. So my brother took the firecracker and had one of those short wicks, and you had to light him and throw. We were just doing it close to him. And he was freaking out, and it was just fun.
Yeah.
It was fun.
It was fun.
And he lit the thing, and he went back to
Oh,
throw
you
it like a
can't go
football, and it blew up in his hand. I remember that.
Did it fuck his hand up, or did
I remember
it just...
he was just you just poured water on everything when you were younger.
Yeah.
So you just poured
Rubbing
water.
leaves.
Yeah, and he ended up being.
We used to go in the woods with foam rubber from a couch and light it on fire and hold it up, and it would go woot, woot, woot. It would make like the sound when it was like bubbling, burning rubber falling, and when it was on fire, it would sound like woot, woot, and it was cool. until it hit me in the wrist. One thing, a blob of it hit me on the wrist. I ran out of the woods like that fucking girl in Vietnam, the picture where she was fucking napalmed. I was screaming.
Game over.
Screaming. Oh, did that hurt? I like high-pitched scream, crying. My friends are just like, and then when it finally stopped hurting, I'm like, oh, that'll never go away.
Yeah, now I have to
move.
I have to go back.
They're going to remember my fucking pussy baby crying.
As you're running out of the woods.
Yeah.
Hey, why did they boo you when you inducted Bob Backlund?
Oh, man.
You're a big wrestling fan, right?
Yeah. You know,
To set this up properly, you're a big wrestling fan, and you
part-time diva.
You inducted Bob Backlund into the Hall of Fame. And that's Jimmy's favorite wrestler.
Is it really?
Oh, yeah.
Well, here's the thing. I realized when they made the announcement, people were starting to send me like hate tweets. Like, why are you inducting Bob Backlund? And I'm like, so then I finally was like, okay, I need to let people know that we've been friends for a long time. So I tweeted some stuff, and then people were like, oh, okay, that kind of makes sense. And I figured when they heard the speech, they would realize how close we've been all these years. And so a little bit is my fault because I let the speech go on too long. I think I wrote too long of
How
one.
long was it?
I don't remember.
Wait,
hold on.
I got to stop you, though. How did you become friends with Bob Backlund? That seems like a weird combination.
I know. Well, when I was making my first film with Kevin had brought Backlund to MTV and put him on Singled Out back in the day. And so he had maintained a relationship with him. We cast him in our movie, and he came and shot it. And of course, I met him there and became friends with him. And he came to my pageant when I was in Miss Mass and things like that. So we helped him run for Congress. We helped him with his run. Like we've been friends for years.
Okay, so now fast forward. You got the intro.
So fast forward, they called me up and they said, Mr. Backlund would like you to induct him. And I was hoping that would be the case because secretly I wanted to, because I feel like, you know, there's a lot of people that could have done it, but would they have given him the props that he really deserved for what he did? Like, I get misty-eyed. And so I don't know if they would. Like, you have to really know him and really have, like, you know,
so
whatever.
The fans probably wanted like another Tony Gurria or Bruno Sammartino to do
Iron
it.
Sheik. They wanted so many people. Like, who would you have wanted being a Backlund fan?
Probably would have Sergeant Slaughter.
Slaughter. That was another one. Yeah.
Somebody really unpleasant.
And the thing is he asked for me. And so I'm not going to say no, obviously. And I was excited to do it. And so I worked really, really hard to make sure, like, you know, the speech was perfect. Kevin helped me with it. And I think it just went a little too long. The crowd gets a little restless, gets a little tired, especially if it's somebody they didn't really get why you were there. But it actually turned around because people were really mad that I got booed. And so the fans were mad at the fans inside that were booing. And so they kept saying, like, that they were really embarrassed by them.
So when you got booed, did you keep going? Did you plow through? There you go.
I
See
did.
that?
Yeah.
Emerson.
So you have to.
You learned that at Emerson?
We learned that at Emerson.
Bill had a moment
we
once.
did.
Yeah, that's right. That was
Bill had a moment a few years back.
The ones that got mad at you for or mad at them for booing, I call them on Twitter. I call them white knights. They're the guys that now. Let's say you tweeted something, and somebody retweeted you, and said something nasty about you. Guys will fly in bashing the guy that bashed you, on this odd chance that you're going to fucking, like, oh, thank you. Oh, and some relationship's going to start. They're Twitter white knights, and they're the biggest fucking losers.
The worst.
Phonies.
I can't stand it.
She's like a sister to me. It's
I like
that
throwing a good
cock block energy.
bashing around, regardless of, you know, guy, girl, or whatever the fuck it is. And when I do, I don't need some fucking guy thinking his dream is going to come true, and she's going to knock on your door and thank you for saving her from this Twitter villain.
Yeah.
And so I call them out.
I sick them on them sometimes. I call for the white knights. I'm like, hey, look what this guy just said.
Oh,
Get
yeah.
him!
Believe me, we've done that too on Twitter.
Sure.
Hey, attack. If someone really bugs me and I have enough time on my hands on Twitter,
I go at him.
I will fucking do such research. I mean, sit there and paw into Google and put his name in and try to find an email and find like his stash of pictures on fucking photo sites.
You can find all that?
Oh, yeah.
If you have to.
And all you got to do is find a picture.
You go to this, like, Kodak photo
Yes,
sharing?
and like, you'll fucking see, like, his wife and stuff, and if I'll be like, oh, nice fucking pig wife you got there. Oh, yeah, I'll be fucking brutal.
Ruthless.
Your kid's cross-eyed. Hey, your kid's cross-eyed. Why don't you fix that lazy eye?
Oh, jeez.
I think
That's
you
the way
have
to
to.
handle it, though, because you could always just block them.
I've had more
Why block
people
them when you can just...
I've had more people cancel their fucking Twitter accounts after giving me shit. No shit. I have a fucking great record of people just... and the fans are hysterical, like, well, there's another one down, and they just cancel. They fucking leave Twitter.
Oh, man.
Yeah, it's great. Fuck them.
I don't think she wants to hear this.
Nah.
No, I don't
Has
know.
nothing to do with her movie.
It's a difference of attack. I will go at them and say, like, really, what in your day made you so angry that you felt like lashing out at me was going to make it better?
Stupid!
And
now,
then,
how do you respond to that?
And then they're like, and most of the time they don't know what to say back. Sometimes people are like, you know what? And they actually will be honest. They'll be like, I had a bad day. I'm really sorry. And I took it out on you. And I'm like,
Well,
no
for
problem.
a pretty girl, maybe they'll do
All
that.
good. But sometimes,
You big dumb redhead, you fuck.
Oh my God.
That's what I get.
I just saw the butt thing. That's so funny.
You prick.
But some guy smacked Beyonce in the butt.
Here's the thing, though.
During a concert, yeah.
I have everything out there.
What?
Oh, yeah.
That's so because what the fuck, you know?
He smacked her in the butt.
That's hilarious, though.
Who does that? I know.
No, but you know something? If you're walking around with your fucking, I don't know. I'm just saying. I'm not going to come off like a moron.
I don't agree
you
with touching
can't.
anybody.
Wait,
can't.
if you're really showing off your
Like,
butt,
look, if you're fucking...
you should expect a slap, right?
No,
that's what Bill's saying.
I'm saying if your whole fucking thing is, you know, you're advertising your new album where you're singing and you're on, you know, you're laying on your stomach, putting your butt in the fucking air. It's like, come on.
No.
No. I'm not saying it's right. I'm saying what.
But you shouldn't be
It's like
surprised.
walking through Central Park at 3 a.m, dressed like Liberace, singing "I'm in the money." Now you shouldn't get fucking mugged, but after a while, it's like, what are you doing?
That's right. You go on a date with her. She's got a skirt on. Hey, what does she have to say now?
You know,
Bill.
fucking. You know,
when you go to a strip joint, do you just go up and grab the woman up on stage just because she's stripping?
You can't do that.
You can't do that. There are rules.
No, you guys are confusing me advocating what that guy did. It's just like you can't fucking walk down a goddamn runway where there's people that fucking close.
You're giving
inevitable.
people too much credit, is what you're doing.
Yeah, they're animals.
Bill is being realistic
They're animals.
here. They're animals.
Yeah,
the animals.
Right.
He's not saying it's right.
I'm not saying it's right on
He
any
really
fucking
isn't saying
level.
it's right.
But it's just like whoever the fucking moron was
But
that goes, here's a good idea. Get closer to these fucking people.
Yeah.
I'm sure nothing bad will
gonna
happen. I
happen.
mean, God, people, they're animals.
Yeah, I'm just going to grab. It's terrible.
I had a guy, I was in France, I was at the Cannes Film Festival, and I was like on a power walk with my friend, and this guy's coming at us on his bicycle, and he literally reaches out, grabs my boobs, and keeps biking. And I'm like,
wow.
What the hell just happened?
Sorry.
And so I started chasing after him. I was so mad, but I couldn't keep up.
I would kill.
Could you
to
imagine?
just think of this guy laying in bed going, God, I just want to grab the boobs, but I don't want to get caught. And just rollerblading.
On his fucking bike.
No.
It's so wrong, but it's also
I did that once. You just brought back a memory.
What do you mean you did that
I grabbed
once?
somebody once. No. I was a
friends?
teenager, and I was with my friends, and we saw some pretty girl, and they dared me to walk up and just grab her ass.
Oh, my God.
So I did, and I'm like, I haven't thought of this in over 20 years. And I grabbed her ass, and she's like, how'd you like a punch in the face, asshole?
Oh.
I was so surprised.
What was your answer?
No, I don't want
So
to.
where did this guy, he got away with it?
Yeah,
He just kept
literally
biking?
was riding on his bike.
You probably shouldn't say
Near
this.
me, he's riding on his bike, grabs my hard, too.
Wow. I'm actually jealous Bill got to be the example grab.
Oh, that's fucking. I mean,
Wow.
I know it's traumatic, but there's just some people. It's so fucking pathetic. It's
you know
funny.
What's awful is like you always. First of all, women are just violated so frequently, or at least I have been, that you're just like you just are continuously in fucking shock. Shoot.
Yeah,
right.
You're continuously in shock, and so these people.
Please tell me that has to be the most
I was
fucked up
at
one.
an invited event recently.
This guy in a
Having a
unicycle comes by.
discussion. I
think he's just juggling.
About a project, whatever, a movie. And he's like, you'd be really good in this. And he's caressing my
Oh, my God.
and you're like, this isn't happening. No, this isn't happening. I'm at a kid's event. The wife of the person is standing right there.
Wow.
She's not seeing this. So I kind of just turn. I'm like, maybe he was just, just rubbing my back and he didn't realize.
maybe.
Because the back feels like an ass.
Did it again.
Did it again. And I'm like, this is not happening right now?
Did you say anything to him? Isn't it weird how like?
Wait, I'm talking off mic. I apologize.
No, we heard. But did you say
Believe me, the listeners had their ears to the.
Yeah. No, we full on knew what he was doing.
No, but did you say to him? Did you say to him like, "Hey, what do you think you're doing?"
No, because you're in shock and you realize it after. You're like, "Oh my God, wait."
Oh, how
he really
fucking
was just
creepy.
Right.
Yeah.
Being creepy and like
That's
you keep making excuses for people at some point, and you always think you're going to be that girl that like at some point you're just like, I'm going to knock you out, I'm going to have chain reaction and knock you out, but you're just in shock.
And we're all
it's not good career wise either.
Now that guy thinks you enjoyed it a little bit.
I
He didn't say
would
anything.
love one of these days. I just would love
Yeah, to unload.
to unload.
Fucking
gosh, yeah, you
Someone's
should.
going to get the wrath
We
someday.
hate him and secretly admire him at the same time.
My goodness. That's a nice rub.
Yep.
Right there.
I used to work with a guy who was like touchy-feely like that.
Ugh.
And he would come up, you'd be standing there like you wouldn't see him. He just had this way of approaching where you just didn't see him in your peripheral.
He would sidle
hey,
up
how
on
you
you?
doing? He'd come, he'd rub your belly real quick and give it a pat.
Like your belly?
It was so fucking creepy. The worst one ever was I was at the vending machine, and he did this thing where he came up to me from behind. He slapped me on the back on one side of my shoulder, slid his hand all the way across my back, and then he squeezed my other fucking shoulder like he was trying to see if a melon was ripe. Dude, I swear to God, it took like fucking 3 hours to get it
to go back down.
That's just your shoulder. Imagine it being your butt or your boobs.
Oh, that's right.
I mean, come on.
Wow, that's it. So slaps, rubs.
He went, hey, and he slapped my back and slid his hand. Like, it felt like it took an hour. But it was so quick, though. And then he squeezed my other fucking shoulder, and I was just like...
What is that?
Imagine if he like, took your ear and then started...
And that's the thing, though. I was so fucking young. I didn't know how to react to anything with just pure rage. So it's just like, well, I want to take his head now and stick it through the fucking... vending machine, but I'll lose my job. I can't.
Right.
So then I didn't say anything.
Yeah, so then you felt like you had poured yourself out.
So then I just gave him like dirty looks, and then it came time for my fucking raise, and it's just Bill's very unsocial. It's like,
oh please,
yeah,
asshole.
You hoard yourself for your job.
I was
yourself.
violated.
Sometimes you just have to bite your tongue.
Oh, that's terrible.
Yeah, we got to wrap up with Maria.
Thanks for having me on, guys.
Thanks for coming by, Maria.
Anytime.
The worst of the week countdown continues.
Worst of the week countdown. We've been highlighting the best moments that happened this week on the Opie and Anthony Show. I'm Sam Roberts from the Opie and Anthony Show, and after Opie and Anthony Live, and you've made it to number one. This thing will be replaying all weekend, so if you missed any of it, tune in for it. I also think they put it on demand, so that's good. Number one this week, Courtney Love. Rock icon. To me, I think at this point, you could call Courtney Love a rock icon. Opie and Anthony did not know what was going to happen when she came in studio. They were actually thinking they may have to expect the worst. They were thinking this could go horribly wrong. However, it went horribly right. There's videos from it on the SiriusXM YouTube page. I think you can get to them by going to SiriusXM.com/Opie and Anthony. Courtney Love on the Opie and Anthony Show.
Number one.
Courtney Love.
Hi.
How are you, Courtney?
How are you?
Good.
What's going
Take a
on?
seat.
From Stern.
Have a seat. Yeah, huh?
Yeah.
What happened? Jim Brewer was...
He was like, has she left yet? Because I have a story. And he's on SNL, and he told this story. It's total bullshit. So I went back in there and clarified it.
Oh,
yeah.
Jim Brewer, right?
Yeah, Brewer.
Yeah.
Yeah, we know him
He was
pretty
telling
well.
an SNL story that just wasn't true.
Really? About you?
Yeah, people always have this sort of like Courtney stole my grandmother's wedding ring and then menstruated on my Prancercise sheets, and then she burned the building down kind of thing. So, and then she punched my grandma.
People will usually err to the side of you probably did something outrageous, though. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, even Howard was showing me this picture. He goes, "See, you're not wearing underwear." I'm like, that is a thin strip of cotton.
There's a difference.
A little sneak shot that was taken?
No, it was a stage diving those days.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So you covered up the goods with something.
I always cover up the goods.
You
man.
covered up the
'Cause
goods.
I don't want air down there.
You must have been
supposed
caught,
to air it out, though?
What?
Aren't you supposed to air it out?
Well, when you're in the bath, it's shit, yeah.
But I figured being
But not on
constant
stage.
wearing like...
I mean, my move, I only have one rock move, is up, my foot up on the monitor. So, you can sort of see up. And the thicker the line of cotton is, the more safe I feel.
Right. Yeah.
All right, I get
Certainly
it.
waxed.
Yeah.
You don't want any
pubes sticking out of it.
Yeah, wires.
Unruly.
Yeah.
Unruly.
You
Like
keep
the
it all
Black
cleaned
Crowes
out.
of America cover.
There is a band that was called L7. They're awesome.
Sure.
And this is like coming to the collective, and now it's me, but I didn't do it. I didn't think of this. This girl named Danita Sparks. I grew up with her. Actually, her bass player, Jennifer Finch, is my oldest friend, still has the same phone number. So if I'm ever in jail, that is the number I
That's
can
the one
call.
you have memorized, yeah.
Anyway, Finch and Danita, they were at Reading in England, and they were getting bottled and booed and mud and da-da-da. And Danita was on a really quite heavy menses, and she reaches into her jeans and she just took this tampon and she threw it into the crowd. It's a 100,000 person crowd. Legendary, right?
That's rock
Brilliant.
and roll right there.
I wish I had fucking thought of it.
That's rock and roll.
So this guy comes up to me about, I don't know, 2 weeks ago, and he goes, yeah, I got hit in the face with your tampon at the Palladium. I'm like,
man.
I didn't do it, man.
They'll attribute that to you because...
I mean, I love
Courtney.
the accolade, but I didn't think of it.
Yeah.
That's a big fetish for a lot of guys, too. It's a really weird one. That's one I don't get.
Be hit by a tampon?
Tampons are a
She told
fetish.
me she was having a really heavy flow, and that she could just
Clumpy.
see the blood spurting off of the...
man.
Yeah, but I mean, if your fucking drummer gets hit in the head with a hard bottle, like, you know...
gotta fight with what you got.
gotta fight with your little string.
Tampons. Just
Take your pearl out there and...
Now, you don't deny that you were pretty wild back in what they call the day, right?
I'm wild in the day, but, you know, there's this great Flaubert quote. He wrote the book of Madame Bovary. It is wild in my work, bourgeois in my life.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Does that fit you? Yeah.
That fits me to a T right now.
Yeah. Oh, so you've in your personal life, you've kind of mellowed out?
Bourgeois.
A little bit? Bourgeois.
Gracious living.
Bourgeois.
Gracious living.
But still, when you're on stage and stuff, you're
Yeah, but I don't
out there.
stage dive anymore.
No.
Because, I mean, the fingering and everything else. I was trying to prove a point. It was like, okay, Vedder could do this, you know, Kurt could do this, Cordell could do this, and they'd get you like football heroes. And I kept trying to prove the point. And I never broke any, my limbs never got broken.
Right.
But my clothes would all be off.
Wow.
The guys grope you, pushing you back up.
I mean, there's pictures that's just very violent and da-da-da. But I just liked it. I was like, all right, are you going to rape me? Are you going to rape me? Was this some sort of like game you play? I don't know.
So guys actually would finger you, or she would crowd surf?
But I didn't really feel it because I was also fighting off my arms getting broken, tits getting squeezed. And
you got to prioritize the body parts at that point.
You don't feel the finger.
Neck getting twisted.
Right.
So if you're mellow in your personal life, does that make you want to go back to work because you kind of miss that?
Yeah, I'm touring. I start touring on the 20th. I can't wait.
Where's the tour start?
It's a tertiary market tour, meaning it's like small venues, like Stone Pony and House of Blues and like things like that.
Right.
And then I'm doing this television show, which shall not be named, that I thought I would never do TV. Ever. Ever. You know, like TV's the devil. I mean, I remember walking around Memphis with Woody Harrelson, like 14 years ago during that Larry Flint movie, and unfortunately his name was Woody, the bartender, as well, and it was like walking around with a fucking beetle.
Wow, yeah.
And I had this one girlfriend who became a soap opera star, and I went to a mall with her, and these ladies were they were like cattle. They were very large and in sweat outfits, and she was mobbed.
Yeah.
And
all for being on TV.
From being on a soap opera.
Yeah, but you're recognizable.
Storyline, and they didn't know her name as an actress. And anyway, TV has just never been my thing, particularly what we call reality TV or whatever. And this isn't like some E! channel Courtney's life thing.
What TV show is it?
I can't tell you.
Oh, man.
Oh, wow.
Because it's a network thing. So it's a big thing.
Is it something that's already on, or is it brand new?
No, it's already on.
Good time.
Well, maybe like, American Idol.
I can't say. I just can't say.
Judge or something.
I just can't say.
A judge on American Idol.
I just can't say.
That's a big
She
gig.
can't
I just can't say.
Wow, you're going to be on American Idol. That's great. That's a great gig.
I did not say that.
I'm
That's
just
a
saying
great
that.
gig.
If you-
Wow, American
All I know
Idol. We
is
got a
that-
scoop today.
Is that this show is looking for...
Yeah.
I read the demographic thing they're looking for is disaffected. I love that word.
Oh.
Disaffected females and homosexuals. And therefore, there is only one person to call. That would be me.
Wait, so what show? The Voice?
Yes.
No, I get the
it still could be American
cutters.
Idol.
I get,
That is true,
What happened
yeah.
to my mic?
That's on.
It's on.
No, you muted me.
No
You're
way.
silencing me.
No.
Is it your
You're
headphones?
silencing me.
You hit your
Where?
headphones with your
Who's
name.
Opie and who's Anthony?
Opie.
Anthony.
Who do you think looks like Anthony out of these two?
I don't know.
No, really, it's
we didn't mute you. Maybe it's your headphones.
I'm silence of the lambs.
maybe your headphone jack is.
Grace, I can smell the lambs.
Maybe your headphone jack.
Your cheap perfume.
So American Idol, that's a great gig.
I did not say
It's either that or The Voice, I'm thinking.
Yeah,
I
one of the-
did,
yeah.
Okay,
All
I
right.
couldn't get
The
on The
Voice.
Voice if you pay. I mean,
Oh, okay. It's not
The
The Voice. But she's not saying no to American Idol.
I'm not saying anything.
American Idol, they're knocking
what's-
everybody out.
What's the
too.
dance show? To,
Dance with the
Yeah,
Stars?
Dance with the Stars.
Because you know, because I'm sorry, my pole work gives me so much, you know,
I enjoyed that greatly that you just
capacity.
did that.
Did
Yeah,
you, Jimmy?
that was
Does she
great.
have the goods covered up?
Very covered up.
All right,
very
they're covered
sexy.
up.
Yeah.
Yeah, with a thin strip.
With
Very
a thin
thin
strip.
strip.
A very thin strip.
Yeah, that was a hit.
She's not denying American Idol.
No.
They're getting rid of everybody.
They really are.
That'd be
They're
a great
gutting
gig.
That would be a good one.
They
Yeah,
like
nice
someone that's
wardrobe
outspoken,
budget, I guess, right?
a little
Yes.
outrageous.
Yeah.
They like that on the show.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you'd be
yeah.
perfect for that show.
You'd be honest.
Yep. She's not saying a word.
Oh,
All right.
rumor has
Rumor
it.
has it. That's how it
Well,
starts.
it's been too soft because nobody's been honest on that show for a while.
Yeah.
And you need that.
Don't you think like badasses are supposed to go on there and be badasses, and then they go on there, it's butterflies flying out their asses? It's like,
Yeah.
come on,
Yeah.
you know.
Well, we'll get the real
Tyler,
Courtney Love.
even like he was nice.
They were
Yeah.
overly nice.
Well, your buddy there, Howard, he is a bit soft on some of the acts. I guess you can't just wheel in
He's
there and go
mellowing
like,
out, though.
yeah. You can't just go in there though and be
We
like,
just had a total Grace Kelly to, you know, we had a totally non-controversial, fantastic
yeah.
discussion.
Yeah,
I hope I
yeah.
get invited back.
So you think that on the show you'll be more outrageous and you'll speak the truth if someone's bad?
On American
I
Idol,
didn't
yeah.
say what show it was.
I know, I'm not saying, I'm just saying whatever
In
show
general,
it is.
Whatever show
it
you're
is, I shall
judging.
speak the truth.
Right, so if someone's lip syncing or all that stuff, you're gonna
You know,
call
I
them
did
out.
the Billboard Awards once, and I refused to lip sync, and it was a huge mistake.
oh, really?
Why?
Yeah, because there's like this little delay, and because I thought it was just can I say I thought it was gay without
Yeah.
offending
Yeah,
my
yeah.
homos. Homosexual fans, I love you. I do
offending
say
your
gay
homos.
sometimes, okay? I thought it was just lame, and we actually sounded worse. 'Cause
Wow.
They were doing AccuTuning back then and whatever. And
Yeah.
I think Kid Rock said something on the Billboard Awards about people that lip sync. But he's got to lip sync. We all lip sync now.
Yeah.
On those shows. You
Yeah,
have to,
yeah,
or you
yeah.
sound like shit.
Oh man, that's
But
kind
why
of
does it sound like shit?
That
Why can't
does
they get that
suck.
sound
I
like
don't
they were
know,
sound checked
because,
earlier in the day?
yeah.
I don't know.
It does suck.
You ever
though,
hear the
'cause-
Chili Peppers without Anthony's voice AccuTuned? Oh, not going there. Sorry.
He was well.
Well,
he
you know,
was-
AccuTune is something they do live. Is that like?
No. They can do it live, but it's where if you're hitting flats and sharps, they can.
it rounds it up to where it's supposed to be. Yeah.
Puts it where it's supposed to be.
It's
It's
but
what they did with Mary J. Blige's voice, in my opinion. Mary J. Blige had this fantastic, phenomenal, soulful, wounded, great voice. And lately, what I hear is really AccuTuned.
Yeah.
And it's like Barbie. It's like, where are you?
and have you used that?
For me?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
I'm white. I don't hear.
You like the way
You're not going to do that, but the live shows you do, it's all real. You don't use any of that
of
stuff.
course.
But
Yeah.
Anthony Kiedis doesn't sound great live, huh? If you
I
take
would
that away.
say, without insulting one of my oldest friends who let me use his rehearsal space before I even had a band, therefore I wouldn't even be here without Flea, that Anthony's voice is slightly banal without a little something like reverb or something.
Well, when they
like that.
first started, he wasn't even on key a lot of the times. That was kind of the way the music was written, too. And then later on, when they got very
the
popular,
tunings.
it was more of a pop thing, and
Yeah.
it needed to be on key
Smoother,
and everything.
right?
Yeah, he was very loose with his being either flat or sharp with a lot of things.
But
in it.
there was like something there was like a lack of personality for a while.
Yeah.
And when you're in
Say
studios,
that.
you hear people's voices naked, which, I mean, you hear your own voice naked, it's embarrassing enough. But when you're hearing other people's voices naked, it's like taking a look at them showering.
Yeah, I think that's why you
So
can
it's
never.
kind of like tattling on it isn't really cool.
You can never really get the impact of what people are going to
So
hear
what I just
on
did
a
wasn't
record.
very cool.
No. You can't really tell what people are going to hear on a record because you hear it as you're singing it, and you hear just bare through the cans. And every time you listen to that song, even through when they're processing it,
Unless you're in love with yourself.
you can't. Well, yeah, but who is?
I am.
Are you really?
Yeah.
Well, when you
I
hear
am in
yourself
love with
back, does it usually sound better or worse than you first thought it was going to sound? Like if you listen back to a tape, it's like, wow, I thought I was
Better.
worse. Oh, it sounds better than you thought.
Yeah.
Sounds
I
fantastic.
think I'm hot. I'm sorry.
I'm awesome.
What do you think of Amanda Bynes? You tweeted her recently.
Oh, yeah, that thing.
That thing.
I think she likes the word ugly a lot.
Yeah, she uses that for everybody.
It's like, what's that about? Listen, I was 14. I was so bloody ugly, and I thought I was Kate Moss. I chased this guy named Mark Rennie. He was the hottest photographer in Portland around. Convinced him. I got to show you guys these pictures. They're so ugly. You know, I had this big schnoz. And I had like blusher on like this, and I'm wearing white gloves and black and white thing, and I'm like this, like making new wave faces.
Oh, nice.
And, like voguing, and I am so fucking homely, and I think and a gap in my teeth, and I thought I was the hottest thing in the world, and I was 180 pounds.
Wow.
So if someone calls me ugly, it sort of rolls off my back because. Like, it's not about looks, it's about attitude. I mean, you get laid on attitude. That's
But then you think that was kind of shitty because you kind of like, you didn't say anything bad to her.
No, what I said back to her is you misunderstood me. And
Well, your tweet was "Get it together, dude." I think.
yeah,
right?
the first was tweet
Something
was
like that.
Get it together, dude, because
Yeah.
it's so crazy.
Yeah, yeah, of course.
The wig and the this and that.
Oh, we love it. Though.
And marijuana isn't a drug. Come on. And clearly, marijuana is a drug.
Leads to other drugs.
And then there's this whole thing about like Disney kids just like they're not educated. Look at how she writes. You know, I'm not educated either, but I'm at least autodidactic. At least I try and read Flaubert. Do you know what I mean? Pronounce it correctly. They have no parental infrastructure, and they just get like after they're not nubile anymore or useful, they're sort of waylaid.
They just lose it.
Yeah.
And then we all pick on them.
She comes off
and
as a little
enjoy
dumb.
it.
Well, we love a train wreck.
Yeah, but
Who
it's
doesn't
like,
love a train
don't
wreck?
model your thing on Lohan, man. Like,
Right.
Yeah, and we do look at that until something tragic happens, and then everybody's like, "Oh, you know, she should have had help," and this. But meanwhile, everyone was piling on the dog pile like that.
Yeah.
You kind of went through a period in time though where you were looked at like that, like the crazy chick. Everything.
I still kind of am. That's why I want to do this television show, because there are people in Lubbock, Texas that still think I'm on a stretcher in 2003 going to Bellevue for crack. It's like, you guys, that was 10 years ago, and after 72 hours of Bellevue, trust me, you're never doing crack
You don't want to
again.
go back.
So do you think that people will change their opinion of you, like after they see you with the young contestants and stuff like that, interacting?
Did we talk about contestants? I don't know shit about
Especially on a network, a regular network, like you know, a real network, not even cable, because that's even though the ratings are down, it's still
Do you know how
a
pissy
big
these
show.
network guys are? I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Do not get me in trouble.
But you think that they'll change their opinion after they see what your next project?
I don't know. I can only be myself.
But don't you like, that's not a bad image to have, because it's interesting. People always want to see what you're doing. It's like,
Yeah,
it's
I
not
just have a
boring.
problem cursing.
Yeah.
Because I curse naturally.
Is
Well,
it
they pre-tape.
And no, they do a live show too.
But there's got to be a delay on
That could
it.
be the problem.
I know.
Yeah,
I
that'd be a little
really
delay.
say fuck a lot.
Yeah, so when you do the live show for American Idol, that could be a problem.
Right, they'll probably say don't say fuck.
Yeah, they
And
might
you
have
won't.
to put a delay on for you.
But I'll tell you, Courtney, it's really going to help. It's going to help you. It's going to help
Oh, you
your
want
live
coffee?
dates.
Sure.
Get Courtney some
What'd you say?
coffee.
It's definitely going to help your live dates, because I saw it with Stevie
Here.
Tyler when I went to see Aerosmith after he was on the show. How many more people, like younger people, guys bringing their kids and stuff to the show. So it's definitely going to help if you want to get back out there, do whole or your solo stuff.
I want to put out
Here.
new music.
Yeah, it's gonna be huge for you.
So
You need coffee?
really important to me.
What?
I want blondes. That's been it's called blonde, sweet and blonde.
I know the blonde coffee from Starbucks.
Yeah.
I know it.
No. But I made up the word before Starbucks started it.
Did you?
So you should sue them.
What
You know
are
what?
you doing?
I
Yeah.
actually had a lawsuit with Howard Schultz.
Can I say something? We love you.
You do?
Yeah, we thought we were going to not get along for some weird reason.
Why?
I don't know. You hear the stories over the years.
Yeah, that I burned down your grandma's house and then
All
I
that
punched her and
shit,
stole her
yeah.
wedding ring.
Yeah, all that
No, there's
shit.
the thing is, there's rats all over that like ratting and stuff like that. So somebody had said, Courtney's bashing you on Howard. And you weren't bashing. You just were like,
I said
they
just don't know
sucked.
us.
Right.
You just don't know us.
But you know how people are, especially on like Twitter and stuff, they're just like, you could say something and it could be the most innocent thing. It's like, yeah, that person's bashing
What
you.
do they like? I said, what do they like? Are they shock jocks? Are they like,
Right.
They like coming for your crowd?
Right.
They're trying.
Like,
I mean,
Howard
he's
knows.
Howard.
Howard
Yeah,
knows.
yeah, exactly.
No, we go way back
By the
with
way,
Howard.
you smell really good.
You do.
I mean, is it? She's, and I mean this like in a complimentary way. It reminds me of what Ozzy wears. It smells good, but
Wow.
a feminine version of it. It smells really good.
Oh, you know what's interesting about that? It's called
Check and Speak?
Back in Black, and the top note is tobacco, and that's kind of Roxville. And then the second note is cherry, and then the third note is
Vanilla.
no, I want to say pussy, but it's not.
So, Courtney, is these live dates? Is this a solo band or is this whole?
This is I'm calling it Courtney Love.
Okay, so
but it's my guitar player Mikko, and I would take Melissa back in a second, but I'll never take Eric back.
Oh, why? What happened with you and Eric?
He took 74 guitars from my storage. 18 of them were Kurt's. They're left-handed.
Jeez.
And then when he needs money, he has sold. Like Kurt went to England and got all these Marshall stacks, like 7 out of 10 Marshalls are lemons. So for a guy with perfect pitch, like Kurt, and Mikko, who's in my band now, going to the Marshall factory and getting the non-lemons, it's a big thing.
Uh-huh.
Me, I don't give a shit. I don't have perfect pitch. Me and Anthony.
That's it.
So anyway,
Yeah.
they say Hole on one side, Nirvana on the other side, and he sold them.
Wow.
And then he sold like a headstock that Kurt had broke for like $100,000. And, it's like there's this guy in BC who collects stuff. And he's a bit gross. Like he collects like syringes. He collects pill bottles.
What a ghoul.
Paul Allen also has 45,000 plus items that are like basically the contents of me and Francis and Kurt's entire home. And that's a long story, and I don't want to make allegations against Paul Allen on your radio show because he's got more lawyers than I do.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy. But
Wait, but how would he get that stuff?
I got to ask
well,
you.
I
yeah,
can
yeah.
tell you, but then the lawyers would
Really?
I'd have a lawyer.
Because
I'd
that's
get
a lot,
served
potentially,
if I walked out.
potentially a lot of money there, obviously. And
And the less I talk about it, probably the more discreetly and it will be to get that shit out of there.
But you got to be out of your mind about it, obviously.
I'm pissed. I'm pissed that the guitar tech who was really sweet and nice. We found out that he has 16. So there's 38 there's only 38 Kurt guitars in the world, and he has. So Eric has 17, we have 12, and then Ernie has the remaining X amount in a storage space in Washington that he loans out to Paul Allen's museum. And it's a matter, and he did a deposition in Canada. They got no press. And it's really a matter of finding out, proving that Paul's sister Jody knew about it. Because Jody Allen kind of put it together. If she didn't know about it, she didn't know about it. But
how is it like? It's almost like in the Holocaust when they stole paintings and sold them.
Right.
They were
They
eventually
did it to the
returned.
Hendrix family. The EMP Music Project did it to the Hendrix family. They came to my house, and this guy, Peter Blecka, he's the curator there, he showed me pictures of things, like I said, needles, spoons, pill bottles, things you don't want on display. And asked me, and I answered the door. This is 1998, so he died in 94, so this is 4 years later. And I answered the door in his long johns, Kurt's long johns. He goes, "Oh, you're wearing artifacts." I'm like, "No, I'm wearing my dead husband's clothes."
Oh, my God.
Dude, like, what? And then he wanted a bunch of stuff, and I figured Paul is really rich. I'm like, "Okay, give me a foundation. I'll give you some stuff." And they weren't playing ball. And then I put everything in storage with my name on it. So it said Courtney Love, which is like a big fucking red flag. And then sometime in 2003, the name got changed to a corporate name, and it went in arrears after 90 days, and they did an auction, a public auction.
Wow. Oh, my God.
But there's a good part to it, which is somebody was so stupid they left their real name.
Uh-huh.
So were they saying you weren't paying your monthly storage bill? And that
Yeah, they changed it to a corporate name.
And what was the monthly storage bill? Like, what was it? Was it a couple $100 a month?
$1,500
a month. And so for that they changed.
So this whoever this person is paid something like $1,500 for 18 holds.
Wow.
I got everything. And Frances asked me recently for this chair of her dad's, and I'm like, I don't have it.
Oof.
It's at Experience Music Project. So
I don't see that on Storage
we'll
Wars.
see how that goes.
No kidding. That'd be a hell of a storage
interview.
Right.
Well, it's amazing how they, like Bobby Fischer, the chess player, he had stuff in storage, valuable stuff, and somehow somebody else got a hold of it, and it was like, it's your personal shit.
They put your name into a corporation, they go 3 months without paying it, then they put a little teeny ad in like Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, that says you are going to have a sale, or Acme LLC Woodside 944 is having a sale.
Because that way your name's not on it, so nobody comes.
So no one knows
what they're selling.
Only one person a sale.
I understand.
Wow.
And they take it all back to
That's
us.
sleazy, man. Who has
it was in Anaheim, California.
Who has the lead belly guitar?
You mean the Nixon Now?
Didn't Kurt get a lead belly guitar?
He did have one. I don't know where it is. Ernie might have it. The last guitar he played on Unplugged, Frances wants, though. She wants to keep that.
Who has that?
That's an art pack. I have that.
Oh, you have that. Good.
Frances and me have that.
So you and Frances are okay now? You guys are
we're
on
good.
terms?
We talk. We haven't seen each other in 3 years.
Wow.
But we just missed each other at Coachella because we went on different days. But we talk a lot.
Yeah.
So you getting that back together a little bit?
Yeah, that's
You guys
good.
had some rough roads? Good. Good for
That's
you.
all good.
You're not going to pull an OJ and try to get your shit back, are you?
What do you mean?
Because OJ got all of his stuff stolen, and he found out some people had and went in with guns, and he's been in jail.
That's why he's in jail now, yeah.
Yeah.
4 years already? 5 years?
Because they had his
That sounds
personal
like good
stuff.
fodder for fantasies.
No shit.
I don't think I could kill anybody. I could probably knee someone if I was mad
You
enough.
could hurt someone, just not, yeah.
Who's a bang in the knee? But I have to be really mad.
You never beat up somebody before?
Yeah, I have
gosh,
3 assault charges.
Damn.
But no convictions.
All right.
Against girls or guys?
Yeah, no, I can go to
That is a
Japan.
good one.
I'm cool for Japan.
That is a good.
Who lives in the old house?
What old house?
In
First
Seattle,
the old
yeah.
house that we lived in?
Yeah.
This Microsoft lady who doesn't mind the little kids that come next door for their pilgrimages.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's got
It's a really waspy neighborhood, too. That's where Howard Schultz, Starbucks guy, had he pulled a 1901 easement on me so I couldn't build a driveway because the city of Seattle picked on him, and then he charged the city of Seattle with anti-Semitism, hired Rogers and Cowan, and his kid was the same age as Franny, and he wouldn't let her play with him, which I thought was snotty. And he had built his driveway like seriously 2 inches onto this thing, Beretta Park, but it's so waspy, and it really is an anti-Semitic town. Really. And if you don't like Jews, you don't like show people. That's a rule. So I remember going into this meeting, it's all these wasps, and it was the Friends of Beretta Park. And if you look at pictures of that thing, I mean, every day they have to take every whatever month they have to take the bench down because people write shit on the bench. Because his ashes aren't anywhere because no graveyard in Washington that's in the Willamette Valley will take his ashes.
Why? That doesn't sound
right. Suicide's a felony in Washington. It's actually in some states it's considered mental illness.
Right.
But in Washington state, for insurance reasons, because lobbies tend to make a lot of laws,
right.
Suicide is it's very high. It's very high by men with guns. And so the insurance lobbies made it into a felony.
So you can't.
So there's no life insurance you
No
collect
life insurance,
on and
you
all
got
that
it.
stuff, too.
That's it.
So where are the ashes?
It took me, by the way, I have a lot of them.
Oh, you split them up a little bit?
I split them up with his mom, yeah. And so she has them in this Tibetan stupa. And then there's some under a willow tree that we don't know what to do with the bloody willow tree, though. Because she's moving out of that house.
Oh, shit.
So
But I don't want to give it to Paul Allen until we straighten this little mess out.
So dig up the willow tree and bring it.
Put where?
How do you?
Central Park?
You could do that.
Yeah, it's hard to carry a willow tree.
Yeah.
Put it in the back of a...
Willow trees are really delicate.
I'll take it.
No, you have an arboretum guy. Like, be very, very delicate. They have
I understand, but if you're going to leave it there,
no,
we'll
we
take
can't leave it there. It's
All right,
got
we'll
Christian
take it.
houses, It's
And it's got a
grown,
beautiful
it's
house. You want the willow tree?
I don't think I could use a willow
think it should be like a public willow tree.
I think you're right.
But I don't know. I don't want to do that Yoko Strawberry Fields.
Yeah.
Right.
It's not really me.
Yeah, but at least Strawberry Fields is kind of protect. You want it to be somewhere public that can be watched because somebody will take it.
Yeah, that's why I thought of Paul Allen, because he sort of owns. What was I saying? Oh, I don't know. Now I want to make sure that this whole Experience Music project, which is that museum thing, is clean, and that my stuff isn't there.
Right.
So in order to do that, there needs to be dialogue, and there needs to be dialogue between lawyers. And as Shakespeare said, first thing we do, let's kill all the lawyers.
One other question, because I think you got to go.
Yeah.
Where are you at with Dave Grohl these days?
I don't know.
guys
I
cool?
talked to Pat Smear
Yeah.
a little while ago, and about 2 weeks ago, Pat was the only other person in LA that could not drive. And he was also really happy. And when Kurt wanted somebody in his band that was happy, he wasn't that great a guitar player, but he was fucking happy. So I said, I know this guy that's really, really happy. And he was working for minimum wage at the SST Superstore with my first husband, Pauline James. And Pauline James said to him, if you join that band, you're selling out. Seriously.
Wow, no kidding.
Yeah. This guy was a tranny that I married in Las Vegas. It's an annulment. Whole backstory thing. It's in my wiki.
Who knew we had so much in common?
Courtney
we all do it, right?
Of course.
Courtney Jim is into trannies, so that's why I was
really,
saying.
I married a tranny in Las Vegas. Thought it was funny. No, came back to the Club Lingerie. Peppers were there. L7 was there. Gun Club guys were there. I said, I just married Paul James, and no one laughed.
Really?
Now, if these people aren't laughing, I did something bad.
Right.
And then I didn't have money for a lawyer for like a year, so it took me a year to get it annulled. He was really into pantyhose.
Yeah, of course.
So when Kurt called Pat at the SSC Superstore, Pauline James was there, he's like, if you join Nirvana, you're selling out. So Pat, to this day, is in the Foo Fighters, and he said, you know, every time this shit comes up, Dave says, I have nothing to do with it. He goes, you know, have you ever thought that it could just be the lawyers?
Yeah.
And that actually is food for thought. But when I went on Howard and I said, many years ago, I said, I'll have lunch with him. He went on Howard and he was like, you know, basically fuck her. So it's not a Yoko thing about us. What it is it's not even a dislike thing on my end. It's that, first of all, I had absolutely no awareness of how big they were until a few months ago when I bought my guitar player a Telecaster, looked up at Guitar Center and saw what I thought was the Super Bowl. It was a Foo Fighter show. Holy fuck, they're big.
You had no idea?
They're huge.
Arenas.
We
all know that.
Like big arenas.
But how did it take you so long to know
that's not
that?
even the point. The point is that there's a financial issue with like money market accounts, pension plans, under something called Nirvana Inc. that doesn't include Francis, and I need to get to the bottom of what that is. And maybe it's just lawyers, because lawyers are hacks in rock and roll. So, you know, but I'm so sick of lawyers. I just want to play rock.
And you're going to.
They're telling us you have to leave. But it's Courtney, Courtney on Twitter.
Hey, Courtney, real quick, do you think Nirvana would still be together today if Kurt was alive?
No.
Of course not.
He would have went off and
if
did
we'd
his own
still be
thing.
Together. He might be married to a model and living on the Upper West Side, and have twins, and we might be in Twitter wars.
You never know.
Was he ready to leave Nirvana? That rumor was out there.
You got to talk to Azarad and Charlie Cross. And
that Unplugged album showed his talent. I mean, we all knew how talented he was, but that Unplugged album and his voice, holy fuck.
I know. I was listening to All Apologies. Howard was playing it. Howard doesn't play Nirvana a lot. I think he was doing it because I was there.
Right.
But it's like, I wasn't in Nirvana. I was in a hole.
So
I'm going to go on Lithium after this, and it's a 90s station, and all I'm going to play is chicks.
That's cool.
Yeah, because all they play, somebody told me they still play Bush all day. It's like, I know, can you believe it? Bush and like Soundgarden and like
a lot of Soundgarden.
STP. I know, but I'm not playing
Puddle
any
of
of
Mud.
that. I'm playing like PJ Harvey, Elastica,
Brooke Salt.
Verve. I'm not playing Veruca Salt because I'm playing the Breeders.
Okay.
So,
the Breeders are cool.
Yeah,
all right.
Now, were you married to a transvestite or a transsexual? Like a cross-dresser?
Oh, Jimmy.
Oh, okay. See,
But he wasn't into women per se.
Oh, did he have breasts?
No.
No good for me. No good for me.
No, you need to
What's your
pull.
name?
Jim. Oh, nice.
Courtney
just gave my chest a nice squeeze.
What are these called? Man breasts?
Man boobs. Not as bad as they used to be.
I know.
I'm giving you a.
They're normally called pecs.
A mammogram. A manogram.
Oh,
I like the
What's
nipple
the guy's
play.
name with the cowboy hat?
Don Imus.
Don Imus.
Yeah, what's his thing? He's like really right wing.
No, he's just an older man.
boy.
He's not too sure of what he should say and shouldn't say sometimes.
I see.
He's just an older gentleman.
Does he say?
He leans
stupid
right.
shit?
Sometimes, yeah.
I see.
He's been known to say some stupid shit, but who hasn't really?
Yeah,
Oh yeah, please.
all- We've all blurted out
I
some
don't know
dumb
about
shit.
that. An hour
It
ago.
happens, you know.
Yeah.
All right.
I will
An
say
hour ago.
that felt very good. There was a little bit of almost nipple play there, and I'm very happy you did that.
Oh,
Thank
that's
you.
right.
Let me
Jimmy.
just
Hey,
give you a
Courtney,
little. Just,
you're-
I like
you
that.
can take it. You can take it. You can take it.
He
you can
likes
take
that.
It.
Courtney,
Pinching my
Jim,
nipple.
that's like his favorite thing. He likes to get his nipples pinched.
Yeah,
He
when he's
loves
having
nipple
sex.
play. He loves
Yeah,
nipple play.
I like that a lot.
sense
You
that.
do.
We really got to get her out of here,
All right.
unfortunately.
All this testosterone smells.
I know,
Nice.
right?
All right.
Oh my
I
God!
love the
Is
smell
it
of
Courtney? Thanks so
testosterone in
much.
the morning.
Courtney
All
Love,
right, guys.
everyone.
Pleasure to meet you. I hope I come back.
Yes, please do.
That's the best you got from us. I mean, that's the best we have from the past week. The Opie and Anthony Worst of the Week countdown is available whenever you want it. SiriusXM.com/on-demand for details. This is the Opie and Anthony channel on SiriusXM.
The following announcement has been brought to you by The Sam Roberts Show.
Tomorrow, right here on the Opie and Anthony channel, the Sam Roberts Show, 4 p.m. Eastern. Michelle Beadle was on the after show a couple months ago. You remember her from ESPN. Now she's on NBC Sports. We have our reunion. Sam Roberts, Michelle Beadle. Interview number 2 tomorrow on the Sam Roberts Show.
The preceding announcement was brought to you by The Sam Roberts Show.
One little joint supplement. You know this powerful little pill is great for your joints. It even has powerful benefits to help increase your mobility and flexibility. But the joint supplements of today are sadly incomplete because they don't give you the joint relief you're looking for. Until now. Introducing the complimentary 2-week sample of Instaflex, our most powerful joint formula ever. It's the #1 selling joint supplement at GNC. The only thing our complimentary sample of Instaflex is missing is the price. Because right now, we're offering adults a complimentary 2-week sample as part of a nationwide giveaway. Call and claim your sample today. 1-800-941-9362. Instaflex provides powerful, effective joint relief for your knees, hands, even your hips. Prove it to yourself by calling now for your complimentary sample. Instaflex is available at GNC, Vitamin Shop, and Vitamin World. But you can only get your complimentary 2-week sample by calling 1-800-941-9362. Call now for your 2-week Instaflex sample. 1-800-941-9362.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Hey Paula, it's me, your drop cam, with today's event alerts. 10:50 a.m. Stella ate her carrots at lunch, although one did make a brief appearance in her nose. Noon. Your shoe delivery arrived on time. The mailman hid it behind the porch railing. 2:33 p.m. One of the twins left some handprints on the wall. Talk to Jason, not Jeff. And in breaking news, Terry's pet tarantula just summited his terrarium. Heads up, he's in the couch cushions. That's it for now.
Dropcam Wi-Fi camera lets you drop in when you're away from home. Plus, with the optional cloud DVR service, you can access up to 30 days of past footage, so you never miss out. Adding a little peace of mind has never been so easy. Just plug it in, select your Wi-Fi, and stream HD video straight to your phone or tablet. Check us out at dropcam.com and get one for just $149. Order today and get 2 months of DVR service free. Use promo code XMRadio at checkout. That's dropcam.com to order your camera today.
Love Dropcam.
Everyone suffers pain at some point in their lives, and some of us suffer every day. The problem is that all of the available painkillers are too slow. That is, until now. What if I told you there's a painkiller that works in less than 60 seconds? And what if I told you that the relief lasts for up to 8 hours? And what if I told you that this miracle painkiller had none of the side effects of other drugs? And what if I told you that it was all natural and made in the USA? And finally, what if I told you that this painkiller is so good that you can use it for 2 weeks free? That painkiller is Warrior Mist. Warrior Mist is the best painkiller in the world, period. Prove it to yourself. Call now for your 14-day risk-free trial. You'll pay only $5.95 processing to receive Warrior Mist to use for 14 days. If you're not totally convinced it's the best painkiller on the market, just contact us to cancel within 14 days and you'll not be billed.
Try Warrior Mist 14 days risk-free. Just call 1-800-394-5761. That's 1-800-394-5761. Call 1-800-394-5761.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Hey, Becky, I saw your post on Facebook. Is everything okay?
No, we got broken into.
Wow, and you guys live in a safe neighborhood, too.
I know. I think it's time we get a security system.
Well, we have Alliance Security. They're professional, courteous, and their color touchscreen system is so easy to use. Plus, they're really affordable and have free installation.
I don't know why I waited. Do you have their number?
Sure. It's 866-777-5535.
Wait, that's 866-777-5535?
Yep, or online at yalliance.com.
This is Friends of the Show. Friends of the Show. Audio entertainment courtesy of the people you hear and hear about on the Opie and Anthony Show. This week, Tom Papa's SiriusXM show, Come to Papa.
Welcome, everybody, to a very special edition of Come to Papa. I'm Tom Papa, and my guest today is the great Colin Quinn. We have moved heaven and earth to get Colin in here right away, because we need to talk to him about his amazing one-man show playing at the Barrow Street Theater right now through June 3rd, entitled Unconstitutional. I was lucky enough to be at the opening for the show last week, and you have to go see it immediately. In much the same vein as his Broadway show, Long Story Short, Colin has taken a gigantic subject and boiled it down to the perfect comedic size for the rest of us. And to me, that is the amazing thing about this show. Yes, it is smart. Yes, it is current, but more than that, it is so damn funny. Really, I've seen so many hour specials. I rank this up there with even Keith Robinson's. Oh. Tickets are available at colinquinnonconstitutional.com. You've got to see it. It's at the Barrow Street Theater. It's an amazing space downtown in the Village. Colin, thank you for being here. I feel like you have now taken and become like Nathan Lane status.
Yeah.
Where you've stepped away from the comedy clubs and now you have a theater air about you.
Well, Tom, I don't look at it that way, but I certainly will never sully myself by being part of any of the soiled comedy clubs in this United States again. For too long, they've destroyed my creativity, my incentive, my financial status in the community.
Yeah, I really do. I joke, but at the same time, I'm dead serious. When you see your show, which I saw last Thursday night, you're like, this is where he should be. This stuff should not be told in front of 18-year-old kids trying to just make out with their girlfriend and they don't know who's on stage. To be in a theater with people, there's no drinks being served. It's all smart people. The focus is purely on you, and you get to really immerse yourself in the show, which doesn't happen in a comedy club.
No, because like you said, well, first of all, even when I did Long Story Short on Broadway, they were serving drinks. People were getting up and going to get Jell-O shots during the show. This is what Broadway's become.
On Broadway?
Jell-O shots they were selling in the lobby. They thought that was cute.
Oh,
it's like, guess what, producers? I don't find it funny. People getting drunk when I'm trying to do a show.
It's true. I saw Book of Mormon, and at the break, they literally stand there with T-shirts and stuff in the
right.
aisle.
But this was not at the break. I'm saying while I'm on stage, people are allowed to get up, walk to the back, go pee, which that's fine with me.
Right.
But then they're getting Jell-O shots too. They're drinking and coming back with their shots. One time, a guy up front was actually in the front row on Broadway, was drinking and chewing the ice and throwing me off. And I swear to God, I just looked down at him and I was just going to rip into him. And I looked down and he was the biggest, baddest. He must have been like an MMA guy that somebody got a ticket. He just looked up at me like, you have something to say? And I just kept on with the show. I was like, you big monster, if I was the size, I'd break your face.
Are you allowed to go off book and start playing with the audience?
Yeah, because, you are. I mean, you have to be careful. You don't want to ruin the whole vibe.
But there isn't a thing like you've got to stick to the script on
Broadway.
No,
because there's nobody else you have to worry about. It's not like a play where if one line is messed up, everybody in the play gets screwed.
Right.
You can screw around.
Why don't you want to bring this one to Broadway?
Well, I don't know. I just didn't. I mean, I don't. I think Broadway's great for like musicals and like big plays, but you know what I mean. It's a one-man show. I would bring it if somebody brought big bags of money, but otherwise, you can't make that much money,
right?
Because you got to pay off. Broadway plays make money as they go on for years,
right?
Or as they go on the road companies,
right?
Or just any original cast, unless you get paid a lot up front, nobody's going to make money. I didn't make money off that show.
How did the defending caveman guy make money?
He went on the road for years, but
Oh,
also
really?
he wasn't doing Broadway. He did Broadway after he was already made the money.
Oh, so he toured that show forever.
He toured that show, and what he did, which was smart, or at least the legend has it,
Uh-huh.
was he was the guy that marketed his manager or him.
Mm-hmm.
I think his manager was that guy Robin that used to run Catch years ago.
Right.
They went to, allegedly, they went to all the couples counselors all over the country. Every city they go into a month early, they'd go, hey, we'd like to invite you to a free show for you and your guest. So all the couples counselors would go.
Uh-huh.
They'd see the show and go, this is what I deal with every day. And then they'd tell their people coming to therapy, hey, you know, if you want to do something as a couple, you guys need to go out as a couple. I got a good idea about a show that's the difference between men and women.
Right.
Go see this.
Oh.
You know what I mean?
So they would go in and market the thing before you even got to town.
That's the word. But either way, even if it's not true, it's brilliant.
And then he toured it like that forever, and then they decided to put it on Broadway.
Yeah, that was on Broadway years after.
Oh.
No, yeah. And I'm sure they made some money on Broadway, but
Right.
like I said, it's just from constant touring the same thing.
Now, when you do your show, so much goes into it. You've been writing it for what, a year and a half?
A year. Just
a year?
Well, 10 and a half months.
Wow, less than a year. That's
Yeah.
amazing. It's such a tight set.
Thanks. Well, I've been working like a beast on it, too.
Yeah. Now, are you writing it the same way? Like when I would see Carlin was writing his stuff almost like a script. He was writing his material, his stand-up stuff. I remember seeing him back at the Comedy Magic Club, and he had his stuff, and he was literally memorizing paragraph by paragraph, and then going up and doing it. And I thought, well, that's kind of a weird way. I've never seen someone
I know,
do
I
a
can't
set
do
like that.
No.
You didn't do that for this show?
No, I can't memorize like that.
Right. So you just would work it like a stand-up set.
Yeah, worry, like I said, worry the cellar sometimes. You know?
Right.
And every time something works like at the cellar, I would get excited because I'm like, wow, if stuff can work in stand-up clubs.
Right.
And it's not stand-up stuff, but then you feel good.
Right. So you don't treat it like, oh, I'm doing a one-man show. You just treat it like, is there any difference between?
I treat it like that it's thematic. Because stand-up clubs, the crowd, even after 5 minutes of talking about any subject, I don't care what it is.
Right.
Unless it's sex, then you can talk an hour. They're looking at you like, come on, change the subject.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, of
That's
course.
it.
Of any subject.
Any subject except sex.
Yeah.
They can listen in 5 hours. But I mean,
right.
So any other subject, they're like, come on, move on now. This is the way stand-up is. You go from here to here to here. So this is like, no, this is the same subject.
What made you decide to do the Constitution?
Because all my life, or at least the past few years, everyone says the Constitution is brilliant. And I was like, why? What's so brilliant about it?
Right.
Well, I don't get it. What's so brilliant? Founding Fathers are genius. So I was like, what? What's so great about it? So then I read it, and I was still sort of understood a little bit, but then I was like, let me figure this out, you know?
Right.
And so that's what...
Are you impressed by it now?
Yes, I am. I'm impressed by the Founding Fathers. I'm impressed by the Constitution.
You are?
Yeah.
Why?
Because they basically said, look, here's the way a society works. Just because you think these people are wrong, you want to be part of the society with them, too bad. You know what I mean? Like what's happening in our country right now. Too bad if we don't like Texas and they don't like us. If you guys want to be together, you're going to have to learn to deal with it or break up.
Right.
Too bad that you don't like their values or we don't like your values. I mean, obviously it causes a lot of problems.
Yeah.
But when you consider a history of 230 years, the amount of pogrom, genocide, you know, the stuff that happens in a lot of other countries when people don't get along doesn't happen here.
Right.
Yet. And I know, but either way, it's never happened so far. So that means they were doing something. They understand that balance of power. They understand everybody will abuse power. They knew they would.
Right.
They knew everybody would.
Do you think that, are you impressed by the human rights aspect of it all?
I want my human right.
You're what?
That's from Scarface. I want my human right. Like your President Jimmy Carter said.
Does that, because you're talking about it more as almost as a state preservation, but do you see it as an individual?
No, I mean, it goes all the way down.
Yeah.
It's not just a state preservation, it's down to the individual. That's what the Bill of Rights was, really.
And was there a thing about slavery in it originally and they pulled it out?
No.
Was that in the Declaration of Independence?
No, slavery was, like I said, the Founding Fathers, the North was getting rid of slavery. That was their whole mission statement.
Right.
They went down there, they were going to get rid of it, and then they sold it out for a couple of reasons, but I mean, you know, tobacco being one probably, but also because they said, look, it's more important that we get together. We'll put on a pin in it. Sorry, brother, it's bad. And so they said 1808 was you could stop importation of slaves, and then the 3/5 compromise people always talk about, but it had nothing to do with slavery other than slaves only counted as 3/5 of a person.
Right.
The South wanted, the North didn't want to count them at all because of the voting. It was just a voting thing. But it was really
that was the motivation for this.
The sellout was the fugitive slave clause. That was the other thing. 1808 was they said no more importation of slaves, so you could still have slaves. This was all because the South was like, we're walking away, we're out.
And why did the North want it out?
Want slavery out?
Yeah.
You mean just humanity? They didn't have slaves.
So it wasn't an economic thing. It was just...
No, it wasn't economic at all. It was not. Not everything was economic. Everybody always thinks the founding fathers, they're all like the white slave man, like they're all just about themselves. But then I read all these boring, incredibly tedious books written like in 1930 about it, and you realize most of their motives were not. They came into the thing in debt. Most of them died without that much money.
Right.
So I mean, it wasn't all evil, but
right. So there was a real because you do get that rap that. Well, it was just economic, and white people didn't really want to end slavery. You hear that?
No, they all wanted to end. All the North wanted to end slavery.
Yeah. Do you feel like we should have kept slavery?
Tom, it's funny. I was just thinking about that coming down on the A train. And, slavery is slavery. The two things that screwed up was the big ones, in my opinion, is slavery.
Yeah.
And then this guy, Governor Morris. This guy, when they were trying to decide about the Senate. Separation of powers. He's like, look, he was very rich, really rich. And actually, Morris Park in the Bronx is named after him. Shows how much money he's fallen.
Was he from New York?
He was in New York. And he said, look, here's what you do. The Senate should be made up of all rich people, all the richest people in the country. The richest people. And the rest of them like, what? He goes, listen to me. I know I'm rich. He goes, these people are going to do what they're going to do anyway. This way you're saying, you're acknowledging that they're at odds with the people.
Right.
By making them the Senate and the people's representatives, supposedly the House of Reps.
Right.
And everybody's like, oh, that's too cynical. What are you talking? But that would have been, and especially in light of the past 20, 40 years, whatever, that would have been the perfect thing because then everything's out in the open and you're saying, okay, this is a conflict.
Right.
You're acknowledging there's a conflict.
Just a class conflict.
Well, a financial conflict in the sense that now people are like, no, business, it's like, it's muddied. So you're like, wait, but they develop job, but they create job. Instead of saying, wait, there's going to be a conflict when people get really rich.
Right.
It has to be.
Right.
He understood that, and nobody else seemed to understand that in the whole thing. They're just like, you're being cynical. This guy's like crazy.
Right.
He must have he was the guy. He's also the guy.
Doesn't it exist like that now?
Yes. No, but
you're saying it's not, it's kind of opaque now.
It's murky because nobody says that. Or people say it, but nobody really... There's no system set up where that's going to be a conflict.
Right.
So you have to deal with it with law. Yeah, you have to deal with it legally and ideologically in your head.
Right.
But also this guy, Governor Morris, who's apparently the great hero of the Constitution, subtly to me.
Oh, yeah.
Me being in the last 5 minutes. But he also was the guy that wrote it. Like the way it's set up. All those things were in the... By the way, to any reviewers who said I had it out of order, no, the order, I had it in order. They discussed slavery and judicial and the other stuff. They put the order later with Article 1. That was Governor Morris. He organized it all.
Oh, yeah.
So all that stuff was not that in the order they discussed. They didn't discuss Article 1 first, Article 2 second, Article 3 third.
Oh, I see.
They did it the way I said it was done, and then they put it in order at the end.
Why did some critics say he was
some said, well, he's all over the place. Obviously, he says Article 2, then he goes back to Article 1. Why don't you read it and see what I'm saying? That infuriated me, only because of the work I did, God forbid, I do one bit of work, and I'm like, hey, wait a minute.
It's
I full acknowledgement.
Now, you didn't tour this around. This was all in New York, right?
Creek and Cave.
Creek and Cave.
Yeah.
Just went
worked
there.
It out for a year, Creek and Cave.
Wow.
And then played with it a little bit, a couple of road gigs, Just played with some of it. But, halfway through, I'd usually either abandon it. Some places it worked, but
yeah,
I'd abandon, go back into stand-up. I did a lot. I'm doing stand-up dates. 3 weeks I was in Atlanta. I can't do the show there.
Yeah.
I can't do the show anywhere as far as it's not a stand-up show.
No, it's not. And even you're not heavy on visuals in the show,
right?
But it helps.
Yes,
when you're dealing with a subject that big.
Yes,
even you just changing location on stage, the blocking, and a couple of the visuals that come up. For a long subject, you kind of need those things.
You need it, and it just reminds people, good, this is this, you know?
Right.
But, yeah, I mean, I love doing it. I love, because I love stand-up. Like, honestly,
yeah.
Everybody's like, oh my God, you're the only one that could do this. No, I'm not. Any stand-up that's been doing it for a while, that's good, can do anything. My opinion.
Right.
Is any stand-up it's a pain in the ass, and it's also, it's hard to get the time to do it. I happen to have the time, you know what I mean?
Work.
But I'm saying, any stand-up that took one subject could do it now. Any good stand-up. I know they could.
Yeah.
Just because I know them.
What subject do you think I should do?
I think you should do, not a historical subject necessarily, but if you did do a subject, it would have to do with being a man in today's society, which your act has that theme anyway.
Right.
And it would have to be being married and some kind of it would have to be related. You'd have to find something that related to it, whether it be an energy in the world or the conflict of being, the
rise of woman against man.
Well, I don't think it's the rise of woman against man, but it's almost be like the psychological reckoning that you have to deal with. Where you're like, okay, this is me now. Even the title, this is me now.
Right.
You have to have a complete transformation, I would assume.
Right.
Where you're like, okay, this is me now. You have to, at some point, unless you're going to be a dickhead who's not really a good father and husband, you have to say, this is me now.
Yeah.
Or, like the guys that are still like, hey, they're still wearing like skull shirts in their late 30s and they're like, I'm still crazy, And, like they don't want to acknowledge that they're now.
They want to be a rocker dad.
Yeah, there's something about the identity that you have to say, I have to change my identity for the sake of this to work.
Right.
I have to, shift into another part of myself.
Right.
That nobody even knows that exists until they do that. And that kind of stuff is interesting.
Right.
But I mean, that being said, like I say, any of these anybody who talks about any subject, it better be joke.
Right.
Or else we're not staying. You don't, like if I went up there and people like, that was really interesting about the Constitution, I'd be embarrassed.
Right.
When I was working on it, somebody came up after a show and gave me the greatest insult any comedian could have. He goes, hey man, you gave me a lot to think about there. And I was like, oh, because we want laughs,
I know.
For good reason.
I know. Well, that's what was really so great about this show. And I can't compare it to Long Story Short because that was dense with laughs too. But I only saw it a couple times, so I don't really remember as much as I do this one, of course. But this one is this is a killer. If you were to go to any comedy club or any HBO special or anything, it's packed with not just laughs, good, poignant laughs.
But Tom, as much as I appreciate that, we just got through for 20 minutes saying it wouldn't work in a comedy club. And now you just said, if you go to any comedy club with this.
No, I'm saying you could hold it up against anybody else's hour in a comedy club.
Thanks.
Because.
Yeah, no, it's got laughs.
Yeah.
But like you said, I worked on it a lot. I mean, I was sitting there every night going to Creek and Cave, working it out with Rebecca, she's a director, and we sat there every night. And I was just working it with these stupid sheets of paper, which I still have plenty of.
You bring them on stage with you?
But that's a funny thing. You work on something, for the first 6 months I brought them on stage.
Oh, yeah.
And that's the funny thing about these kinds of shows is once you're done with it, like everyone's like, wow, what do you want to do now? It's like, I want to never see it again. I want to never talk about the Constitution again.
Yeah.
I'm sick of it. You just want to film it and get it out of there.
Yeah.
Move on to something else.
Is that going to be the plan? Will you film it?
I would like to do that.
Yeah.
My other plan I'd like to do another show, but I don't think I could pull it off. I'd like to do a show that's basically about a combination of pressure point kill techniques and like, those energy chi guys. I once went to see this Japanese chi guy.
Yeah.
He was only in from Detroit for the day. And he said, jump on top. There's like 50 people in class. He picks me. I was a little heavier at the time. And he goes, climb on top of me and just, don't let me go. Like, put me in like a wrestling hold.
Yeah.
I jump on top. I grab the guy. Next thing I'm on the other side of the room. He goes, do it again. I did it again. I still don't remember to this day how that happened, how I ended up in the other. But everyone in the class, like, laughing, And I'd like to do a show where I research that and the pressure point thing, not just for the entertainment value. At the end of the show, I want to be able to fling like 20 people across the room. It's really, this whole comedy thing is a sham, ultimately. If I could have just been like one of those mad, like, monk, killer monk. Like a killer monk that can kill people with pressure points. What guy wouldn't want that?
I would love that. Because
Great.
It's but the problem is it seems so easy. I think the appeal to me, at least, is that for one little, you just have to take two fingers and you completely control this other human being.
Yeah.
But it seems like it would be easy to learn that. But it's actually years and years of stuff.
It's years,
to
and
be able to
even
do that.
then, some guy's 6'8", 240, and he just pushes you and drops you with a hand. You're like, oh my God. You know what I mean?
Can't
Like,
even reach his point.
that's the other problem.
Right.
Or some guy who's even smaller than you just catches a lucky punch, catches in the right place, and you get dropped, and suddenly you're on the ground flopping like a fish. And everyone's like, what happened to the great master that we studied with for years?
Now, why end it June 3rd? Why not? Do you want to go further?
It may
with
get extended, but there's another show coming in, so
right.
You gotta, they're ready.
They're coming in. You gotta pack your bags and go.
Yeah.
I want people to see this.
Well, they can see it on. It's being shot.
It is being shot? You said you didn't know if it was being shot.
I know, I'm lying, but maybe it'll be shot.
You're listening to Come to Pop on Sirius XM 99. I'm here with the great Colin Quinn, and you have to go see his show, Unconstitutional, playing at the Barrow Street Theater. You can get tickets at colinquinnunconstitutional.com. And anywhere else they should go. Ticketmaster, you go to Broadway stuff.
Yes.
Just go on the internet.
Smart Ticks.
Smart Ticks.
Yeah, exactly.
Hit Colin Quinn.
You can't Google by now. Colin Quinn, Unconstitutional. What's the matter with you people? Just do that or don't. But we don't have time to explain every detail and links to you. You know how to do it.
And you have to go see it. It's awesome. It's come downtown. New York is beautiful right now.
Oh, my God.
You can stroll
right
around the
there.
village.
It's a nice place to stroll.
It really is. It's a perfect block.
Yes.
It's an amazing
It looks like
show.
Constitutional Convention Hall.
It really does. And that wasn't even your set.
No, it was a set from Stonewall, which closed, and then we left it up there because we didn't have money for a set anyway.
How about that awful story? Speaking of Stonewall, that awful story on 8th Street.
Oh, God. Sickening.
Just shot a guy for being gay.
Yeah.
Right
Sickening.
in front of the Barnes & Nobles and Grace Papaya.
Right.
Jeez Louise.
Yeah, it's brutal.
Just awful. Terrible. Sorry to bring down the show.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, there's been a couple of murders like that around there, you know?
What do you mean, recently?
Yeah.
Really?
Well, a couple of gay bashings. There was one by right outside the Knicks game, these guys, and on 32nd Street. And
really?
Else. Yeah, there's been a few incidences the past few weeks.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
I wish I was gay.
Yeah.
It just makes things easier.
I wish I was
and then
a
more
pressure
difficult
point
at the same
champ.
time.
Well, gay, here's the thing about the gay and lesbian thing. I figured this out a while ago, but is that they both act, the reason people are a little freaked out by it is they both act the way men and women really act in their true natures.
Uh-huh.
The lesbians get together, they start nesting, they start buying things, they do all the things that women fantasize men will do, carpentry and sitting around talking and, you know what I mean? Just going out for little strolls to pick up a bowl. And then gay guys do what we would all do with women if they would go along with the program, which is meet me. You see somebody in the supermarket, let's go in the back. Hey, let's go in the bushes. That's what we would all be doing all day.
Right.
They're just guys.
Right.
So they're doing what guys would do.
So it just frustrates. And speaking of male body image, you've lost a lot of weight for this show.
Well, thanks, Tom.
You really dial it in when you have a show coming up.
I do dial it in because I look at myself. My problem is that I look at myself and I'm always like, yeah, you look pretty good. And then I see a picture of myself and I go, you're fat. You're fat. And then
it's true. Why does everyone say you look good? You can't listen to anybody.
No, I'm saying even I think I look good in the mirror.
Oh, even you? Oh, really?
But then when I see a picture, like somebody takes a picture of me, I'm like, you're fat. But in the mirror, for some reason, I look good. Maybe I need bigger bulbs.
Or a fat mirror. Some mirrors, you ever go to a hotel and you get the skinny mirrors?
Yeah, yeah.
You're like, wow, I look really good.
Yeah.
I love this hotel.
Yeah, but I mean, you have to always watch it because nobody cares. That's why. Nobody cares the kind of shape you're in. They don't care. They look at you the way they want to look at you. Like, who cares about you? You're finished anyway. But you still want to think you look good, especially when you're on stage. You feel good. Your clothes fit, right? And it does give you energy, more energy when you're feeling fat and when you're looking fat. You feel like your breath is a little off. You feel like your nose is stuffed on stage.
Right.
You're going through the airport with your bags. You're like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
When you're thin, you can delude yourself. Hey, I'm kind of young still, and I'm in pretty good shape for my age. You look at some other guy. You're like, that guy's younger than me. He looks horrible. It's really about survival. Is really about denigrating others, denigrating strangers,
so you can
setting up a fake miserable life for them so you can feel good about yourself.
Are you going to yoga?
No, but I went to yoga once this year, and I swear to God, I can't believe I haven't gone back every day.
It's ridiculous.
I was high like a beast.
I know.
What's wrong with me, man? I should be going all the time.
I know. It's the best thing in the world to do.
It's just everything else.
It's hard to do it in New York. You know what I think it is?
There's a million yoga places here.
I know, but I think it's just dirtier, and you're walking with your mat through the streets. And
I know. For a guy walking around with a yoga mat, it's a little tough.
It is.
But you know what? You get one of those army pouches. You know what I mean? Like it's like an arrow pouch that they used to carry. Yeah. And then you don't know what's in there. They go, oh, this guy could have like heavy weaponry. It almost looks like an RPG could be in there.
Right.
And then you feel good, and they don't have to know it's a purple yoga mat.
So, Colin, I feel selfishly like you should be the guy that every 2 years comes out with another Broadway show, and then I get to go see it, and it's...
Well, what about off-Broadway? Why does it have to be on Broadway?
Well, I just say Broadway.
Hey, man.
I just mean theater.
Man, the parameters, man. It's really not about that. I have, like I said, my dream, I'm not even kidding when I say my dream would be to do a Pressure Point show.
You're not kidding?
No, I would love to do that, but I'm not going to do that. But that would be a good show. But I was thinking of doing what's the most important thing? What's the most amazing? What about inventions? And I'm talking about real inventions. I'm talking about like electricity.
Uh-huh.
The whole story of Tesla, Edison.
Right.
This kind of stuff is really interesting.
Right.
And if that meant something in the grand scheme of things, like beyond the invention itself, does it represent everything since history becomes, like I say, well, there's always like the nerdy guy that invents it. Yeah. Then did he get it stolen?
Right.
And then did Edison get it stolen from him?
Uh-huh.
And like, it's like whoever invented the car, there's some English guy. And then suddenly Henry Ford is like the guy. So like that kind of dynamic is interesting to me too.
Right.
How people take ideas, once
it becomes part of the culture,
everybody
starts devouring it.
I mean, it's amazing. Like I don't know, all the way to Bill Gates, Bill Gates and Steve Wozniak and those guys, like they didn't invent all that stuff, but like what level of invention is it? You know what I mean?
Right.
Because when I used to try to do a routine years ago about the fact that, whoever invents the ShamWow makes, is worth $100 million, whatever.
Right.
All these inventions. And then the guy that invented pizza doesn't make a dime. Nobody knows who he is. And pizza is worldwide and everyone loves it. So I'm just saying those are extreme examples.
Right.
But I mean.
Yeah, it's true. At a certain point, you're putting in it. Then, like when Steve Jobs checked out the tablet, someone else was working on the tablet. He's like, this isn't a tablet. We can make a tablet.
Right.
And it's like, there's no problem with that. You can just take the tablet idea and make the iPad and make $1 zillion off of it.
Yes. That's the thing. Like,
yeah.
So I guess really my next show is about corporate espionage, starting in the first century.
From ice cream to Dippin' Dots.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, I like that kind of stuff too. But but you can tell, like, even that is dry compared to Pressure Points and throwing people across the room with just your energy.
Well, why not you could have a show about inventions, but then you break in the middle, you're just like, now Pressure Points. And you just go into some Pressure Point fling and then back to electricity.
Well, but that's not a bad idea. I set up like dummies of like Thomas Edison and Henry Ford, and I'm like, and these idiots stole that idea, and I do like Pressure Points on the dummies. So people get like a cathartic experience from theater, watching me elbow smash Henry Ford and his temple. And if I could really get money, if I really had big money, I'd make it so that each area you hit them, the dummy would do the exact thing that a person would do if you smash him in that area. So if you smash him in the temple, it would the wire would be set up so his legs would collapse.
So you're actually creating an invention in the invention show.
Right.
And then people steal it, and then you go to Broadway, and everyone in The Lion King is
I've had a lot of
robotic.
I have had a lot of good inventions.
You have?
Yeah.
Like what?
I've thought of many inventions in my life. Most of them are actually very lazy things about not getting out of bed and just reaching with these long, like, prongs to get stuff. That was one of my early days. I didn't want to get out of bed when I was like 8.
How can I get my tissue box?
Yeah. And I was like, oh, if you had a prong, like, it all started when I worked at the supermarket. I saw, those forceps they have at the supermarket.
This is just like what you're talking about with your show, though. You didn't invent it. You saw the guys at the supermarket, and now you're home thinking, I have this invention.
Well, I'll give you some real examples then. What about this? say this is back, especially nowadays when smoking is forbidden everywhere. Let's say you're in a car driving in Minnesota. It's very cold. It's winter. And you want to have a cigarette. And the other people in the car don't want you to smoke. It always causes a conflict. So, more so in the old days, but people smoke. But there's still a lot of smokers in Michigan.
Yeah.
Michigan people smoke like beasts, believe me.
Right.
The whole state smokes. So, it was like a gas mask where you put the cigarette in the gas mask, and then it's got a tube that you just have to crack the window open slightly, and the tube goes out there, and the smoke goes right out the window.
It's the worst invention I've ever heard.
The worst invention ever?
Yeah.
Well, I have more. That was an early one.
Because the good thing about smoking cigarettes, you get kind of free, and you're out in the open, and you're holding it. And
but this is better. You don't even have to hold a cigarette.
Now you're in a gas mask while you're driving a car.
No, you're not driving. You're the passenger.
What else
And
did you
and you don't have to hold the cigarette. You can text while you're smoking.
But you can't even see it through your...
What do you mean? No, the gas mask only goes up to the nose, mid-nose.
Like a sleep apnea thing?
Yeah, it's not a full mask on your eyes, Tom.
Terrible idea.
I don't know. I'll bring that on Shark Tank. Let's see what they have to say about it.
I don't like on Shark Tank anytime you say you want to make it in the U.S., they say, it'll never work. You're out of here.
Yeah, I know.
Right?
Oh, you're right. It's brutal. I never even thought about that.
Yeah.
But it is the truth, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, it's really scary when you think about what...
yeah, you're not allowed to make things.
You're not allowed to make things here. And it's accepted.
Bangladesh.
And nobody's afraid to say it. That's
right.
what's scary.
Yeah, it's terrifying.
They're just saying, no, that's it. That's a given.
I was just driving through upstate New York and Massachusetts, and it's just town after town of abandoned factories.
Yeah.
And the towns are crummy now, too. And
yes.
This was one time that factory was cranking out pots, and these people were making the pots, and people were going to schools, and now it's a ghost land.
Yeah, and people were, and it was, as corny as it sounds, the backbone of America.
Yeah.
It set a psychological, there was talk about energy.
Yeah.
Maybe my show really will be about energy.
Energy.
Because, well, I mean, that's what I meant by saying people throwing each other. I just wanted the energy to somehow transfer into my hands, into a killer's hands.
But, but on a bigger scale.
On a bigger scale, energy is really important. And the energy of this country, all these small towns are gone. You're right.
Yeah.
And even big cities. I mean, I've been to the two biggest examples, Erie, Pennsylvania, Springfield, Ohio.
Uh-huh.
I'm talking about a half mile each one of these abandoned factories. Giant factories.
Yeah, that were cranking.
That were cranking, and they're both totally empty. There's not even security guards there anymore. They're just empty, and there's miles of them.
I know.
And Detroit, of course, is the greatest example, you know.
And there was a pride in the people that you actually had a purpose.
Right, of course.
And you're
now
part
you're
of the community.
Like an idiot. Yeah.
And now everyone's just kind of wandering around.
Yeah.
Just.
And even if you have a job, it's like guys want to work in, like, you know, some job like that. They don't want to be working in the local little store. I mean, they'll do it, but it's like.
Yeah.
But what do you do? Once technology starts to advance, what do you do?
Yeah.
It's not just foreign, you know.
But what do you do? I mean, things are still being manufactured, but they're...
But this is what I'm saying. We have a whole system in place that doesn't, nobody sits down and goes, hey guys, we have a problem. Let's sit down as a country and try to figure it out. Let's sit down as a country. Instead of saying, oh, it's this fault, is that. Nobody ever sits down at these, hey, what about this? A constitutional convention every couple of years, and you bring in all the business leaders too. And this is all on C-SPAN. We go, what do we do about this?
Right.
You guys want to make money. We want people to have jobs. What do we do? And have everybody discuss it. But that'll never happen.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
People do it to a degree, but
it's really
not in public.
Even like when you have these big tragedies that happen and everybody...
Like Oklahoma City?
Yeah, or...
yeah.
Oh, man.
Jesus.
Massive.
Imagine you just living your life in some little place.
And just the wind blows through.
Dead. Yeah.
Good Lord. But whenever there's something big happens, you think, okay, now we're going to sit down and talk and really come up with a solution. And it's like the two parties are like, I feel like we're the children of alcoholic parents.
Right.
And they're like, yeah, we're going to take care of you. And then they just take out each other and they manipulate each other and then nothing happens and they go back to drinking alone.
But even if they didn't, I'm saying it's bigger than them now. It needs, the Constitutional Convention needs also all the shapers of the people that, you know, all the business people.
Yeah.
You need this all together. But like you said, it's a good example.
But can you, is there a solution to, I mean, we've moved into this technological future.
Right.
And you see these small towns in Ohio and New York. is there hope? What could you do for those? You're never going to go back to a manufacturing society like
right.
That. So what?
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what these big constitutional conventions would be about.
I know, but you studied the Constitution. You have a show about it.
But the Constitution, but I didn't study the economy of the United States, for Christ's sakes.
Yeah, but you're smart. You can figure it out.
I can't talk about the Rust Belt, and it ended in 1975, really.
I know.
You know what I mean?
Right, exactly.
But, yeah, I mean, we became our whole economy now is based on this kind of, non-existent, like, financials and stuff like that.
Yeah, and service.
The only thing we could do, probably, would be, if you had somebody like me in charge, I'd be if you look at the most effective people in history, we're talking about Joseph Stalin, a great leader, very underrated man.
Mussolini.
What's his name? Pol Pot.
What's his name? Like he's the guy at the deli.
Yes, genocidaires, a very important part of society. Actually, you know who they said was really smart was that, what's his name? Milosevic, that guy from Serbia that was the evil.
Oh, yeah?
They said he was smart.
Really?
They said he played it so cool. When the UN and all those people came in, he didn't play it like any other dictator. He's like, hey, guys, he kept it like semi-open.
Uh-huh.
He was doing his heinous things.
Jeez.
And he always dealt with them. He's like, he tried to make himself the victim. And he got away with a lot of stuff for a couple of years.
Wow.
While he's doing these horrible, genocide. And
that's the scariest thing when when super smart people are evil.
But I'll tell you who's good. The guy in Indonesia before Suharto named Sukarno. This guy was good. He was a benevolent dictator. He lived in a little house. He gave the people stuff, but he still was a benevolent. He still had a iron fist when you need it. Sometimes you need it. But his problem was he let his family and his friends, they all started exploiting the system and robbing.
Oh,
he
really?
was like a down-to-earth guy.
Yeah.
Didn't take anything. But he spoiled his family and friends, and they robbed the place and became these despots.
That's what happened to MC Hammer.
Yeah. Yeah.
You listen
right.
to Come to Pop on Sirius XM 99. I'm here with the great Colin Quinn, and we're doing a special show because he has an off-Broadway show called Unconstitutional. It's running at the Barrow Street Theater in downtown Manhattan on Barrow Street. Perfect theater, perfect spot. It's a hilarious show. I saw it. Every comedian that came out of there was like, I can't believe he even did better than his last show. And you can get tickets at colinquinnunconstitutional.com. It's an amazing show. How much research do you do when you're going to tackle a subject like this? Do you read a lot before you start getting into it?
First of all, before we answer that question, let's go back to one more statement where you go perfect theater. And then the whole time here, you've been busting my balls. Why don't you move it to Broadway?
I'm not saying move it to Broadway
right now.
You're right.
Woo!
You are right. But there is that thing, and I guess we're all, it's like when you see somebody and you're like, why aren't you making movies? You always figure like they should do the big splashy thing.
I know, but meanwhile,
to be honest, I also brought it up because I know, because we're friends, that you didn't like Broadway, and I was hoping it was going to lead to you talking about why Broadway blows.
Trashing Broadway. No, Broadway's great if you're Christian Chenoweth or somebody like that. It's not my dream,
Right.
But I mean, I've been there a couple of times. And honestly, if it had been my dream, I would have been petrified to do it. Thank God I didn't care about Broadway. So both times I did, I was like, hey, Broadway, but I don't even think I just think in terms of it's the theater.
Right.
Like I was like that off Broadway, like the public theater.
Right.
And,
yeah, so it wasn't a big deal to you.
Right, it wasn't like, Broadway, or else I would have been scared. I would have been horrified.
Right.
You know what I mean? Who are you to come on Broadway by yourself?
Yeah.
But I didn't think about it in Broadway terms.
Right. Well, that's
Thank
good.
God,
Yeah.
But
I
do a lot of research.
Do you do?
Well, I mean, because of Google, research is a little bit slippery now. But, you research, you just keep reading. Like, I keep reading these Constitution books, and then it's torture to read them,
Yeah.
Because they're written in that old language, and it's just, boring.
Right.
They're from a time when you didn't have any choice, and you just have to read,
Right.
And, but then your consciousness, you try to go, wait a minute. You try to put yourself in their shoes. Like, what was the angle? Why were they saying this?
Right.
Why were they doing this? And it's like, yeah, it's not to be England is a big one. To not be like England. Like the psychological motivations behind everything.
Yeah.
It's like, why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? Why would they say this? And so it all makes sense. And that it's behind,
That's a great angle, just because I still have like a school kid way of looking at history where I think of these people as bigger, older, more archaic. And then you realize from watching your show, it's like, they're just guys.
Right.
They're just human beings, just like
And
like,
about
like
probably,
we are.
Probably 12 of them were geniuses.
Yeah.
And the other guys are just like local successful guys that are sitting there going, "Oh my God, I'm out of my league with these geniuses. And I'm trying to get my thing in. You know, I can't go back to my state." And they'll go, "You coward, you didn't even get us anything." So you have to like be forceful, but at the same time, you're in the room with Ben Franklin and Madison. You have to be like,
Were you more impressed after studying about all this stuff? Or were you impressed by this kind of a stroke of luck that all these great minds actually did get together? Was there something special about that moment with these guys? When you say there's like 12 geniuses, that's a lot of geniuses.
Yes. No, I mean, it was definitely, I think it was also brought out because the British brought it out in them by the oppression and the fact that they didn't notice it was 100 years into the country already, 150 years already. Right. And they didn't notice like, hey, it happens all it's part of the new show about energy. Because you don't notice you're building up, just when let's take stand-up comedy, the only thing I actually know anything about, sadly. While you're sitting there going, stand-up, it's kind of petered off. And suddenly the past 6 years, boom, all these funny young comics.
Right.
That you're like, wow, I thought all the material was covered.
Right.
I didn't think anybody could be coming up with this much new material.
Right.
I thought you'd come up with some new stuff. Technological stuff.
Right.
But psychological stuff too. And you're watching all these people working.
Yeah.
And you're going, oh. And it's the same thing. It's like England thought they had they had this brilliant society. They came up with all these brilliant people. And they're like, yeah. And then suddenly there's like America. They're not. And then holy crap. Then we had a whole literature thing in the 1890s. I mean, it was a lot going on. All the inventions. The car, the plane, the tractor, the, chicken wire. I mean, it was like, all this stuff that really was effective.
Yeah.
For my invention show,
Did you,
electricity?
Did anyone emerge as the most impressive to you out of that time? Was it Ben Franklin or
Ben
Madison?
Franklin was pretty amazing. Ben Franklin was amazing.
Why was he so amazing?
Just because he was like, on the one hand, he always had he was always writing he wrote all these new words for the dictionary.
Right.
And then he's always inventing things. And then he's political the entire time, and he's like a statesman.
Right.
And at the same time, he's a pervert, and he's always like at sex clubs.
Was he?
He's drunk the whole time. It's like, who was this guy at the end? He was 82 at the convention.
Jeez.
He was like the oldest guy, and was doing it all.
He was 82 at the convention.
He was 82 at that convention. He's like the old guy. But it's like, this guy did it all. Like his whole life, he was a pervert and a drunk
Awesome.
and an inventor and a statesman.
God.
I mean,
I saw an interesting thing that he used to do with his writing. Did you ever hear this? He would write to exercise, to get out of just this, make sure that he wasn't just stayed and writing the same way. He would write in the voice of other great writers of the time. Like he would be, let me write about this subject as Jefferson would write about it, or let me write about this as Madison.
Wow.
Right? To just change his way of.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, pretty great. So I've been writing all my stand-up like you.
But that's a good idea. But don't you think when you start stand-up, you do write in a voice of the people you like?
Yeah, absolutely. I actually did it when I read it about a month ago, and I actually sat down. I was working on this bit and about nature, how Mother Nature hates us now and is coming after us.
Right.
And I wrote it as Bernie Mac. I wrote it as Brian Regan.
Wow.
And it was pretty interesting. You can kind of get into their rhythm.
That's really interesting. And did you try that on stage?
No, then I just
Why not? That's part of the part two of the experiment is the experiment itself.
I felt weird like going up there and talking as Bernie Mac.
Well, you have to talk as I'm saying, talking back as you now with that rhythm and material, like those jokes. Did you get to use them or no?
Yeah. What I pulled
and
something
are they
out.
working?
Yeah, they are working.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah.
That's really cool.
Yeah, it is pretty cool.
I like that kind. Well, maybe that's what the show should be. The energy force. What Ben Franklin did with language. I'll say, why don't you people try looking at some of our enemies in their voice? And then I go to a Russian accent. I come to America. I want to nuclear you. And everyone's like, wow, he really hit a deep point there.
I want to nuclear you.
I want a more nuclear you. Yeah, but it is interesting. I mean, what do people always say?
Yeah.
Nobody can ever really see anybody else's side. Once you get into an energy,
yeah,
where you're like, that's it. Don't, and
right.
just your frown goes down and people get in. And you know how they always say how you observe things changes the actual thing of it? What's that theory called? Where you observe things.
Right.
And your attitude when you're observing things changes the actual physical thing. I forget what it's called. It's like some principle.
So me observing, give me an example.
Like if you're observing, like if you're sitting there with your kid, I mean, I don't even know if this is true.
Okay.
But this is I forget what it's called, but it's if you're observing your kids.
Yeah.
And you're sitting there thinking nervous, you're giving off a nervous energy like, don't fall.
Right.
Don't fall.
Uh-huh.
I won't say the kids' names because, you never know. There's all kinds of serial killers around this world. Don't fall. And then one of your sons or daughters, Tom, falls on some street in a major city.
Right.
Doesn't matter where. And, you know what I'm saying?
You've made it happen.
Like your energy has helped create it to happen.
Right.
That's what I mean.
I believe that.
So,
like whenever my wife or husband says to the kids, "Are you sick? Are you getting sick?"
Well, that's definitely true.
Right.
I mean, that stuff the verbal stuff is a whole other act. But yeah. But I'm saying not even not speaking, just wondering if they're sick.
Right.
But if you say, "Oh yeah, that verbal stuff is all true."
Right.
How many people I've had so many friends in my life that if you saw them over there, and I remember not realizing what their problem was. I'm talking. I had a friend that was like the big, handsome kid, just popular guy, and his whole life he only surrounded himself with people, little pipsqueak people that would call him a loser and call him. I was like, first of all, he could have snatched any one of them and killed them. Second of all, every girl was throwing themselves at it. This guy was like a star, a star, just a person. But I mean, and he always wanted to be around that because it reminded him of his childhood, his comfort.
Interesting.
Sitting there eating his cereal as a little kid, you're a loser. And he would surround himself with all these people. And I was like, what are you doing? You should beat his brains in and you should be banging her.
Right.
And he's like, he's like, he sort of knew it too. He wasn't totally out of it.
Do you have a real confidence when you go into these projects? And I know just from walking around talking to you as it's getting closer. And I can actually feel your energy gaining momentum. And you're like, no, you go from like, I'm working this out, I'm really working hard. And then when you get close, it's like, no, I'm putting the show up. No, I'm going with the show. No, I'm ready to go with the show. And it's just like, there's a momentum that is coming up. Is that just a natural thing in you? Or do you conjure it up with affirmations?
No, I honestly feel that if I do all the work, like halfway through this show, everybody was kind of coming, the people that saw it were kind of like, hey man, it's a good idea. Like, but everybody gets nervous for you because, it's like stand-up. Right. It's like, it's not working. It's like a stand-up bit. It's not working. You have to be, the only thing we have is you have to be totally like, guess what? I'm the one, I'll be up there alone. Right. If I don't believe in this, if I don't really do the work and then believe it's all I got, it's all my work is there. You know what I mean? Like, it's all I got. So if it doesn't work, I don't have any regrets. Right. Because I know that was everything I had. It'll be embarrassing. It's humiliating when you do your best work and it fails. Right. But guess what? Too bad. I'd rather do that. So I get into a space where it starts to work and then I start to feel confident when I start seeing it work. Right. If it fails, I'm in that other mode where I'm in early on where I'm like, oh, I don't know. Right. So it's not like
But you're aware of it.
I don't kid myself, but it's like, once I start getting laughs at the comedy clubs with little bits about the Constitution, I'm like, if that worked there out of context, this has to be all right, Yeah. But also it's like you have to commit, you have to put both feet in. Like if I went up the night you saw me, any night, it's the same as stand-up. Yeah. If you go up any night and you're like, hey guys, you'll make this decision for me. I'm kind of tentative. You're dead. Right. You have to go up there and go, look, this is it. This is hilarious. And if it fails, you were in there both feet. You know what I mean? Yeah. You can't be, it's not for the,
Yeah, no, there's a lot of times when you see comedians go up and it's like they don't have the confidence and the conviction in what they're saying. Right. And you almost have to walk up there as, I've got this opinion, and there is no wiggle room. I'm not asking for you whether this is right. Right. This is how it is.
Yeah. Even if your opinion is about how you don't understand, there should be wiggle room. Right. Even if your opinion is that, you've got to say it. You've got to really believe everything you say. It has to be, it has to be important.
And that's an energy thing too.
Total energy.
Because then you're bringing an energy to that room, and all of a sudden
is an energy thing like nothing else.
Yeah.
Because we both know guys that have nothing material-wise. Right. I've known in my whole career guys that bring very few jokes. Yeah. Much less jokes than a guy that has great jokes, and they kill every night. They bring it.
Right.
They bring that energy.
Yeah. No. And then you have guys with great jokes who are just kind of like.
Yeah, they go up there and they're just basically, kind of like living and dying on the audience's opinion of each joke.
Right.
They got great jokes.
Yeah.
And they just ruin themselves. They won't move around, and they get stuck in a space.
Yeah.
Physically, too, where they're just standing there. You know what I mean?
No, it's interesting because when you see what's happening to stand-up and the people are cranking out a lot more material now, that people are.
Right.
Because there's so many outlets to